One Lexi, if the man next to me doesn't get his goddamn hands away from my backside, I'm going to break his fingers. He's trying to be sly. Every few seconds he'll move closer to me. He'll lean to his left and shift his feet. The last time he did, his pinky grazed against my leather skirt. The nerve. I turn and face him, not surprised to find a blonde-haired guy looking at me. The worst ones are always blonde. I am surprised by the polo he's wearing. It's striped, the collar is popped, and I thought we left that horrendous style behind in the early 2000s. There's a silver chain attached to his belt loop, for God's sake, and I'm half expecting to hear the dial-up tone from AOL replace the Edom song playing from the club speakers. What's next? Is someone going to ask for my screen name rather than my phone number? Hey, he yells over the loud music, grinning when our eyes meet. He steps toward me, and I wrinkle my nose. He smells like stale beer and rotten cheese, and it's impossible not to gag. I need to find companionship, but I'm not that desperate. Do you always touch random women without their permission? I ask. Or am I just lucky? You're attractive. I know I am. Thought I might introduce myself. I can't wait to hear what your name is. I roll my eyes. Let me guess, is it Braden, Braxton, some other combination with letters tacked on the end that don't belong? Close. His grin stretches wider. There's a piece of food stuck between his teeth, and I'm noticing he has a very punchable face. It's Bryce. Of course it is. I sigh and curse myself for having done something in another life to piss off the meet-cute gods. There are dozens of attractive men here, and this is the one I end up talking to. It's not fair. Did you need something? Want to go somewhere quiet? We can get to know each other, or we can go back to my place. I have stuff to eat. Food, you know. Do you cook? I wish I had the confidence of a mediocre white man who thinks he's hot stuff. I'd be unstoppable. I know all I need to know about you. Next time, use your words to get my attention, not your hands, douchebag. I smile at the bartender bringing me a drink. I drop a 10 in the tip jar and spin on my heel. And blondes aren't my type. I bet I could be your type, he says in some last-ditch effort to keep me hanging around. And I bet you couldn't find your way around town even if I gave you a map, I say sweetly, and the bartender snorts. It's never going to happen, buddy. I disappear into the crowd to escape the creep and make my way to the VIP section of the club, the DC Stars, the newly crowned Stanley Cup champions, reserved to celebrate their big win earlier tonight. I smile when I spot my girlfriend sitting in the booth we claimed when we got here and beeline it for them. Grant Everett, a second line forward on the Stars, waves at me when I pass. He's still wearing the victory goggles he donned in the locker room 3 hours ago when someone popped a bottle of victory champagne. Lexi, he screams, holding up a handle of whiskey. We're the best of the best. I know you are G-Money. He drinks straight from the bottle and I laugh, jealous of how easily his early 20s body is going to recover from the alcohol consumption. I'm going to be in bed until noon tomorrow. No driving tonight, okay? More like no sleeping. We're raging till the break of dawn, baby. He takes off for some of the other players, stumbling as he goes. They deserve to let loose after repeating as champions and being the 9th team in NHL history to accomplish the back-to-back feat. They fought like hell in the postseason, overcoming a shitty Eastern Conference Finals series and going on to beat the Los Angeles Bulls in an electric Game 7. There you are. Piper Mitchell, the Stars' ringside reporter, tugs on my arm. I take a seat in the booth next to her and smile. What took you so long? I had to give this dude at the bar an earful. He kept trying to touch me inappropriately. I take a sip of my gin and tonic and feel my shoulders relax as the alcohol works its way into my bloodstream. Fucking men. Fucking men is right. Emerson Emmy Hartwell, the first female to play in the NHL and another one of my best friends, smirks. Please look at what they're doing. I shake my head at the conga line some of the guys have started. Half of them have ditched their shirts, and they're taking turns passing the cup around. Maverick Miller, the team's captain and Emmy's husband, screams when one of the rookies drops the trophy. He dives to the floor and catches it before it can fall, then lifts it over his head a second later to a round of applause. I like seeing them happy. Piper scans the overpacked room, giggling when her eyes land on Liam Sullivan. The goalie and grumpy asshole extraordinaire and Piper's accidental husband after a drunken night in Vegas, but very real boyfriend, is standing in the corner with a scowl on his face. I told him he has to socialize for an hour before he's allowed to leave. He looks like he'd rather be anywhere but here, Maven Lansfield, the Star's team photographer, says. That's a cute crown he's wearing, isn't it? I'm going to make him keep it on when we get home later. That a girl, I pat her thigh. It's nice everyone is having a good time. The guys worked hard this year. I wonder if they'll be able to go for the three-peat next season. If anyone can do it, it's this group. You help with that, Ms. Head Athletic Trainer, Maven says to me, and I smile at one of my best friends. Keeping them healthy isn't easy. It's not, but I wouldn't change it for the world. They're the greatest team of all time. Emmy sighs when Maverick grabs the DJ's microphone and yells world champions. And fuck La and their overpriced grocery stores. You can't help but love them. I finish off my drink and stand, tugging on the hem of my miniskirt. I'm going to run to the bathroom. Does anyone need anything while I'm up? No, but we're dancing when you get back. Hoes before bros tonight, Piper declares. Bring me another drink, Maven calls out, and I give her a wink over my shoulder as I saunter away. The music is loud. The lights are low. To my right, people are dancing close together on the dance floor. I manage to dodge a waitress carrying a tray of bottles going to one of the players' tables, but I stumble on a discarded lime. Shit. Before I can face plant on the hardwood floor stained with God knows what, an arm loops around my waist. A palm settles on my hip. I turn and find Riley Mitchell, our star defenseman, looking down at me. Hey Mitchie, I say, relieved it's not the loser from earlier. Lexi, he smiles, and I can make out the hint of a blush on his cheeks. Are you okay? Yeah, just lost my footing. I love adding limes to my drinks, but I never thought a half-eaten one would be my downfall. I gesture to the piece of citrus in question. All is well, thank you for saving me. He unravels his arm and takes a step back, pushing his thick-framed glasses up his nose. Happy to help. How's your night? I ask. Good. Are you having fun? Oh yeah, everyone's rowdy, but it's allowed. Are you having fun? You didn't see me dancing earlier, he asks. Shoot, I missed it. Will you show me? It's not nearly as impressive without music. I'd probably look like a flailing robot. Sounds like a dance move, I say. Riley chuckles. I hope no one breaks an ankle trying to climb on the bar. Wouldn't want you to spend your summer having to heal our dumb asses. I laugh and lean against the wall. I'm warm. My insides are fuzzy from the alcohol I've been sipping, but I'm not drunk. I'm pleasantly buzzed, teetering on the edge of tipsy and having a good time. I'm enjoying standing here and talking with him. It's a nice break from the loud noise and celebratory chants. I'm not supposed to have a favorite player on the team, and I love all the guys I work with, but Riley takes the top spot. He's nice, courteous, and cute. Quiet in an easygoing way and unbelievably sweet. He's bashful almost, whenever he talks to me. There's always a hint of shyness in his tone, and no matter how many times I shrug off my friends when they say he has a crush on me, it's pretty obvious he does. He's younger than me, and I'm betting he's a relationship guy when all I want to do with a man is have fun for a few hours before I go on my way. I doubt we'd be compatible, and I'd never get involved with anyone I work with. There's nothing wrong with flirting with him for a minute, though, and that's what I intend to do. Make sure everyone is on their best behavior, will ya? I joke. Please, you know the guys, that's impossible. Pretty sure Ethan tried to roll a hot dog cart in here. God, so predictable. World peace would be easier to accomplish than keeping you all under control. I brush a piece of hair away from my face and his eyes follow my hand. What are you doing over the off-season? Any fun plans? Nah. My parents are in Chicago. I'll go visit them for a week or two. Some of the boys are planning a trip to the Bahamas. I might learn how to golf." He shoves his hands in his pockets and shrugs. "The possibilities are endless." "And what are you going to do with the cup on the day you get it? Please don't tell me you're going to eat something out of it." "That's why we're all so big and tough, Lex. Because we eat and drink out of a trophy that hasn't been cleaned in years." "That's revolting." "It is, isn't it?" Riley laughs and mimics my pose against the wall across from me. "I think I'll do cheese curds this time. Last year I ate the world's largest ice cream sundae." Now we're talking. A group of women walk between us. One of them eyes Riley with an appreciative glance, but he doesn't look at her. He keeps his focus on me, and the heat of his attention makes me shift my feet. I should get back to the girls. I don't want them to think I'm being harassed by another man wearing a polo. He peers down at the plain white t-shirt stretching across his chest. It's more casual than the suit and tie he wore when he walked into the arena earlier tonight, and when he lifts an arm to survey his outfit, his biceps flex. The constellation tattoo he has on his left arm peeks out from under his sleeve, and I wonder what stars make up the cluster. "I'm not that drunk, am I?" he asks. "This isn't a polo." "Not you, knucklehead." I laugh. He's cute all the time, but he's even cuter with a confused look on his face, with glasses falling down his nose again and jeans that sit low on his hips. "There was a guy at the bar earlier who tried to bother me. He was wearing a polo." Riley's gaze flicks to my legs. He hums, scratches his jaw and nods. "Right," he says before bringing his eyes up to meet mine. "If another polo-wearing prick tries to bother you, let me know. The trophy weighs 35 pounds. I'm happy to lob it at someone." My hero. I pat his chest when I scoot past him for the bathroom. "Have fun, Mitchie," I add, biting my lip to fight a smile when I catch him staring at me. He's not doing a very good job of hiding his crush tonight, and I like it. "Don't party too hard." "I'm a good boy, Lex," he tosses back. "You don't have to worry about me." To Riley, our Stanley Cup celebrations moved from the arena to an apartment to a club downtown, and the night shows no signs of slowing down. It feels like the whole city is alive and buzzing with excitement. We're back-to-back champs after years of shitty seasons, and it's fun to celebrate our hard work. Months of practice, early mornings, 82 regular season games and 4 hard-fought playoff rounds have finally paid off, and when Maverick Miller, our devoted leader and wickedly talented right wing, stands on the bar and holds the cup over his head, I can't help but laugh. He's insane. Hudson Hayes, my defensive pair, shakes his head. $10 says he tries to crowd surf. "I'll bet you 30 he says to hell with his no alcohol pact, pours a handle of vodka in the cup, and drinks out of it," I counter. Maverick always turns down invitations to go out with some of the younger guys on our nights off to hang out with his wife at home, but now I watch him gesture at a bartender. He waves his platinum credit card around and points to the row of bottles arranged in a neat line, and I grin when Hudson slaps 3 bills in my hand. "Pleasure doing business with you, Huddy boy." "How long are you going to stay?" "Don't know. Depends when everyone else heads out. Probably not too much longer." "You can come back to my place if you want," he offers. He looks absurd with a light-up necklace hanging from his throat. It's some bedazzled thing Ethan Richardson, our center, threw at him in the locker room earlier. I'm shocked it survived the journey here. Madeline said Lucy fell asleep on the ride back to the condo after the game. Her parents are in town, but we could have a few beers and play a video game or something. It would be quieter than here. Madeline Galloway, his girlfriend, and Lucy, her daughter, are recent additions to Hudson's life. He's joining my other friends who are settling down, and I don't know when everyone on the team went from perpetually single playboys to blissfully betrothed. It's hard to keep up. "Are you hitting on me, Hayes?" I joke. "See if I ever invite you over again. Maddie made a cake, but now you don't get any," he says. I whine. Her affinity for cooking and baking is dangerous to the top-tier shape I keep my body in during the season, but it's summer now. I can eat whatever the hell I want without coach getting on my ass about nutrition. Plus, some quiet sounds nice. It's getting pretty loud in here. Not fair, you should have led with that. I would have had a different answer. Too late. He stands when he spots Ethan taking off his shirt and waving it around his head. Hudson is a responsible guy, one of the oldest on the team and a veteran who spent years mentoring the younger players. He's about to slip into dad mode and I can't wait to see who gets in trouble first. You okay? Hell yeah, I'm okay, we're champions. I grab my cigar off the table in front of me and take a puff. I'm on top of the world, man. I'm going to put out a couple fires, see you soon. Don't worry about me. The alcohol I've been nursing all night to keep up with everyone else is starting to seep into my blood. I feel loose, light, good. I'm a big boy. Hudson smirks and beelines it to the bar. He grabs the trophy from Maverick before any damage can be done and I relax in my chair, surveying the club. Grant is tucked away in a corner with his phone out, grinning at something on the screen. Liam is glaring at everyone like he's secretly planning our murders. He probably is. Connor McKenzie, one of our second-line guys, has his arms draped over the shoulders of two women, and Ryan Seymour, my backup, is dancing with his wife. Even Coach came out tonight, but he disappeared an hour ago. He mumbled something about being under the weather, but it's probably for the best. He'd kick our asses if he saw how we were acting, and we'd be skating laps until next season. My attention can't help but drift over to the booth where Emmy, Piper, Maven, and Lexi are, and I frown at the man squeezed in next to Lexi. He's chatting her ear off, touching her shoulder and laughing at something no one else finds funny. Her eyes meet mine and she gestures at the dude. It's a "can you believe this guy?" move, and no, I can't. Anyone with half a brain can see she's not having fun. She's trying to distance herself, to not giving him any attention, and it reminds me why I hate men who think every woman in the world wants to listen to them talk about something boring like the stock market. I grab a napkin and flag down a server, asking to borrow a pen. I scribble on the folded paper, holding it up so Lexi can see. Help, it reads. I'm awarded with a smile. She reaches for her own napkin and borrows a marker from Piper's purse. I laugh when I see her answer under a smudge of lipstick. Going to say I am married. Want to be husband. Turning the napkin over, I write out a response. Honored. Lexi gives me a thumbs up. I take another puff from my cigar and tap the ashes into the ashtray, then stand and make my way across the club. Ladies, I say, grinning when I get to the girls' table. My gaze bounces to the brunette with mischievous brown eyes. Lexi. Hey, sugar, she purrs, and I should be embarrassed by how easily I blush. I can't help it, she's attractive. Out of this world with her long, toned legs and sly grin. I'm pretty sure I've had heart eyes for her since the minute we met, but I've never tried to cross that line. I'm 26. She's 32. She's the team's trainer, and I don't want people to assume she got her job because a player called in a favor. I'm quiet. She's loud. The life of every party and vivacious as hell with witty comebacks, and a laugh that would bring any man to his knees. And if it were me down there, I'd do anything she asked me to. There are a million reasons why I've kept that boundary in place, but it makes me feel good as hell that out of all the guys here tonight, she's asking me for help. Thanks for taking care of my favorite girls, man, I say to the guy who finally looks my way. I think you're done here. Oh, is this a group thing? He glances around the table and lifts his arm, trying to give me a high five. That's interesting. They're all attractive. You're lucky. A what? I shake my head and lift an eyebrow. I don't have a death wish, but you might because the one who's not giving you any attention. That's my wife, and I don't like when people bother what isn't theirs. Any other questions? Shit, sorry. He slides out of the booth and almost falls on the floor. She didn't say. It's a game we like to play. Lexi smirks in my direction with bright red lips. She grabs the toothpick from her drink and wraps her mouth around the speared lime. I do something bad, then he teases me. Christ. She's always flirty, but it never means anything. I wish that line did, even if admitting it would get me in a world of trouble. The guy apologizes again and practically sprints to the bar and his group of friends. He's replaced by Maverick a few seconds later, who drops into Emmy's lap and buries his face in her hair. There you are. He wraps his arms around her waist and sighs. The dude is an absolute machine on the ice, but whenever he's around his girl, he's calm, finally at peace after years of being unsettled. I've been looking for you everywhere. I'm right here, exactly where you left me. Emmy kisses his forehead and brushes a piece of hair out of his eyes, and almost having a party with Riley. Yeah, Maverick turns his chin my way. Did you tell him about the dream you had? The one with me, him, Hud, you're cut off, Miller. Emmy puts a hand over his mouth. Her red cheeks match her hair. One more word and you're on the couch tonight. He folds his fingers around her wrist and pulls her hand away. A fair punishment, but if you're going to invite anyone in from the team, Mitchie and Huddy Boy are the only two I'd be okay with. I'm flattered, Cap, and now that you all have Mavi here as your bodyguard, I'm going to head out. I nudge Lexi's heel with my sneaker. You good, Lex? I'm great. I don't like to be rescued, but I don't mind being a damsel in distress if it means getting saved by a guy like you. She looks me up and down, and it's mortifying how hot my skin is. I'm pathetic. See you on Wednesday for the parade and rally. Yeah. I bump my fist against Mavericks and give them all a wave. See you then. I make my way around the club and say goodbye to the boys after turning down another offer from Hudson to go back to his place. I know he's eager to celebrate with his girl after scoring the game-winning goal tonight, and I don't want to be in the way. I might be bordering on lonely, but I draw the line at hearing my friends celebrate with their significant others. I deal with that enough during the season thanks to thin hotel walls, and I'm not in the mood to listen to celebration after celebration when I'm not part of it. Finally finishing my rounds, I step outside, waiting for my rideshare to pull up. The June air is nice, and I nod at a few of the boys who are leaving the club to keep the party going at some speakeasy up the road. When I spot a white SUV, I check the plate and step off the curb. Lamar? I ask, bending to talk through the window. Yup. Climb on in, the Uber driver tells me, and I hop into the back seat. Looks like a fun night. Are you celebrating something? Yeah. I smile and buckle my seat belt. I pull out my phone, starting to scroll through my notifications. My Instagram account is frozen from all the comments and DMs flooding in. The video I uploaded of Maverick on the bar with the trophy already has 500,000 likes and counting. Something. Life is short. We need to celebrate the small stuff. Lamar shifts the car into drive and we take off down the road. Otherwise, what's the point of living? Good sentiment, man. I click off my phone, not in the mood to answer messages from people I haven't talked to in a decade. They like to pop up after major victories in my athletic career, and I like to keep my circle small. What are you doing out so late? Trying to make some extra money. My wife and I just found out we're having a baby. Her first pregnancy was rough for her, so I told her I'd do some extra driving during the week so she can stay home. I don't want her on her feet all day. What's your wife's name? Aaliyah. He smiles when he says it, then looks at me in the mirror. You got a girl? Nah. A guy? Just me. Ah, Lamar flicks on his blinker and checks both ways before turning right at a stop sign. Do you want someone? Yeah, guess the timing has never been right. Timing is a bitch. You're a good-looking guy. You seem smart from the 3 minutes I've spent with you. You'll find someone. I laugh and close my eyes. My buzz is wearing off. Exhaustion is hitting me and I can't wait to crawl into bed. I can't wait to sleep until early afternoon and finally drag myself back to a world where I don't need to be at the rink at the crack of dawn. I love my job. Wouldn't pick anything else to do if I had the choice, but some time off is going to be marvelous. Thanks, Lamar. Is your firstborn a boy or girl? He's a boy, 3, and an absolute menace. He snorts, but nothing about it sounds annoyed. The dark skin around his eyes crinkles with admiration, joy and pride. I love him, he's a good kid. And you're second, do you know yet? No, my wife is hoping for another boy, but I'm holding out for a girl. I've always wanted to be a girl dad. Girls are the best. I work with some women who are incredible. We need more of them in the world. I reach into my pocket, grab my wallet, and dig out a wad of cash. I count out $100 bills and lean forward, setting them in the cup holder next to Lamar's right elbow. Go home after you drop me off. You shouldn't be busting your ass at 2 in the morning, not when you've got people waiting for you to get back safe. Shit. He stops at a light and stares at the money. I can't accept this. No way. I'm not taking it back. You can't be serious. I'm very serious. Keep it. I smile. I'm earning $8 million a year to hit a puck. It's not right to keep that all to myself. It's yours. Wow, man, thank you. Are you an angel or something? Nothing like that, I say, and Lamar shakes his head. Just a guy trying to do his best. I can't tell you what this means to me. The light turns green and he accelerates. My family and I, where I don't get a chance to hear what he has to say. 1 minute I'm looking out the window at the night sky and wondering what kind of trouble the boys are getting in. They'll probably be out partying until sunrise, and I won't be surprised if they show up to the parade with tattoos of the cup on their arms. The next, our car is in the air, flipping 3-4 times in what feels like slow motion. There's a moment of panic, of not knowing what's going on and not knowing what to do. There's yelling from the front seat. The sound of glass shattering and something sharp nicking my cheek. My vision is hazy. Everything around me is blurry. I try to reach for my glasses so I can see, but they aren't there. Pain like I've never experienced before races up my right leg and I scream. I grab my thigh. My fingers touch something damp and sticky. When I look down, I find my hand covered in blood. It's the last thing I remember before everything goes black. 3 Lexi, I should go home, but home is too far away. And way too lonely. My friends left an hour and a half ago, holding hands with their husbands on their way to celebrate the end of the season more privately. I watched them go, plastered on a smile when they asked if I wanted to spend the night at their place, and told them I was fine. Fine, fine, fine. I love being alone. I always have. I crave freedom and the independence to do what I want when I want. But sitting at the bar and wondering how much longer I can stay while simultaneously dreading going home to an empty apartment sounds miserable, and I don't want to be miserable. Another round, the bartender asks, snapping me out of my sad thoughts. I eye him. He's the same one who laughed at my joke earlier. Cute, with an arm covered in tattoos and dark, shaggy hair, he definitely has my attention. No, I smile. I'm all set. Haven't seen that blonde guy again. He grins. He looked like a tool bag, didn't he? Such a tool bag, the polo. I mean, come on, dude. His name is probably Chad. It's Bryce, actually, and it's a horrible name. Hey, my name is Bryce. Oh shit, is it really? Nah. The bartender smirks and uses the dish towel slung over his shoulder to wipe up a ring on the counter. It's Seth. Wow, that was smooth. What are you doing after this, Seth? Seeing if I can find your way around town better than that guy could. I throw my head back and laugh. I like his energy. I bet he likes to have a good time, and I love when a guy is both hot and funny. How long until you get off? With you, it'll probably only take me a few minutes. I smile at the compliment. You have a lot of game, Seth. Figured I might as well shoot my shot. Couldn't stop looking at you all night. My shift is over in 30 minutes. I'll wait for you to finish. I cross my legs, glad when his eyes flick to my bare legs. If you want. I do want. Sure, I can't get you another drink. Seth points at the half-full glass I haven't felt like finishing. Women aren't usually so sober when they flirt with me. Oh, should I be worried about a tiny ego? Is that why you're trying to ply me with alcohol? Nothing to worry about in that department, he chuckles. I showed you mine, are you going to show me yours? What's your name? Lexi, I say, not bothering to come up with a fake alter ego to get him off my back. I can tell we're going to have a good time together, and I'll be right here when you're finished. Glad to hear it. Seth goes back to the lingering patrons waiting to close out their tabs. I pull out my cell phone for the first time in a few hours to distract myself, frowning when I see 24 missed calls from Piper. There's another from Hudson, 4 from Emmy, and panic rises in my chest. My friends know I hate talking on the phone. If you need to get a hold of me, texting is always best, but the fact that my inbox is empty while my call log is full makes alarm bells ring in my head. I hit Piper's name first. "Hello," she answers on the 4th ring. I hear a door open on her end, a handful of voices and deep breathing. "Lex, Piper, what the hell is going on?" "Oh, thank God." A sob escapes her and I sit up straight. I climb off the bar stool and grab my purse, running for the door. Something is very, very wrong. There was an accident. An accident? What kind of accident? A car accident. A car you didn't drive to the club. Are you safe? It's not me. It's she gulps down another breath while I'm not sure I'm even breathing. Riley. I'm at the hospital. They aren't sure if he's going to make it, Lex. The world stops spinning when I burst outside. I tilt sideways, close to falling over, and I brace myself on a light post. Riley. Not going to make it. This can't be happening. He's too young, too talented. Too much of a nice guy. I just saw him. I laughed with him. I made him smile. What the fuck? Which hospital? I ask. My tongue is heavy in my mouth. My hands shake. I'm close to throwing up. Where are you? MedStar. I'll be there as soon as I can. I'm not sure there's. I said I'll be there. I almost yell, as if the louder I talk, the more of a chance he has. Call me the second anything changes. I hang up with Piper, not listening to what else she says. My fingers tremble. I try to pull up my Uber app but accidentally click on a food delivery service instead. Tears blur my vision. I look up at the sky and the millions of stars above me. "Don't do it," I whisper to whatever might be listening. I've never been religious. I've never prayed to anyone or anything before tonight, but right now seems like a damn good time to start believing. He's not. Let him be okay. Please let him be okay. I'll help him get better. Just let him be okay. No cars pop up on the app and I want to scream. I want to break a window, but I can't stand here and wait for something to magically appear. I slip off my heels and head west, sprinting down the sidewalk as fast as I can. The whole team is in the emergency room. Maverick is standing in a corner with his head in his hands while Hudson whispers to him. Grant stares at the wall, a glazed-over look on his face. Ethan is walking in circles, his hands in fists at his side and his cheeks stained with tears. Liam and Coach are crowding the check-in desk, and I make my way over to Emmy and Piper. "Hi," I say. "You're here." Piper wraps me in a hug. "I'm so glad to see you." What? I swallow. I'm not sure I want to ask this question, but I need to know. What happened? He was in an Uber and their car was T-boned by someone running a red light. The police estimate the driver was going at least 70 miles an hour based on the impact. Are you kidding me? I seethe. The police also said the driver was impaired and hit the back of the car, where Riley was sitting head-on, then kept on driving. His Uber driver miraculously walked away unharmed. Emmy points to a man pacing around the lobby looking dazed. He glances up every few seconds to check the doors that lead to the hallway, then puts his head in his hands. He called 911, found Riley's phone, then got a hold of Maverick because he was at the top of Riley's call log. By the time we got here, Riley was already with surgeons. None of us had a chance to see him. Thank you for bringing me up to speed. Has anyone checked on his driver? I ask. No, I think he's in a state of shock, Emmy says. I tried to go up to him, but he ignored me. Okay, I'll give it a try. I'm a new face. I squeeze Piper's hand and kiss the top of Emmy's head, making my way over to the man. Hi, I start. It's the only word that seems easy to find right now. Were you? His chin jerks up. He doesn't look much older than some of the guys, and that makes me even sadder. I didn't mean to do it. It happened so fast. My light was green and I wipe away my tears. Of course you didn't, it's not your fault. He was a nice guy. He gave me a wad of cash and he shakes his head. There's dried blood on his hands, a dark red stain on his shirt. I should have checked both ways. I always check both ways. He's a nice guy, isn't he? His name is Riley Mitchell. Mitchell, why does that? He frowns and looks around the room. Understanding dawns when he spots Maverick, one of the most recognizable guys in the city, than the Stanley Cup sitting on the ground next to an artificial plant. No. He didn't mention he was. I'm not surprised. Riley is humble. He doesn't like attention. Sometimes when I hang out with him, I forget he's a hockey player. I laugh like saying these things is going to make everything right in the world. What's your name? Lamar. I watched the game before I started driving tonight, saw the game-winning goal and everything. You don't have to stay, I say gently. I don't want to leave. Not until I know. Lamar trails off. He pinches the bridge of his nose and sighs. I'm so sorry. You have nothing to be sorry for. I give his shoulder a gentle pat. You're not responsible for anything, and Riley would tell you the same thing. I've seen hundreds of injuries over the course of my career, everything from gashes to the head and dislocated shoulders to missing teeth that required emergency dental work. None of them were ever this severe. None of them ended with "I refuse to finish that thought." The shock of what's happened is catching up to me. The rush of adrenaline that helped me sprint my way here is starting to fade, and I'm suddenly left feeling so exhausted, so scared, and the tears start to fall again before I have a chance to stop them. Hey, I'm not surprised Hudson is the one who stands by my side and hands over a hoodie. He has the softest soul of anyone on the team. Kind-hearted and always looking out for other people, he's a natural helper. Someone who soothes and protects, and that's what we all need right now. Are you all right? You know the answer to that. I sniff. It's Riley. I know. He tips his head back and glares at the ceiling. I should have forced him to come back to my place. I shouldn't have let him leave. I should be gone with him. If you hadn't let him leave, maybe this would have happened to both of you. You have Lucy and Madeline, Huddy. Can you imagine what that would have done to them if something happened to you? You're their safe space now. It's not fair. It's really not fair. I think Hudson is cut off by the doors to the emergency room opening. A doctor walks out and every player rushes toward him. I'm guessing you all are here for Riley Mitchell, he asks, and Maverick shoves his way to the front of the group. We're his teammates. He's breathing, the doctor tells us, and Hudson squeezes me so tightly I lose feeling in my arm. That's the good news. And the bad news? Coach asks. He's aged 10 years since I saw him on the bench during our game. There are dark circles under his eyes, a red mark on his neck, and a shirt that's on inside out. Please. He suffered very serious injuries to his right leg with massive blood loss. Surgery to repair the leg. Well, it's impossible. We're going to have to do a transfemoral amputation, and after he'll... What does transfemoral mean? Maverick barks out. You're going to have to dumb it down for us. He's going to lose his leg above the knee, I blurt. Jesus. Ethan kicks a wall and Grant is quick to wrap his arms around his middle before he can do any damage. This is the best hospital in the city and you can't fix his leg. What do they pay you to do? Hey, Hudson snaps. Knock it off. Getting mad isn't going to fix anything. This guy isn't doing anything. I understand this is upsetting. The doctor doesn't bat an eye at Ethan's outburst, and I wonder what other kinds of behavior he's seen working in the ER. However, this is the best outcome given the severity of his injuries. When is the surgery? I ask. We're prepping him now. We'll be in or for at least a few hours. His residual limb should heal in 4 to 6 weeks, but he can be fitted for a prosthetic and start walking with assistance as soon as he's comfortable. He'll need to recondition his muscles and relearn things like balance and coordination. It could take up to a year to feel like his old self. Will he be able to skate again? Maverick asks, voicing what we're all thinking. The doctor gives us a sad smile that speaks volumes. I'll update you all when I can. He leaves us with that and everyone migrates around the waiting room. A couple of guys sit on a couch. A few others spread out across a handful of chairs. Ethan drops to the floor and Grant sits next to him, putting his head in his lap and softly murmuring to him. I don't think anyone is going to leave anytime soon. Not until we know Riley is really okay. I'm going to get him skating again, I whisper to Piper and Emmy. Lex, I don't hockey is his whole life. I stare at the doors leading to the patient rooms. I'll work with him, we'll do it together. I've always been a determined person. Once I put my mind to something, I don't stop until it happens, and I'll be damned if Riley goes down without a fight. For Riley, July 1 month since the accident. Puck Kings. Mavi. Hey Mitchie. Checking in. Huddy boy, let us know if you need anything. G-Money, we missed you at team dinner last night. Mavi, the doc said your 1 month checkup went well. You doing okay? Easy E. Hello from paradise, motherfuckers. Attachment. 1 image. Look at that blue ocean. I live here now. You assholes can find a new center. Sully, hell, can you all shut up? Maybe Riley doesn't want to be bombarded by 10,000 messages singling him out. And sending a picture from the Bahamas. Ethan. Really? This isn't about you, you selfish prick. Mavi, I'm not going to leave him out of the chat and I don't want to ignore what happened to him. G-Money, it's been a month and he hasn't talked to us. Sully, maybe because he doesn't want to talk to us. Did you ever think of that? Mavi, stop being a dick, Sullivan. Sully, or what? Are you going to put me in my place, pretty boy? Your wife would have a better shot. Mavi, get Emmy's name out of your mouth. Huddy boy, both of you need to stop. He'll talk to us when he's ready. Sully, here comes Mr. Nice Guy who always does the right thing. Does your head hurt from wearing a crown? Mavi, what is your problem? 32. Sully, my problem is something traumatic happened to our teammate, and when you keep bringing up the same stuff, it's not going to help him feel better. Easy E, we could talk about. I don't know. G-Money, this sucks. Easy E, imagine how it must feel for Mitchie, dude. Me, leave me alone. You have left the chat. 5 Riley, August. 2 months since the accident. Piper. Hi Mitchie. I stopped by your place and handed over some of Liam's chicken parmesan to your mom. I'm glad she and your dad are there. I know I'm not one of the guys, and I know it probably doesn't mean much coming from me, but I'm here for you too. If you ever need anything, or just a friend who will listen. 6 Riley, August. 2.5 months since the accident. Coach, we have a meeting scheduled with the GM, owner, CEO, president, training staff, and all the coaches 2 weeks from today. I expect you to be there. I know what you're going through, Mitchell. You can't hide from it forever and you can't get through it alone. 7 Riley, September. 3 months since the accident. Coach, I'm done being nice. Let's try this again. You're still a member of my team, Mitchell. When I schedule a meeting, you're expected to attend. I'm sick of coming to your apartment only to be told you're out when I know for sure you haven't left your building in months. Next Thursday, noon, at the arena. Do not make me track you down again. 8 Riley, I stare at the ceiling tiles. There are 42 of them, like the hockey number I'll never wear again. That's ironic. How are you feeling today, Riley? I blink and glance over at my therapist. Dr. Ledlow knows exactly how I'm feeling. It's the same way I felt yesterday, the day before that, and the 3 months that have passed since the night of the accident and my world flipped upside down. I'm pissed off, helpless, like I'm suffocating as my world crashes around me and I can't do anything about it. It's been like this for 12 weeks. An endless cycle of being angry at everything while also grieving the life I'll never get back. No more skating with the boys. No more shooting on an empty net. No more outdoor rinks and winter classics. No more signing jerseys with my name on the back. No more hockey, and I don't know who the hell I am without hockey. I've been playing since I could walk. My first word was puck. My earliest memories are of skating on a frozen pond up the road from our house in Illinois. Learning to lace up my skates and how to hold a stick, growing up and scoring a goal in the World Junior Hockey Championships, taking my college team to its first ever Frozen Four appearance and winning, then signing with the Stars after my junior year. Thousands of people dream of making an NHL team. Few actually do it, and I'm a kid from Chicago who got lucky. Not lucky enough, I guess, and that's what hurts the most. Riley Mitchell, the former NHL star. Now what am I? A guy who bets on games. A guy who sits in the stands and watches his teammates get everything he dreamed of. The future is bleak. Fine, I grit out, then I wonder if I could make the walls cave in. It wouldn't make things worse, and I guess there's some comfort in that. Just fine. How's the pain? He asks. I've been on so many medications, I can see how people get addicted. When the first twinge of an ache starts and I feel the phantom limb syndrome my doctors warned me about, I'm wishing I could pop another pill, or 4. It feels good when you're not hurting, and all I do these days is hurt. Fine, I repeat. Might as well make it my middle name. Are you getting used to the crutches? I glare at the assistive devices leaning against the arm of the couch. I hate them. The skin under my arms is raw. I'm still trying to figure out how to balance on one leg as I move around my apartment because I can't just pop on my temporary prosthetic limb in the middle of the night when I need to pee, but I refuse to be pushed around in a wheelchair. What do you think? I got up here, didn't I? Nice job having an office on the 3rd floor, by the way. Real accessible. Dr. Ledlow blinks. He's unfazed by my outburst and jots down a few words on the notepad resting in his lap. He's probably mentioning that I'm unstable. I can't wait for the team to read his notes and think I need serious help. Maybe I do. You know, the more it takes for you to talk to me, the longer we have to do these sessions, right? He tells me. I grind my teeth together. I do know that. The team and the league mandated therapy sessions for me when I got out of the hospital, but I'm not ready to be psychoanalyzed when I'm still so mad at the universe. I'll probably always be mad about the deck of cards I've been dealt. Massive blood loss, severed tendons, nearly being crushed by the other car, an amputated leg above my right knee. Days that should have been spent celebrating with my teammates were spent in the hospital where doctors weren't sure I was going to pull through. Sometimes I wish I hadn't. It would have been easier for everyone than the burden I've gifted them, and that makes me angry all over again. It's a miracle he's alive, I heard a nurse whisper when I was in and out of consciousness. Drunk driver, coach told my mom when I couldn't open my eyes. 4 times over the legal limit. Haven't seen a patient so roughed up in years, a doctor said when I woke up from surgery. I'm not sure why the league gives a crap. I huff and stare out the window. It looks like it's going to rain. I used to love watching the thunderstorms roll across Lake Michigan when I was a kid. I'd count the lightning strikes. I'd try to gauge how far away the storm was and smile at the first crack of thunder. I'm never going to play hockey again. You don't know that. Plenty of athletes go on to compete in events with prosthetic limbs. Look at the sled hockey team that plays in the Paralympics. No thanks, Dr. Ledlow sighs. I'll give him credit for showing up to our sessions. If I had to deal with me, I'd probably quit. Who's downstairs waiting for you today? Is it your mom? Yup, I'm a child getting picked up from school. You've met with your prosthetist. Yeah, I sigh. He's not bad. An amputee too, I learned when I went to the first of my fittings a month after surgery. I'm lucky my wound is healing as quickly as it is. It's allowed me to get the ball rolling on an artificial limb which is complex. There's 3D imaging, a socket and a metal pylon that's going to act as my calf, a fake foot, a dozen other pieces that go into creating the final product, and I'll be getting mine soon. And then I have to retrain my body to function with the prosthesis, which is just great because I've been slacking on my physical therapy. I skipped my session at the outpatient office yesterday, and I don't plan to go tomorrow. Everything's always come naturally to me. Thinking about having to relearn how to balance, how to walk makes me want to scream. I should be used to all of this. My dad lost his leg when I was a teenager. He was a firefighter, picked up a shift from a buddy, and ran into a burning building to save a woman and her child. He barely made it out. After I woke up from surgery, he told me he'd help me learn how to adjust to my new life. He was there with me when I decided between a mechanical or microprocessor-controlled leg, but all of this is a burden on him. Another responsibility delegated to someone else because I can't do it myself. Riley, Dr. Ledlow says gently, no one expects you to be okay. You almost died. You lost a part of yourself, and you're never going to get it back. I've never had any anger issues on or off the ice. My penalty minutes are some of the lowest in the league. I paint a decompress and read romance books for heaven's sake. But here I am, thinking about things I want to break and the things I want to yell at the people who piss me off. Spoiler alert, it's everybody. 7 stages of grief, he tells me. You're on stage 3, anger, rage toward the situation, rage toward yourself and others and the universe. I get to go through 4 more stages. I groan and stare at the ceiling again. Can't wait. The good news is you're feeling something. And I want you to express those feelings. What comes next? I mumble. They're not necessarily linear, but if we're going by textbook definitions, you'll face bargaining after anger, followed by depression and yippee. Testing, then acceptance. You'll come to terms with this change eventually. Life will go on. I'm not asking you to give me a mile, Riley. I'm not even asking for a foot. I hope not. I only have one now, and it would be pretty rude of you to take that from me. Humor is a positive sign. Maybe that will be your coping mechanism. Dr. Ledlow chuckles. All I'm asking for is an inch. Any forward motion is still progress. Okay? Okay. I reach for my crutches and stand. Sure. I'll see you in a few days, and I've been told to remind you about your meeting with the team next week. Coach Saunders was adamant I get the message to you. What's the point? I look at him. He's not much older than me. Mid-30s maybe, if I had to guess, and he came highly recommended according to my mom, who's been driving me to my appointments 3 times a week. Why bother when we all know what they're going to say? No skating. My contract is voided. Thanks for all you've done for the team, but we need to make room for a guy who can actually handle a stick. Because they're your family, and they love you. I rub a hand over my chest, thinking about the flowers and balloons that were in my hospital room when I woke up. All the food that's filled my fridge and the low voices I hear when I'm locked in my bedroom. I thought I was losing my mind at first, but the noises turned out to be my teammates again, according to my mom. They sit in the living room for 5-6 hours. Sometimes there are hushed conversations. Sometimes I hear video games being played on my TV. Other times, most times, it's quiet. They don't try to get me to come out, but I know they're there, and it makes me cry into my pillow. Okay. My fingers curl around the hand grip of my crutches. Dr. Ledlow is nice enough to hold the door open for me. I'll go. I make my way out of his office and wait for the elevator, grateful when I get to the ground level and back outside. I can breathe better out here, and I don't care how unbearable the September heat is in my hoodie and sweatpants. I'm not ready for the world to see my scars yet. The ones on my leg, yeah, but the others that are still healing. My arms. Small spot on my cheek, my left shin and knee. TMZ got a hold of photos from the crash, and they still pop up on ESPN every now and then. I threw up in a trash can the first time I saw them. Now I can get through a solid 45 seconds of seeing my face plastered on the TV before I have to change the channel. Hi, sweetie. My mom rolls down the passenger side window of my SUV. How did it go? You stayed in there longer than you did last week. That's encouraging. MMHM. It takes me a second to lower myself into the seat, and I wince at the exertion. I guess. Dad and I have our flight to Chicago in the morning. I've been in touch with the airline and explained our circumstances. They're willing to let us change our return ticket so we can stay. I'll be fine. I stretch out my left leg and drop my head against the seat. You both have done enough to help me. I'm going to have to figure it out for myself eventually. Are you sure? She reaches over and puts her hand on my thigh. You might be 26, Riley, but you're still my baby. I said I was fine, Mom. Stop coddling me, I snap. I push my glasses up my nose. Hot tears sting my eyes. I'm sorry, I'm an asshole. I didn't mean, I know you didn't. She moves her hand to my hair. It's gotten long and it likes to stick up in random directions when I wear a hat. My barber texted me and said he'd come to my apartment to cut it so I wouldn't have to figure out a way downtown, but I haven't answered him. I haven't answered anyone in weeks. I know you're feeling hopeless and you might be thinking I'm not. I swallow. That's a lie. I was, but I'm not anymore. Good, that's good, she sniffs. When I look over at her, I notice how much she's aged since the time I saw her at an away game in Chicago last season. Her skin is paler. She's lost weight. Her hair, which she usually keeps bright blonde, is fading to brown. It's like I've sucked the life out of her, and that's reason enough to make sure her and Dad head home tomorrow and get back to their routine. I don't want to be the reason for anyone's unhappiness. My own is enough. I won't. My voice shakes. It feels like there is sand stuck in my throat. I promise. My sweet boy. Mom pats my cheek and smiles. Do you look at your father any differently because he lost a limb? No, he's a hero. Your kids are going to say the same about you one day. Kids. I snort. That implies someone is going to want to fall in love with this. I gesture up and down my body. All of that dating, friendship seems like a far-off dream. I'm a mangled and messed up piece of a human. That's what love is, Riley. No one ever said it was easy. Easy. I stare out the window at the people living their lives while I'm over here having an existential crisis, teetering on the edge of a breakdown. I don't think anything is going to be easy for me again. 9 Lexi, I'm so late. I'm going to blame my alarm I silenced twice this morning. Goddamn Apple and their 9-minute snooze feature. Shoving the last bite of bagel in my mouth, I tear into the conference room at the United Airlines arena where I should have been 5 minutes ago, out of breath, sweaty, and wishing I wasn't wearing jeans. I'm here. I collapse in the first chair I find and dig through my purse for my water bottle. There's a stitch in my side and my lungs hurt. I do Pilates multiple times a week, and I thought I was in better shape than this. That run from the employee parking lot and 2 flights of stairs kicked my athleticism to the curb, and I've been humbled. Sorry, traffic. Stuart Klein, the Star's recently appointed director of high performance and my new boss, narrows his eyes. I don't like that look. I know what that look suggests. If you were a man, I'd laugh and say, no worries. Since you're a woman, I'm about to chastise you in front of everyone because no matter how hard you try, it's not going to be good enough, jerk. I've worked my ass off for my spot on this team. I've fought from the ground up, graduating with a degree in exercise science and kinesiology, then getting my master's in athletic training. I've outworked my male counterparts time and time again to claw up the ranks from the ECHL to the ALL, and eventually the NHL. I've been knocked down, but I've gotten up. I'm proud to be the person in charge after just 4 years with the Stars. I'm honored to be the one who oversees other titles like head physical therapist, head performance coach, and manager of player rehabilitation. I deserve to be here, and I'm not going to let some douche who doesn't know my work ethic think he has me figured out. Thank God I don't interact with him on a day-to-day basis. I might be smiling sweetly on the outside, but inside, I'm hoping he chokes on his breakfast. I'm trying to figure out how to sneak laxatives into his coffee. I'm eager to show him how good I am at my job so I can say, see, anything boys can do, girls can do better. Now that everyone is where they should be, we can start, Stuart draws out. Instead of rolling my eyes at his insinuation, I glance around the table to see who's joining us today. This meeting has been canceled and rescheduled so many times, and the fact that it's actually happening is the biggest surprise of the year. Our owner and governor, Kirk, is here, along with our CEO, Jard, and the Star's general manager, William. There are so many white men in this room that I'm worried the New Balance, high-waisted khaki shorts, and white stocks might drop while they're all here. Coach Saunders is across from me with his arms folded across his chest. The rest of the training staff fills the other seats, which leaves the last spot to Riley. I haven't seen him since the night of the accident, and my heart skips a beat when his eyes briefly meet mine. I try to give him a smile so he knows I'm here for him, that I'm on his side, but he looks away. He scowls, and the rejection stings. "This might be a difficult meeting for you, Riley, so we're going to go off your cues," Kirk starts. "We don't need to make any decisions today, but with the season approaching, we want to get the ball rolling." "Ball rolling on what?" Riley scratches his jaw. His fingers drift over the beard he has now. The stubble is new, but familiarity sinks in when he shoves his glasses up his nose. "We don't need to sit here and pretend like I have a future on this team. I know it. You all know it. The idiots on social media know it. Let's not pretend I'm going to make a miraculous comeback and play on opening night. I'm miserable. I'm not who I used to be, and sitting here with you all is my idea of hell." Riley's never been rude to the media like Liam is, but he doesn't have the charisma Maverick exudes. He's polite, answers the questions he's asked, and moves on. This attitude and snappiness are new, and I'm not sure what to make of it. "You're always going to have a spot on this team, even if it means you're permanently on the bench," Coach Saunders says, and the consideration in his voice is something rare. He's usually barking out orders to the guys on the ice, yelling over whistles and looking like he's going to break a whiteboard, but there's sincerity in his tone. "We're going to honor your contract, every penny of it." "What?" Riley blinks. "You're not serious." "I'm serious. It comes with stipulations, though. You're not playing, but you're expected to do everything else that's required of players on my team. Therapy and rehabilitation, both physical and mental, which I know you've been bullshitting up to this point, are mandatory. Showing up to practice and games and traveling with the team is non-negotiable. So is voicing your opinion when I ask for feedback on lines and what isn't working with a shift. If you don't want to put in the work, that's fine. We'll go our separate ways and you won't be on our payroll." Riley is quiet. He stares at his hands, and I wonder what's running through his mind. When I asked the guys if they've talked to him, they said he removed himself from their group chat. He doesn't answer their messages. He doesn't come out of his room when they stop by and visit. I can't imagine the weight he's carrying. To have something you love ripped out from under you is heartbreaking, but to lose a physical part of yourself too, it's unfathomable. "Fine," Riley finally mumbles. The relief on Coach's face is instantaneous, and I bet he was expecting more of a fight. "Whatever. I did some research," I say, and everyone in the room except for Riley turns to look at me. The combined wealth around me is pushing $2 billion, so I'm sure these men must think I'm an absolute joke. "Research?" Coach asks. "Yeah." I clear my throat and roll my shoulders back, refusing to be intimidated. I'm a strong, capable woman who deserves her place at this table. There's another hockey player who lost his leg via amputation after going into cardiac arrest during a game. He's able to skate today. It's not the same level of intensity required of NHL players, but "Thank you, Laura, for your insight," Stewart says. "But it's pointless. You know we shouldn't be worrying about skating right now. We need to focus on a long-term rehabilitation plan," which startles me. I knock my water bottle over and the sound echoes in the quiet room. When I turn, I notice Riley's palms splayed out on the table. "She wasn't finished speaking," Riley says, deathly low. The look in his eye is murderous. A shiver races up my spine when he curls his fingers into a fist. My cheeks turn bright red when he stares at my boss and tilts his head to the side. "And her name is Lexi. Lexi, that's not difficult, is it? Treat her with respect and get it right or I'm leaving." Holy shit. I think I need to get my head checked, because that outburst was the hottest display of emotion I've ever seen in my life. "Of course." Stewart reaches for the papers in front of him. He shuffles them and he might be close to exploding or firing me. "My apologies. Better, we'll work on it." Riley leans back in his chair and looks my way. His gaze is soft, but his attention is intense. overwhelming, like I'm the only one in the room. I don't know why I'm suddenly nervous, but I feel like I can't not be. What were you saying? Right. I reach into my purse and pull out the file I've been working on the last few weeks. The research and interviews I've done have consumed me, and while I'm shocked we're sitting here having this meeting at all, I'm so glad we are. Like I mentioned, skating again is a real possibility. It's going to take time. The therapy coach mentioned is one of the components, but there will be additional training as well. Add in relearning how to walk with a new piece of machinery you're not familiar with, and you're going to need to put in hours of work. And I mean work, which includes giving your best effort and not stopping when you want to quit. I pause for a breath, surprised when no one interrupts me. They're normally eager to throw out ideas they think are better than mine and talk over me, but Riley must have gotten his message across. The romance books I read are right. Having a guy turn a little unhinged and defend your honor is sexy as hell. We're going to need a promise from you that you're going to show up. Your performance doesn't have to be great. It just has to be something, I say. Riley draws in a breath. His bottom lip quivers before he drops his eyes to the table. When he pushes his glasses up his nose again, I see faded cuts on the back of his hands and the marks near his wrist that are turning to scars. God, I want to hug him. We're not best friends, but we are friends. After spending 8 months together year after year and seeing the reminder of what happened to him while hardly anyone else glances his way makes me want to burn the world down. Do you really think you could do that? Riley asks. I nod. I do, but only if you're willing to meet us halfway. What he exhales slowly. Can you give me an idea of what this plan would look like, if it's even obtainable? Of course. I open my folder and nudge a stack of papers his way. I skipped a dinner date with the girls 2 nights ago to put this together, and I'm glad I did. I love my friends to death, but seeing the hope in his eyes makes a version of happiness I've never experienced before race through me. That's a list of exercises you'd start with, and we'd build from there. I consulted with an occupational therapist as well as your prosthetist, and I think with a dedicated leader who believes in you and has knowledge of your situation, you will skate again. Max, Stuart Clips, and our manager of player rehabilitation sits up. Take a look at this and see if it makes sense. If it does, I want you to be at the helm of Mitchell's recovery. We'll be the league leaders in rehab. Other teams will try to model their program off of ours. We could probably sell and market this. Do you ever shut up? Riley asks, and Stuart gapes at him. I do too, because I've never heard a player be so direct with someone in a position of power. Every person in charge of Riley's future is in this room, and he doesn't seem to care who he's talking to. Is there a reason why you're planning to delegate this to Max when he had no part in designing the plan? That's what we pay him to do. It's literally in his job description. It's more labor-intensive than stretching quadriceps when a player has a cramp during a game, Stuart answers. He's who I trust. I hate the shame that runs through me with his condescending tone. I'm so used to defending my job to people. They hear athletic trainer and diminish what I do to only handing out band-aids. They ask if I've slept with anyone on the team, if I've found a good use for the stretching tables we have in the training room. And they never believe me when I say I wouldn't come within 100 feet of a relationship with a player. To hear someone who's supposed to be my boss diminish my work so blatantly makes me mad as hell. So much for that women in the workplace celebration we had back in August. He's who you trust. Riley grabs his crutches and stands. He's unsteady on one leg. He's not wearing his prosthetic today, but he makes a show of leaning over the table and glancing at Stuart's lower body. Funny. I don't see you walking around with a missing leg. Until you do, I'm the one making decisions about who works with me. The only way I'll agree to this is if Lexi is the one in charge. It's her plan. It's her job, and she outranks everyone on your team. Do I make myself clear? Yes, Kirk interjects. Very clear, Riley. Going forward, Ms. Armstrong will lead your rehabilitation. She'll give us weekly progress reports to ensure you're sticking to your end of the agreement and will uphold our end." "Lovely." Riley looks my way again. It's less intense than before, a gentleness in his gaze, a reminder he's still in there. "You're the best of the best, Lexi. You kept our team injury-free for 82 games and then some. When Hudson hurt his shoulder, you had him back on the ice in 4 days, and he hasn't had any pain since. When Grant took a puck to the neck last year, he played again that night because of your treatment. You're qualified and you know your stuff. I'm not interested in working with someone who isn't familiar with my body." Familiar with his body sounds entirely too intimate for what I do, but I am familiar with his body. I know he's ticklish on the back of his left leg, just above the bend of his knee. I know he prefers heating pads over ice when he's feeling stiff. I know about the scar he had on his right foot from where he injured himself when he was a kid. I know so much about him, but looking at him now makes me think I don't know him at all. Who could ever pretend to know what he's gone through? I rub my hands on my jeans. I feel like I'm on fire. I would be honored to take on this role. Great. Riley makes his way to the door. Thanks for the meeting. He leaves without saying anything else, and the tension in the room dissipates. Small conversations break out, and I'm surprised when Coach throws a crumpled piece of paper at my shoulder from across the table. "Do you have a minute to stop by my office?" he asks. Dread sinks like a brick in my stomach. My hands are clammy, but I give him a feeble nod. Of course. It's never good when Coach wants to talk to you, and I think I might be in a shitload of trouble. 10. Lexi Brody Saunders was a phenomenal hockey player. I've watched tapes of him skating, and I was in awe. I've never seen someone move across the ice like he did. It was like poetry in motion. Athleticism disguised as raw, unfiltered beauty, and a talent I haven't seen from anyone since. A center and former #1 draft pick who left Boston College after his freshman year, he led his team to 2 Stanley Cup championships in 3 years. He was the league's point leader for 5 consecutive seasons, and on his way to being one of the greatest of all time before a freak injury sidelined him. I read about what happened, the way his teammates' blades sliced the skin above his knee, and the surgeries that followed. How poorly his rehabilitation was handled. The training staff rushed to get him back on in the lineup to salvage their season, and he wasn't the same player when he returned. Forced to retire prematurely because of lingering pain and a blow to his ego, he slid into a leadership role with ease. After bouncing around between associate and assistant coaching gigs, he became the head coach for the Stars before I joined the team, and I know he's responsible for a lot of their success. Coach is rough around the edges. He's sarcastic with a dry sense of humor, blunt, and not afraid to hurt your feelings. The only time I see him smile is when he's talking about his daughter, Olivia, who just turned 12. I've always liked the guy and his take-no-shit attitude, but his presence is intimidating. At 6'6" with dark hair and dark eyes, if someone told me he was a serial killer, I'd believe them. "Sit." He closes the door and walks around his desk. I comply immediately, dropping into the chair and tapping my foot. "What's wrong?" "Nothing's wrong. You're fidgeting." "I'm not fidgeting. So you're not wringing your hands together and bouncing your leg." He lifts his chin at my clasped palms. A smirk curls on his mouth. "My mistake. Sorry." I put my hands at my sides and offer him a sheepish smile. "You and I never talk one-on-one, and I'm nervous. Blame my daddy issues." A surprising noise that sounds like a laugh comes out of him. "I'm what? 6 years older than you." "Can't say I spend my days looking at your Wikipedia page, Coach. Do you spend your time looking me up?" A full laugh comes next, and I relax. "You know I don't sugarcoat things." "You definitely don't. I want you to offer me the same courtesy." "That sounds ominous. Do you really think you can get Riley to skate again?" "Yes," I say without hesitation. "Could he play in hockey competitively again?" "Maybe, but I don't want to promise anything." He hasn't been doing well since the accident. Well, obviously, his world has been upended. I mean mentally. Coach pauses. His mom mentioned he expressed numerous times about wanting to, he trails off and clears his throat, not be here anymore. Here, like in DC, he requested a trade. No, alive. I grip the arm of the chair and inhale sharply. Mental health has always been a controversial topic in professional sports, especially with male athletes. In recent years, more and more players have been open about the struggles they face off the ice. Depression, OCD, suicidal thoughts. Social media doesn't help. I see the comments posted on the Stars' official accounts after a loss. Some of the messages are horrific. They're things I could never imagine saying to anyone, and they make me sick. I don't want to think about the unread messages the players might have sitting in their inboxes. I've always known Riley to be one of the happiest guys on the team. He's always smiling, always joking with everyone. He loves kids, loves to volunteer, and I've never seen him get mad at anyone, before today, I guess. To hear he's struggling so deeply breaks my heart. It makes me want to burst into tears because I want to help. I want to make him laugh. I want to make him smile again, and I'll do anything to help ease the pain he's carrying. Thank you for telling me, I finally say. You're going to be working with him in a close capacity. I wanted you to be aware. I don't think he's having those thoughts anymore, but it's important to me you have all the information. I'm going to do my absolute best to work with him physically, but I don't want there to be any unrealistic expectations. It's going to be an uphill battle. The odds are going to be stacked against him. Lexi, the fact that he showed up to our meeting today blows all my expectations out of the water. If he skates again, great. I just want him. Coach stops to fix the picture frame on his desk. His phone lights up, and he glances at it briefly before turning it face down. Here, with us. So do I. It's going to be slow at first. We're not going to see a lot of improvements right off the bat. Based on his lack of balance with his crutches while only using his newly dominant leg, it's obvious he hasn't been doing any of his rehabilitation exercises. But we'll get there, I say. I know you know this, but don't rush him. I won't. We're going to go at his pace, not mine. Coach tosses me an appreciative glance. I have a meeting with Kirk in a few. We haven't released an official press statement about Riley's future with the team yet, but the media outlets are hounding us. That's the plan for this afternoon. Smart. I'll work on a detailed long-term recovery plan and send it your way. I don't trust anyone else with this undertaking, Armstrong. You aren't team steward. I want to punch that guy in the face. He went to college with one of the alternate governor's sons, so it's above my pay grade, but I swear to God if any of my players have a single complaint about him, he's gone. That includes you. I smile, feeling appreciated. Between us, I also want to punch him in the face. Glad we're on the same page. Coach looks at me. Get our boy back, yeah. I'll do my best, I say, his ask making my soul ache. We exchange goodbyes, and I take a deep breath when I step out of the arena and into the late morning sun. That meeting was emotionally charged, and I need a second to decompress. When I look to my left, I spot Riley leaning against the wheelchair ramp leading to a security checkpoint. He's staring at his phone. His shoulders are curling in, and I make a split-second decision. Hey, I call out. He jerks his head up. His eyes meet mine, and when he doesn't scowl, I take it as an invitation to walk over. What's up? Waiting for an Uber, he says. Hopefully I won't get in another accident and almost die. Glad to see you have some humor left in you. I point to my black Audi across the street. I can drive you. I'm fine. That wasn't really a suggestion. It'll give us a few minutes to talk about your rehab sessions we're starting on Monday. Do you want to walk, or should I pull the car around? I can walk. Riley glowers at the road, and I'm adding stubborn to the list of his new personality traits. You don't need to baby me. I wasn't sure given the way you acted in the conference room. I hear the click of his metal crutches following me when I start for the car. I slow my stride so I don't get too far ahead of him. Are you going to team dinner tonight? No. Why not? Don't want to. Gosh, you're a peach. We reach the crosswalk and I hit the button for the pedestrian signal. You lost your leg but picked up a bad attitude. Working together is going to be so fun, Riley huffs. He shakes his head and lets out a sigh. Sorry. For what? Being a jerk? Yeah. He rubs the crutch tip into the pavement and looks down at me. I've always felt tall standing at 5'10", but he's making me feel short. None of this is your fault. I don't mean to project. My parents flew back to Chicago the other day, and everything's been an adjustment while I learned to fend for myself. It's not my fault, and it's not your fault either. If I had gone to Hudson's house like he asked, if I had stayed at the club later and not been such a party pooper, this wouldn't have happened. Maybe an asteroid is going to hit Earth tomorrow and we're all going to die. Do you want to keep playing this game? I ask, arching my eyebrow. Point taken. The crosswalk tells us it's our turn and we move across the street. This is the most I've talked to anyone besides my therapist or parents in months. Did you already forget your social skills? I open the passenger door for him when we reach my car. You're better than that. Am I? A wince crosses his face when he lowers himself into the seat. Not sure that's true. Do you want to keep these in your lap, or should I put them in the back seat so you have more room? I ask, gesturing to his crutches. The back seat is fine, thanks. There are your manners. I grin and open the door behind the wheel, making sure the crutches fit across the seats. Let's get out of here, Mitchie. He tells me his address and I plug it in, turning out of the parking lot and heading for his apartment. Neither of us says anything, and I don't want to push him to make conversation. The last thing I want to do is build a divide between us before we even start working together. How's your summer been? He finally mumbles 5 minutes into our drive. Busy, but good. I teach Pilates every morning during the week, then head to the arena for strategy meetings where we talk about what we're going to focus on for injury prevention this season. Those reformers are torture devices. How do people like doing that for exercise? Same could be said about skating. You don't like to skate? Riley turns to face me, looking horrified. Who doesn't like to skate? Women from Florida who think the idea of balancing on a single blade sounds like hell. But you think Pilates is fun? That's not right. No one asked for your opinion, Mitchie. Out of the corner of my eye, I see him start to smile, but then he hangs his head and frowns like he's not sure he's allowed to be happy. I haven't talked to the guys since the accident, he tells me. Why not? I ask, hoping it doesn't come off accusatory. I don't know. I don't want them to feel like they have to do something for me. There's nothing they can do. They're your friends, Riley. There are plenty of things they can do. The last thing I want is for them to start pitying me. Maybe if you told them that, they'd understand why you haven't been around lately. Too logical. That makes me laugh, and Riley gives me another small smile. Progress. I've been doing research on exercises tailored to your new body, but I want to make sure we're going down the right path, I tell him. I've consulted some of the athletic trainers who work with Paralympic athletes, and I think we're going to get a good routine down. You did all of that for me? Riley stares at me with wide, dark eyes. Why would you put in so much effort for something you're not sure is going to work? It's going to work. I won't let it not work. Have you always been so sure of yourself? I'm a woman in a male-dominated space. I'm the only female head athletic trainer in the league, and I'm the first to hold the title. Even if I don't believe I can do it, I say I can. So no, I haven't always been this confident, but I'm getting there. You should be. He drums his fingers on his thigh. You're good at what you do. I wish everyone thought that way. I merge on the highway and turn on the radio. What kind of music do you like? No preference. I listen to pop music when I get. Riley stops mid-sentence. When I used to get to the arena, pop music, never would have guessed. I smile and fiddle with the volume dial, turning up some hit that's been playing on the radio for weeks. I had you figured as a metal fan. What? He laughs loudly, and it makes me warmer than the late summer heat outside the windows. The heck gave you that idea? I'm messing with you. I really expected classical music or something stoic. Harps, maybe. It's the glasses, isn't it? You're a big nerd, Mitchie. Don't hide it. I like to play something upbeat before puck drop. Can't really do that with Beethoven. He rubs his jaw, a smirk forming. I do know how to play piano, though. Shut up. Dead serious. I took lessons when I was younger. Almost pursued it after middle school, but then I learned how good I am was heck at hockey, and there was no going back. He clasps his hands together. His happiness fades away in his dejected tone. Maybe I'll pick it back up. I'm going to have a lot of free time. No, you won't. I put on cruise control and keep to the right lane. I have no idea if he has any PTSD or anxiety following the accident, and the last thing I'm going to do is blaze down the highway and startle him. We're starting physical therapy in a week, and I need you to give it your all. Every day, sometimes twice a day. Think you can handle that? Do I have a choice? Of course you have a choice. Heavy silence falls between us. I tap my fingers to the beat of the song and smile at the sunshine. It takes until I exit off the highway for Riley to talk again, and when he does, his words are strained. I hate living like this, so I want to be able to handle it, but I'm not sure I'm going to be able to. Of course you are, Mitchie. You have me in your corner, I say, and his gaze is cautious, reluctantly optimistic almost. If there's one thing I love to do, it's prove everyone who's ever doubted me wrong. That's what you're going to do too. 11 Riley, I've walked through United Airlines Arena hundreds of times, but it's different today. I'm not here for a game. I'm not here for a team meeting. I'm not here for a morning skate. I'm here because I'm regaining control of what's left of my lower body, and I'm terrified. Morning, Mr. Mitchell. Darnell, one of the long-time arena custodians, waves in my direction. Good to see you. Morning, sir, I answer, getting my head out of my butt. I might be ticked off at the world, but the last thing I'm going to do is give the man who's worked for the team for 3 decades the cold shoulder. I wince and maneuver down the hall with my prosthetic leg and walker. The leg isn't the final product, only a preparatory prosthesis used to help my residual limb stabilize in volume and shape, and it's uncomfortable as heck. I'm not used to the weight and the way it alters my gait, so I have to hold out hope it'll get easier to use. I don't have much of a choice. I knock on the door to the athletic trainer's office even though I'm the only one in the hall. The boys are enjoying their last week before training camp starts, so they won't be around. I opened Instagram last night for the first time in months and saw photos of them in different parts of the world. Ethan and Grant, the youngest guys on the team, rented a yacht and are sailing around the Caribbean. Hudson, Madeline, and Lucy are doing a week down in Florida at the theme parks. Maverick and Emmy are in Michigan to propose a PWHL expansion team. I stopped scrolling after that. The idea of posting a photo from my couch while everyone else is out living their adventure-filled lives seemed depressing as heck. Come in, Lexi calls out, and I push down on the handle. Hey. I move gingerly into her office. Sorry I'm late. No worries. I'm finishing breakfast, so you let me have a few more minutes to eat. She smiles up at me from her desk, the last bite of a bagel in her hand. Give me 2 seconds and I'll be ready. Take your time. That walk kicked my butt and I could use a second to catch my breath. Wonder why it kicked your butt. Lexi wipes her hands on a napkin and tosses it in a trash can. She twirls her hair into some sort of updo, pinning it in place with a large clip. Probably because you haven't been doing your exercises, right? Is this how working with you is going to go? You're going to keep calling me out. Yup. Tough love, Mitchie. Do you want me to kiss your butt? I blush and dip my chin. There are a lot of things I'd like Lexi to do to me with me and for me too, and none of them are appropriate for the workplace. I've had a crush on her for years, but I guess I need to start getting over my attraction to her. We're going to be in close quarters together. She's going to see me when I'm vulnerable and incapable of performing in certain areas of my training, and I've always hated failing. And failing in front of a beautiful girl. No thanks. Plus, from what I've overheard from her conversations with friends, She's not someone who's interested in relationships. She likes physical intimacy, not emotional attachment, and I still haven't figured out how the heck I'd even navigate that with the current state of my body. Women in the past have used all sorts of phrases to describe me: cute, sexy but in a nerdy way, hot as heck when I focused on their needs, the man of their dreams when I made them feel cherished. I wonder what they'd say now. No, I don't need you to kiss my butt. I shove away every thought I've ever had about Lexi and lock them in a box where I won't be able to find them. Platonic only. I will not dream about the curve of her butt or how much I like her long legs. But thanks for the offer. Good. She pops to her feet with more energy than I'd expect from someone at 9 in the morning. Don't get comfortable, we're going to the training room. Her eyes flick to my sweatpants. I hope you brought shorts. I didn't. I didn't want people to stare at me. I get it, Riley, but it's just me. I'm not going to stare. This is my job. I'm going to look at you like I'd look at any of the other guys in the locker room. You're built a little differently now, and it's no big deal. There are a lot of marks on my body. I follow her through the door to the brightly lit space full of treatment tables and exercise equipment like bands and stability balls. And I'm not talking about a bruise on my hamstring you've seen after a game. Can't wait. She smiles and pats one of the tables. What are you wearing under your sweatpants? Briefs. Perfect. Strip, Mitchell. The room is suddenly 1,000 degrees. She's seen me in less than my briefs before, including a small towel draped over my butt while she worked on a cramp in my calf before Game 4 of the Stanley Cup Finals. I know it's my own fault for not wearing what she asked me to, clothing that wouldn't restrict my mobility, but my cheeks still burn when I move my walker to the side and hook my thumbs in the waistband of my pants. What if there's a huge hole in the crotch? What if I accidentally put on the joke underwear Maverick got me last year that has hot sauce bottles all over the back with the words "smack my butt" across my dick? Lexi doesn't watch me undress. She turns her attention to a stack of foam rollers and hums softly as she sorts through the various lengths, grabs one, and tucks it under her arm. I shove the sweatpants down my thighs and exhale a sigh of relief when I find a pair of black briefs without any suggestive innuendos. Thank goodness. Definitely going to wear shorts next time. I grunt and step out of the sweatpants. You could also make the room cooler. It's 67 degrees. Lexi walks over in her black pants and long-sleeved stars shirt. It's comfortable, and if I put it any lower, the maintenance staff will be on my butt about electric bills. How often are we going to be doing these sessions? Monday through Friday and twice a day. You'll have weekends off, and we're going to have to alter the schedule when the regular season starts. She gestures at my right leg. Could you take off your prosthetic for me? Isn't the point of these sessions to figure out how to move with it on? It would be if you had been following your outpatient exercises for the last 2 months. Because you haven't, we're starting at square one. Right. I grit out as embarrassment races up my spine. I sit on the edge of the table and slowly take off my prosthetic. She watches this time, and when I'm finished, she leans it against the wall for me. Now what? I'm going to run you through a couple of movements to learn the range of motion in your amputated leg. When is your final prosthetic appointment? In a month. Good, that gives us time to catch up. Lie back, please. I scoot my butt back until I can lie all the way down, sighing when my body relaxes. This is familiar. I've been here, in this exact position, dozens of times. I've spent hours on this table stretching, and I try to tell myself this is just another game day morning. What's the most serious injury you've worked on? I ask. Small talk was part of our routine before, and I'm trying to get my mind back to that place. It's how I learned she's an only child who hates mushrooms, where I discovered she likes to read under 3 fluffy blankets, and she always has to wear a pair of socks. She'll drink a hot coffee even when it's pushing 100 degrees outside, and she doesn't like scary movies. I've shared parts of myself with her, telling her about playing both lacrosse and hockey in high school and the 2-hour line I waited in to meet my favorite author when they came to town. Besides this, when I was in the Etchel, a guy tore his ankle. That was a hard rehab because he was stubborn as heck. I'm learning you two might have that in common. He sounds like a delight. He was frustrated. I'm sure you can relate. Yeah. I adjust my glasses and stare at the fluorescent lights above me. Guess I can. The first exercise we're going to do focuses on moving your residual limb. Can you bring it off the table and lift it in the air? Good, Lexi says. I hope she can't see the way I'm wincing or the sweat on my hairline. And lower it for me. Perfect, Riley. How many times? What's your favorite number? 0. Nice try, she laughs. Let's do 10 reps. Darn it. Come on, Mitchie. You can do it. I'm not used to being on the receiving end of praise that doesn't stem from how I'm playing on the ice or how fast I am with the puck, but I like it. I like the way it dips low in my stomach then moves up and across my shoulders. How it lights me up and makes me feel invincible if only for a second. It's how I'm able to focus, how I'm able to blow out a breath as I count each rep, and I'm proud I don't yell out while my body screams in pain. You can do it. For her, I'm going to try my darn best. When we finish the first exercise, we go into hip movements and something Lexi calls a pelvic tilt. She works on my hip flexor and bursts out laughing again when I mumble a string of curses as she pushes down on my amputated leg. It hurts like heck, but under the pain, there's something else. Thoughts that I may be able to do this. We stop for a 10-minute break, and I'm grateful when she brings over a bottle of water. I chug the fluids down in 3 gulps and wipe my forehead with the back of my hand, already utterly exhausted. I've been lucky not to have any major injuries throughout my career. I'm glad I've kept my body healthy, because I can tell these sessions aren't going to be a walk in the park. And Lexi, there's a gleam in her eye, a spark of excitement I'm desperate to hold close to my chest. It's the first time in a long time I've been anything other than miserable and ticked off, and I don't know how to react. This is humbling. I toss the empty bottle in the trash and groan. I'm getting my butt kicked. It's going to take some time for things to not feel difficult. When we're not working on your rehab, you'll be with the conditioning coaches to rebuild your upper body strength. You're going to be a totally different guy by Christmas. You're going to turn me into the Hulk, aren't you? I'm going to try my best. Can't wait. My phone buzzes on the table. My agent's name scrolls across the screen and I push myself up on an elbow. Do you mind if I take this? Of course not. Lexi flashes me a pretty smile. We'll start back up when you're finished. Thanks. I slide my thumb across the screen. Marcus, you finally tracked me down. Only took me weeks, he says on the other end of the line. Did you block my number? No. I adjust my position so I can lean against the wall behind me. Okay. Yes, I did. But only because I wasn't ready to talk. Are you ready now? I guess. Good, because I just had a nice chat with Brody Saunders, who told me he's leaving you on the Stars payroll. That would have been nice to know, Marcus says, and I can't help but smile. He played years before I came into the league, but he's always been a businessman. After he won the Cup and became the record holder for most points by a black player in NHL history, surpassing the great Jarome Iginla, Marcus retired. He said he was ready to move on to the next thing in life, which was helping young athletes earn the money they're worth. He's been a shark, pushing the Stars for a contract extension and making sure I'm getting paid like my veteran teammates. I'm not the best skater or scorer on the team, those titles belong to Maverick, but I'm darn good at what I do. On any other squad, I'd be a top priority, the go-to guy. But I'm happy here, or I guess I was. I don't know what the heck I am now. It's contingent on a few things, I say, like physical therapy, rehabilitation. I'm working with Lexi Armstrong. I know who she is. You do? I frown. How? I know things, Mitchell, things that would blow your mind. Is she there with you right now? Yeah, put her on for me. I look at Lexi. My agent wants to talk to you. Me, she points at her chest. Why? I'm not sure, but if there's one thing I've learned about Marcus, it's that he doesn't like to be told no. We have something in common then, a mutual bond. There's not a lick of apprehension in Lexi's eye when she takes the phone from me and presses it against her ear. She might be a superhero. Hello. After a few seconds, Lexi is laughing. She's nodding along, humming in agreement about something I can't hear and looking over at me. When she hangs up, she gives me a wide grin. I like him. Most people do, I say. He wants you to call him tomorrow. He also asked if I was making you suffer, and when I said I was, he told me he didn't want to take up my time. Jerk, I mumble, but I love him. And he loves you, which is why you're going to call him. Lexi taps my thigh. Sit all the way up, please, and put your hands behind you. At least buy me dinner first, Lex. Oh, Mitchie, she grins. Don't tell the others, but you're my favorite. We go through another round of exercises. I cringe at the hip extensions and almost cry at the next set of leg lifts. Lexi doesn't make any comments about my lack of flexibility or how hard all of this is for me, and I'm grateful when she calls time an hour and a half later. How are you feeling? She asks. You're a hard nut. I take off my glasses and grab the towel she hands me, wiping my face. I'm going to be sore for days. I didn't know my hips had so many muscles. You're going to be even more sore when I tell you we're doing the same thing tomorrow. She sits on a stool and scoots across the floor so she's close to the table. Have you always worn glasses? It used to be only at night when I was getting ready for bed. I get so much sweat in my eyes during games. Lately I started switching my contacts out for glasses when I'm not on the ice. It's a comfort thing. I like them. Lexi smiles, and it's her turn for her phone to chime. She pulls it out of her pocket, reads something, and rolls her eyes. Sorry. Everything okay? Yeah, just someone on Tinder canceling our meetup tonight. He said his girlfriend found out about his account and he can't make it. She snorts and tosses her phone on the table to my left. The screen lights up with another notification. I sneak a glance at the lock screen and smile at the photo of her and her girlfriends on the ice after our Stanley Cup win, streamers around their shoulders and confetti in their hair. God, she's beautiful. This is going to be harder than I thought. We're pieces of work, I offer. I'm into that. Let's not talk about my abysmal personal life. Did Coach tell you about the first preseason game and what they're going to do for you? I stiffen. I haven't talked to Coach since our meeting last week, and I have no clue what's going on. No, why? The team wants to recognize you with a ceremonial puck drop. A puck drop. I throw my towel at the wall and scowl, like I'm some kind of hero. I told them I didn't think you'd be on board with it, but no one listened. Lexi moves the foam roller we've been using out from under my hamstring. I tried. What happens if I don't do it? Coach said, and I quote, I will drag him by his hair until he's on the ice. Don't think you have much of a choice. Fine. I sigh and stretch my arms above my head. My shoulders hurt. My neck does too. I'll do it, but I'm not going to be happy about it. I hate attention, and I hate people looking at me differently these days. You play in front of 20,000 fans every night. Played. Should be a good game, she says, ignoring the correction. We're going against Emmy's team. Is there anything else we need to do today? I ask. Hearing about the upcoming season isn't bringing me the joy it usually does. I don't want to sit here and talk about the team's schedule. Or can I go home and soak in the bath for 2 hours? You can soak. Lexi is careful when she grabs my prosthetic and brings it over to me. You need to make sure you're changing the position of your hips often, and no sitting in chairs for long periods of time. Prop up your residual limb. Got it? Yes, ma'am. She watches me put on my leg, and I'm aware of her attention. She lobs a handful of questions my way and furiously jots down notes on her clipboard. It makes it hard to focus, but I manage to get through the assembly quicker than I did earlier this morning. Are you taking an Uber home? She asks. Yeah, I don't feel comfortable driving. Because of the accident. Because I'll have to use my left foot, and the backwardness of it all throws me off. If you ever want some company when you try to tackle getting behind the wheel again, I'm happy to be a passenger. Thanks, Lex. I pull on my sweatpants and reach for my walker. This wasn't completely horrible. I'm honored. That's a nice compliment from the guy who didn't want to see me when he walked in here. I huff out a chuckle. Guess things change. See you tomorrow. And the day after that and the day after that. You're going to be sick of me soon, Mitchie. Lexi drops her elbow to the table and cradles her chin in her hand. A smirk curls on the edge of her mouth and her eyes twinkle. Think you can handle it? Yeah, I say, and for the first time in months I might actually believe it. 12 Riley coach, don't make me kick your butt for not showing up to the game tonight. I'm counting on you, Mitchell. I said I'd be there. Coach, you also said you'd meet up with me and Marcus on Monday and you didn't. Same with the first day of training camp. I was tired. Coach, I'm tired every day of my life. It must be exhausting to be so annoying. Coach, watch the attitude. I'm a persistent motherfucker. Don't test me. I look up at the sign welcoming everyone to tonight's preseason opener at the arena and pull on the sleeve of the jersey I was asked to wear. Fans are filing inside, some holding homemade signs and others decked out in Stanley Cup champions gear from head to toe. I'm sure the boys are on the ice warming up, and this will be my first time seeing them since the night of the accident. I'm nervous as heck to be around them. What if they forgot about me? Even worse, what if they hate me because I pulled away from them? I rub a hand over my chest, startled when my phone buzzes in my pocket. I maneuver over to an alcove away from passing people so I can have some privacy and lean my crutches against the brick wall. I still need them to feel comfortable on my feet and I can't wait to be rid of them. Dad, I answer. What's up? Hey son, are you at the game? Yeah. I drop my head against the bricks and sigh. I am. Are you standing outside the arena and delaying going inside? Do you have a camera on me? No, he laughs on the other end of the line. I did the same thing the first time I re-entered society after my amputation. You did? I think of the party my mom put together to celebrate his release from the hospital. Some of his buddies from the station came out, and so did the family he helped save. A couple neighbors stopped by, and from what I remember, we had a good time. There was laughing, games, drinks, and good food. His friends swapped stories about Dad being an idiot, and he smiled all night. It took me 45 minutes to work up the courage to come out of the kitchen and visit everyone, Dad says. That was after I threw up 3 times. Really, I don't remember any of that. I didn't let you see it. I put on a brave face on the outside, but inside I was scared witless. The last thing I wanted was to be treated differently, and I was convinced everyone was going to start walking on eggshells around me. I was afraid of the awkward conversations that were bound to happen because how is a moment like that not uncomfortable? What happened? I ask. It didn't seem awkward. When I walked out of the kitchen, I froze and everyone stared. You remember Jimmy Jackson, right? Yeah. I smile at the mention of the station's former chief and one of Dad's best friends. Of course I do. He walked up to me, stuck out his hand, told me he'd be pissed as hell if I didn't dress up like that leg lamp from Christmas Story for Halloween, and that was it. It was acknowledged and we all moved on. I'm worried I won't have anything in common with the guys anymore. They have skating and hockey and I don't. Did you ever feel like that? In the beginning, my goal was always to return to my job, and I eventually did, but even if I hadn't, my friends would have stuck around. I had one less limb, but I wasn't different from the guy they used to know. Your friends haven't left you, have they? No, I've been the one to shut them out and do the ignoring. Because you're still coping with what happened, and no one is going to fault you for that. If they do, they can get lost. I laugh. Thanks, Dad. I wish you and Mom were here. We could have been if you hadn't waited until this morning to send a text about what was happening today. I know, that was crappy of me. I'm sorry. Don't apologize for your grief, son. It's hard as hell, but you're going to make it to the other side. You know I'm here if you need anything. Questions, complaints, Halloween costume ideas, he says. Your mother and I are so proud of you. We've always been proud of you, and we're going to keep being proud of you. My phone buzzes 5 times in rapid succession in my hand, and I know it's Coach blowing up my messages to ask where I am. I gotta run, Dad. Well, not literally. Can't do that yet. It's more like I'm going to limp inside with my crutches because I'm still unsteady on my feet. They suck, don't they? Give it a few more weeks and you'll be done with those things, except for when you're not wearing your prosthetic. I'm thinking about installing a urinal next to the bed just so I don't have to use them in the night when I need to pee. Dad laughs. Shucks, Rye, you've always been damn smart. Love you. Love you too, kid. Which jersey are you wearing tonight? The retro one from 2 seasons ago the merchandise team designed for our 50-year anniversary. I assisted Mav on 3 goals the game we wore these. First time in my career doing that. Maybe this thing is lucky. That one's always been my favorite. Chin up, son. The finish line is closer than you think. We exchange another round of goodbyes, and I shove my phone in my pocket, feeling less alone. I'm shaking when I open the door to the Stars' locker room, and my crutches aren't helping my steadiness. I've avoided the space when I've been here for my rehab sessions, but there's no way around it tonight. I guess it's as good a time as any to confront the reality of my future, being a spectator, not a player. Never putting on hockey pants again unless I join a beer league down the road. I step forward and stare at my cubby. There's no gear. No sticks, no skates. I can't find the water bottle I forgot to take home at the end of last season, and I wonder if it got tossed in the trash with my jerseys. My last name and number are still etched across the wood, but it's only a matter of time before someone from arena operations comes in and peels the nameplate away. With the regular season starting in 15 days, the team officially put me on the LTIR this week. It means I'm going to be out at least 10 games, even though we all know I'll never suit up in a Stars jersey again. I get it. It was a strategic business move by management. It lets the Stars exceed the salary cap for a new guy who will take my spot on the roster, and I check ESPN every day to see if any signings have been announced. Free agency is done. I doubt the team will initiate a trade so early in the season, and I'm betting they'll call up someone from our All affiliate, the Virginia Comets. Lexi told me she hasn't heard any names being tossed around, but when it happens, I know they'll give the new guy my old space. For as nice as everyone's been to me, I don't expect this to go on much longer. They need to move on. They need to figure out a new lineup so they can get back to winning games. Come April, when the boys are making a playoff push, I'll be watching from the tunnel. Alone, a forgotten has-been. I trace over the letters in my name and sigh. I'm tempted to rip the sticker off, but before I can, there's a loud noise behind me. I whip around and find Maverick standing in the entrance to the locker room wearing his full gear. His helmet falls from his gloved hand when his eyes meet mine. He gapes at me, blinks twice, then pops his mouth open. "Holy crap," he whispers. "Hey," I say. "What's up? What's up? What's up?" Maverick charges toward me. I'm afraid he's going to yell at me for ignoring everyone and leaving the group chat, for disappearing for months and falling off the face of the earth. When he drops his gloves like he's ready for a fight on the ice, I brace myself for a swing. No punch comes. Instead, he's wrapping his arms around me. He's hugging me so tight my feet come off the ground. "Heck," I mumble. "Jesus Christ, man, I've been so worried about you," he says. "I'm fine." We both know I'm bullshitting him, but he doesn't call me out on it. He only hugs me harder until a sob works its way from my throat. "I'm sorry. I'm so glad to see you." Maverick pulls away and looks me up and down. He doesn't blink twice at my crutches. Don't lie to me, Miller, I look like crap." I was going to say scrawny as hell. "Ethan could beat you in arm wrestling, and that Canadian is the weakest one on the team." He grins. "Heck, dude. The boys are behind me." "They're going to, Riley," Grant yells. He drops his stick and nearly trips over his skates when he runs to me. "Is it really you?" "It's me, G-Money." "Thank goodness. I missed you like crazy, Mitchie. Familiarity grips me when the rest of the team files into the locker room. They're all there, crowding around and giving me a group hug. Ethan kisses the top of my head and proudly shows off his new tattoo hiding under his shoulder pads, a motorcycle with a dozen hearts around it. Ryan Seymour digs through his duffel bag and pulls out the card his daughter made when I was still in the hospital, and I smile at the scribbled drawing that looks like it could be flowers, or 8 stick figures on a pole. Even Liam gives me a hug, but as soon as he pulls away, he bites his jersey. He starts talking to himself like he does before every game and pretends it never happened. Hudson is the last one to make his way over. He unclips his helmet and grins. Hasn't been the same without you around, Rye. Took me a while to come back. I shrug. Still not sure I want to be here, but I'm working on it. Don't do that. He levels me with a serious look and a frown. Don't go dark. You can do that with the media and people who don't know you, but don't do it around us, okay? I'm not, you are. Which is fine, Riley, but we're your brothers. We want to see the messy and messed up parts of your life, okay? After my mom passed, I was broken. The guys on the team were the only thing that saved me, and I'm not saying you need to be saved. Just let us be waiting with a life jacket if it starts to feel like you're drowning, okay? His mom was diagnosed with breast cancer, and when she died, he slipped into a trance. He didn't eat, didn't sleep. He went through the motions of playing hockey, but he didn't really play hockey. I don't want to get like that. I don't want to be so far gone I'm not recognizable. Judging by the sympathetic glances being tossed my way, I might be halfway there. Yeah, I say, bitterness sitting heavy on my tongue. Okay, Mitchie, Ethan yells. I'm adding you back to the group chat. You missed a lot of stuff. You haven't missed anything, Hudson says, and it's another lie. They've all moved on, and I'm sure I've missed hundreds of things like birthdays, important moments. Ethan and Grant finally aging out of their elks and not being forced to share a hotel room on road trips anymore. And you don't have to join the chat again. You know these idiots talk too much. It's annoying as hell. Might be nice to get my mind off other things. I gesture at my leg and shrug again. What's a few text messages? Hudson clasps my shoulder and smiles. I'm really glad you're back, Mitchie. I hang out in the tunnel while the PA announcer welcomes the crowd. I can feel the electricity all the way down here, and I know the Stanley Cup ring ceremony before the regular season opener is going to have even more energy. The guys want a three-peat. The fans want a three-peat. It's expected at this point, and with the depth and talent on the team, they should be able to get it done even without me. Hey, a voice calls out, and I stop tossing the puck I'm holding. When I glance up, Lexi smiles at me. She swapped out the clothes she was wearing earlier today during our session for a game night outfit of stretchy black pants, a polo, white sneakers, and a Stars bomber jacket. There's a light blue ribbon tied to her long ponytail, and it matches the logo stitched on her shirt. Hey, I answer. Glad to see you can follow directions. Sure. What's wrong? I look out at the ice and watch my teammates line up. Grant stands next to Hudson, filling the spot where I'd be, and my chest pinches tight. I don't want to do the puck drop. You've done a puck drop before. As an athlete smiling for a photo, not as the one doing the puck dropping. It's usually for important people, kids battling cancer, the people who fundraise $1 million for charity during the Marine Corps Marathon weekend. Not me, the guy with the bad attitude. Riley. Lexi walks over and stops in front of me. I don't like how sad she looks. I hate the wrinkles between her eyebrows, the frown lines around her mouth. You are important. I didn't go to war. I pull off my glasses and pinch the bridge of my nose. I'm irritated, pissed off, sick of having all this unwanted attention on me that won't stop. I wish everyone would quit treating me like I did something special. I didn't. I'm alive, that's it. Isn't that worth celebrating? People are happy you're okay. She touches my shoulder before letting go and tucking a clipboard under her arm. I see the lineups for tonight listed and narrow my eyes. Let them have this, then you can disappear for a while. Why is McDavidson starting with Hudson? Seymour is the better player. Do you think I'm going to question coach's lineup choices? She snorts. I don't want to be on the receiving end of his wrath. Not sure who made that decision. It wouldn't be my call. Look at you. Maybe you have a future in coaching. Doubtful. I can barely make it through a session of the summer camp we do with the local kids in August. It's too chaotic. Made up of too many moving parts, and there's no way in hell I'd survive a full 60 minutes in the pros. Don't think it would be my thing. How are you feeling today? Do you mean mentally or physically? Either. That's a loaded question. Lexi tilts her head to the side and stares at me. We're friends, right? Yeah, I nod. We are. You can tell me anything, I won't judge. Anything, huh? Yup. I mean, if you mention you make weird stuff, I'll probably be concerned, but I'm sure I've heard much worse. I burst out laughing. It's the funniest thing I've heard in weeks, and my sides ache because of it. Heck, lunch meat. Oh yeah, salami, ham turkey occasionally, and it's a shame I don't have a chance to ask about the logistics behind that because the PA announcer is saying my name and inviting me to the ice. I gulp down a deep breath. Hey. Lexi touches my elbow. If you really want to get out of here, I'll sneak you out the back. I'll even find a sketchy van to make your whole experience memorable. Let's just get this over with. I'll be here when you're finished, she says. Could you? I don't want to take my crutches out there. Everyone is already going to be giving me sympathetic looks, and I don't want to add fuel to the fire. Will you hold them for me? Of course. And take your time, Riley. I'm sure you're still getting comfortable with your new machinery, but you're looking much steadier already. Your limp is much less noticeable, and I bet you'll be off your crutches while using your prosthetic in no time. I nod and trudge down the carpet that's been rolled out of the tunnel for me. Busting my butt in front of thousands of people sounds like my idea of hell, so I take my time. I follow the path onto the ice and past the bench where my teammates are. They give me high fives and pat my head, whooping and hollering loud enough to make me blush when they bang their sticks against the boards. Maverick and the captain of the Baltimore Sea Crabs, Benny Fowler, smile from the end of the carpet. Good to see you back on the ice, Mitchell, Benny says, not letting our college rivalry from playing against each other at Michigan and Ohio State follow us to the NHL, let alone here tonight. That light blue sweater is a heck of a lot better than the ugly yellow one you used to wear. Like your red was any better. I hold the puck out in front of me. There are tons of cameras surrounding us. Too many bright lights and someone with a microphone I'm going to avoid like the plague. And I'm not back on the ice, am I? I'm on this side of the puck drop now. Big whoop. Wow, no more Mr. Nice Guy, huh? Maverick crouches and pivots toward the camera. Benny mimics him, and I stand between them feeling short as hell without skates on. Always wondered what you'd be like if you were a jerk. Smile, Mitchie. 13 Riley. A camera flashes when I drop the puck on the ice. Not flipping anyone off should win me an award, and the smile I plaster on is fake as hell. At least it gets the job done. I exchange a handshake with both guys and give the crowd an awkward wave. I'm not used to hearing people chant my name. That kind of attention is normally reserved for players like Maverick and Ethan who enjoy showing off. Not me, and I don't like it. Wow, Lexi laughs when I make it back to the tunnel. Can't tell if you're at a hockey game or about to get a root canal. That was painful. People say the same about the dentist. I'd prefer the Novocaine. I grimace and lean against the wall, popping my hips back so I can adjust my prosthetic. I never want to do that again. No more appearances. Noted. I'll put in a word with the people in charge. Appreciate it. What are you doing after the game? Going home, sitting on the couch and being miserable. Might listen to that sad Sarah McLachlan song while I do it. Why? Wow, as fun as that sounds, I have a proposition for you. Lexi fixes the collar of her jacket. Want to grab some food? There's a diner nearby that I love. They have the best milkshakes in town. I haven't been social with anyone since the night at the club, and what happened after makes me want to immediately say no. But a pang of loneliness hits me square in the chest. I've spent so many days alone. I've spent so many hours wondering how the heck I'd dive back into interacting with my friends. Doing something other than moping around sounds like a nice break from the monotony I've slipped into. Plus, Lexi is smiling at me. She's looking at me with wide, hopeful eyes, and that darn crush of mine wins out because I like seeing her happy. I'm nodding before I can come up with an excuse and saying, "Sure, sounds good. You just made my day." Her soft smile turns into a grin, and I swear I can feel it behind my ribs. It makes the whole space around us warmer and brighter, and I'm a sad, sad man because after so many days in the dark, I want to feel like that again. "I'll wait for you outside the locker room." "Great." I lift my chin. The guys are skating to the bench after player introductions and the national anthem, and I don't want to take up too much of her time. She's important, a woman with responsibilities and people to help. "Do you need to get to your spot?" "Shoot, I do," she laughs. "I'm always antsy for our first game, even if it is the preseason." "Really? I thought you'd have it down by now, Armstrong." "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing, Mitchell, but even pros are allowed to get nervous." I better go. Coach is going to give me an earful. Wouldn't be Coach if he's not complaining about something. Exactly. Lexi holds my gaze. "Tonight might be hard for you, Riley, but try to have some fun. You love this sport and there's nothing wrong with loving it from off the ice." I don't know why the words mean so much to me, but they do. "I'll do my best," I say. "That's more than enough." She walks away, only stopping to give me one last smirk over her shoulder that makes me feel less alone than I have in months. "I'll see you later, Mitchie." The boys are playing like crap. They're down by 3, they can't find a rhythm, and the assist Hudson set up for Maverick to try to finally score ricocheted off the goal post. McDavidson, who replaced me in the starting lineup, is terrible. I'm not making the observation because I'm bitter he's on the ice, and I'm not. Any hockey fan with an ounce of knowledge on the sport can see he's hurting the team. I don't think the guy did any sort of conditioning during the off-season. He's getting beat across the line on every play and repeatedly asks for shorter shifts. Coach even went with a last-ditch effort and put in Bruce Livingston, the duster who barely sees any minutes, to try bringing some energy off the bench. But he scored an own goal, and that pretty much sealed our fate with 2 minutes to go. It makes me an absolute jerk to even think it, but part of me is glad they're not having immediate success. It makes me feel like I contribute to the team, like I'm not easily replaceable. I'm sure I'll go back to being pissed off when they find their groove and start a winning streak, so I'm going to enjoy it while it lasts. When the final horn sounds, the crowd boos. The guys hang their heads and skate off the ice, and Grant groans as he walks down the tunnel. "We looked awful out there." He unclips his helmet and scowls. "Good thing they didn't give us our rings tonight. That would have been sad." "We'll figure it out," Hudson says, always the voice of reason. The loss doesn't mean anything come playoff time. "We got smoked, Huddy." Ethan pulls off his glove with his teeth. "A peewee team could have played better than us." "What did you think, Mitchie?" Maverick slings an arm over my shoulder. "You probably saw stuff we didn't." "You don't want to know what I thought," I say. "Yeah, I do. I'm captain of this team, and as much as it's going to suck learning new shifts and different lines, it's what we have to do. I want to know too." Coach props the door to the locker room open with his foot, especially if it's something we can fix early on. "I don't know what you were thinking when you started McDavidson. Seymour is the better skater. McDavidson should be on the third line like he was last year, and Brooks should be on second." I pause for a breath. "And Ethan lost 60% of the face-offs he should have easily won." "Wow, Mitchie." Ethan stops at his locker and drops his stick at his feet. "That hurts." "Sorry. Just being honest." "Seymour's takeaways have been some of the lowest in the league," Coach says, and he motions for me to follow him. McDavidson was top 20 in the league with blocked shots last year. Yeah, and he has the highest percentage of goals scored against us when he's on the ice. I shut the door to Coach's office behind me and lean against it. I've been in pain all night, and it's a relief to alleviate some of the ache in my limb. You have offensive weapons who can score. Miller is good for at least 2 goals a game. Grant is becoming more sure of himself and looked great tonight. But without me out there, you're leaving a lot of defensive work to Hayes, who can't do it all on his own when his pair is getting beaten across the line every time. Coach sits and steeples his fingers. You've been doing your research. I've been obsessed with statistics since my high school coach said I wouldn't make the first line on a college team. So I studied the best defenders in the league, realized it's not about fancy skating or being the best scorer, and honed in on the areas of my game that would elevate me to the next level. You ended up winning the Hobie Baker Award when you were at Michigan. I'd say you turned out okay. Yeah, I did. Can't say the same about McDavidson. I think he's used to being one of the best players on the ice at the collegiate level, and that's not translating to the big leagues yet. Offenses blow right by him. I'm impressed, Mitchell. By what? My hockey ick. I've been playing over 15 years, coach. I know a few things. No, he unbuttons his sleeves and rolls them to his elbows, showing off a dozen tattoos. I spy his daughter's initials, a pair of skates and a design that looks like a ribbon. This is the most you've looked alive in months. Who knew calling out crappy playing was the way to get you out of your funk? Oh, I pull on the sleeve of my jersey. I might have been watching from the outside and the boys might have lost, but it was fun to be back around the sport I love. Seeing the guys in action gave me some motivation. It makes me want to get my butt in gear, to work hard so I can maybe skate with them again one day. Hockey has that effect on me, I guess. It makes me happy, even when everything else in my life is crap. I know what it's like. The amount of times this sport has saved my butt even after breaking my heart is astronomical, Coach says. Maybe this means you'll start showing up to morning skates. I remember that being part of our agreement. Sure, yeah, I will. How are your sessions with Lexi going? Don't you get a report from her? I do, but I also like to hear it from you. She's kicking my butt, I say. Good, I'm proud of you, kid. You're getting there. Where is there exactly? Heck if I know, Coach laughs. Living again, experiencing an emotion other than self-loathing. I went through it too. It's a pain, but better days are ahead. Appreciate the pep talk, coach. I turn the doorknob. Do you need anything else from me? Yeah, speak up more. It's going to take us months to figure out a lineup that clicks. If you see a play on the ice that isn't working, I hope you'll tell me. I can do that. Glad to hear it, Mitchell. Now get your butt out of here. I have lines to fix. I don't need to be told twice, and with a nod, I make my way into the locker room. The guys are undressing, tossing their jerseys into a pile and setting their helmets in their cubbies. Someone is blasting Kendrick Lamar, and the music gets turned down when Ethan spots me. Mitchie, he calls out, jumping to his feet. I have an awkward question for you. No, I will not get a weird piercing to match yours, I answer, and Grant snickers. Not my style. If you ever change your mind, I'll give you the name of my guy. He does good work. Never going to change my mind. What's up? I ask. I've been looking at some photos online, but I was wondering if I could. He gives me a sheepish glance. I've never met someone with a prosthetic leg, and I want to learn how it works. In case I don't know. In case you need anything. In case I meet someone else who has one. Not that you aren't capable, he adds in a rush. I just want to make sure I'm doing the right thing. Being an ally without being a jerk, you know, or like I'm some savior. Could I, see what it looks like? The room is silent. I'm sure some of my teammates are wondering the same thing, and this might be the best time to tackle the elephant in the room. Hudson said they're my brothers, and he's right. We've all seen each other at our highest highs and lowest lows, and if I can't be myself around them, I'm never going to want to be myself around anyone. Yeah. My voice is thick. This seems like an important step, and I grab a chair shoved in the corner. I set my crutches on the ground, sit down and unlace my shoe, pulling it off. This is my right foot. It doesn't bend and flex the way my left foot does. I can't show you the rest of the leg without changing, but I work the bottom of my joggers up over the metal pylon. This is what my calf and shin look like now. Further up is my mechanical knee, a valve, and a socket, which is where my limb sits in a liner I use to protect my skin. There's also a pin that goes into the socket. Holy crap! Ethan sits in front of me. That's incredible. This isn't the final product, and I'm still learning how to use the prosthetic, I admit. A few sessions with Lexi, though, and I can already see a difference in how I'm walking and standing. Lexi, huh? Maverick grins. How's that going? Good, yeah. I scratch the back of my neck. I'm not going to tell them seeing her has become the highlight of my day. They'd give me so much crap. Management almost paired me up with one of the new members of the training staff they brought in, but I shot that down. Wonder why, Liam mumbles, but it's loud enough for all of us to hear. Definitely isn't because of your feelings for her, is it? I don't have feelings for her. I flip him off, feeling like I was out there with them for 60 minutes tonight. It's our usual post-game chirping, the locker room trash talking I've really missed. It's because she's the most qualified for the job. Looking at her can't hurt, Ethan says, and I kick him. Ow, you jerk, it was a joke. Don't talk about her like that, and don't include her in any of your jokes, I warn him. Then I look down at my lower body. I'll wear shorts to morning skate tomorrow so you can see what the rest of my leg looks like. That would be sick. You're like a bionic superhero, Grant says. I don't know about that. Want to grab a beer with us? Hudson offers. We're going to head to Johnny's place for a round. Water for me, Maverick says. I'm back on my no-drinking plan. Because the season is starting, Ethan scoffs. Weak. You used to be a party boy, Miller. And now I'm in future dad mode. Emmy is trying to get pregnant, and imagining her carrying my baby is the most amazing thing in the world. It means giving up alcohol, and I'm glad to do it. Maverick's attention flicks over to me. What do you say, Mitchie? Thanks for the invite, but I told Lexi I'd get some food with her. I roll my pant leg down and stand. I should get going. Ooh, Mitchie and Lexi sitting in a tree, Grant sings, and I wish I had a glove to throw at him. First comes food, then comes I'm leaving. Congrats on the loss, I say. Glad to know you all suck without me. Wow, way to kick us when we're down, Rye. Ethan clutches his chest. Thanks for letting me see your leg. Yeah. My fingers fold around the door handle, and I fight back a grin. It's good to see you jerks again. 14 Lexi, Riley, and I settle into a booth at the back of the diner after a short drive from the arena. We made small talk on the way over, casual conversation about my Pilates class tomorrow morning and what shows he's been watching. The restaurant is empty, but Riley still put on a baseball hat before we walked inside in an attempt to not be recognized. Standing at 6'2" and wearing a jersey with his name stitched across the back makes it almost impossible to hide. But I didn't put up a fight when he took the side of the table that keeps him from facing the door. These food options are going to give me a heart attack. He scans the plastic menu and flips it over, snorting when he finds the sandwich offerings. A 5-cheese grilled cheese, Christ, hello, high cholesterol. Hey, I'm not here for a long time, so I'm going to eat the foods that make me happy. That includes a massive grilled cheese and a side of fries that are better than anything I've ever tasted. You know what they say, fries over guys. You have my attention. Riley looks up at me. Maybe the wrong people have been trying to make you happy. Maybe. I bite my bottom lip and smile. This feels a lot like flirting, and I'm tempted to jokingly ask if he can do better. And wait until you taste the milkshakes. They're amazing. I've always been a fan of things that are sweet, he says, and I swear his eyes flick down my body. Why do you think I head for the dessert table first at team dinners? The salad can wait. But you're over here complaining about grilled cheese. I laugh. Make it make sense, Mitchie. It's different, Armstrong. He leans back and stretches out his legs under the table. His knee knocks against mine, and he adjusts his position so we're not touching. I kind of liked it when we were. The game sucked tonight, huh? It wasn't the best performance, but the wins will come. It's going to take some time. I study him. How are you doing? I'm sure it wasn't easy to watch the guys play and not be out there with them. It sucks, but what can I do? This is my life now. It's not like I'm going to heal up and join them anytime soon. I have to get used to all of this at some point, no matter how badly it's going to hurt to watch them succeed without me. Have you been doing the exercises I gave you to do at home? The extra focus is going to help speed up your recovery. We're late into September, and I've been kicking his butt during our rehabilitation sessions. For 2 hours a day, 5 days a week over the last 3 weeks, I have him on the trainer's table, running through grueling exercise after grueling exercise. There's been progress in some of his movements. His hip flexors and abductors are more flexible. His balance is better. He doesn't rely on any assistive devices when he's moving around with his prosthetic on anymore, but his residual limb is still weak. His core muscles aren't what they used to be, and I'm afraid he's skipping the training he's supposed to do when he's alone. No, Riley taps the table. I'm tired when I get home from the arena after working with you and the strength and conditioning coaches, and he trails off, lifting his shoulder in a shrug. Sometimes I wonder what's the point. You're doing a lot right now physically. Being tired is perfectly normal. I clear my throat, switching gears. We don't need to linger on the things he's not doing right. Let's talk about something else. Tell me about your family. You're an only child, right? Wow, diving into the personal stuff, huh? I don't have a filter and I'm curious. Don't be that curious, I'm not special. I grew up outside Chicago and went to Michigan to play hockey. I love Chicago. I've done the marathon twice. It's a nice city. A marathon and Pilates. Do you only like sports that kick your butt? Have you tried bowling, table tennis? They make me feel invincible, and I want to be ready to fight the patriarchy if society collapses. I pause to give my order to the server. Riley puts his in too, and I grin when he asks for the grilled cheese with extra fries. It's also fun to be better than men at things. Running and Pilates put everyone on an even playing field. I don't know about that. You'd kick my butt in a marathon, even pre-injury. I suck at running. Isn't skating just running with blades on your feet? Your stamina is through the roof, which would make you good at running. I have great stamina, Riley says, and that has to be flirting. Running is higher impact than skating. The blades absorb some of the momentum and force we're putting on our bodies, and there's not as much stress on your joints. I glide with my skates. Can't do that while running. You have to take each step. Skating takes a lot of skill, balance, stability. I look like a giraffe learning to walk when I put on skates. You want to talk about balance and stability. Your Pilates classes are tough. Actual tough. I think my soul leaves my body when you make us get in some of those positions. Who knew women in athleisure wear were strong enough to take over the world? So, you don't want to come to the group class I'm doing with the team the first week of November, I tease. I didn't say that. Riley rubs a palm over his jaw. It's humbling. I'd like to be included even if I complain. You're welcome anytime, even if you want to sit and watch. Have you always been athletic? Yeah. They've always been my happy place. I was a cheerleader and also played on the high school basketball team. When I went to college, I fell in love with hockey. There's something poetic about a sport so brutal being so beautiful. Where did you go to school? He asks. I'm guessing nowhere in Florida. Do they even have hockey down there? Besides the intramural team Grant started at FSU, no. I went to the University of Minnesota. I laugh. It's far from where I grew up, and I wanted to spread my wings. I wanted to see what else was out there, and I ended up in the hockey capital of America. Turns out it changed my life. It's a fun sport, isn't it? It's cool you like to watch it, that it's not only a job for you. And I'm glad more women are coming to games. I know Emmy is helping with that rise in viewership. A woman playing in the NHL. It's unheard of but incredible. She definitely is. I say, proud of my best friend for breaking every glass ceiling that's tried to cage her in. And you can't forget Amelia Green out in Denver. She's an associate coach. She'll be a head coach in no time. I hope so. It also helps that so many men are supportive. You have Maverick wearing Emmy's jersey to games and incurring a fine every night for breaking the league's dress code. Other players are repping inaugural PWHL teams. I laugh. I can't tell you how many times I've been out somewhere and made a comment about a game that's on, only for the dude I'm with to roll his eyes and accuse me of not being a real fan. It's annoying. Riley frowns. Let me guess, they're the same ones giving you horrible experiences. What gave it away? It's not hard to spot toxic masculinity. They lose their minds when I tell them I work for a professional sports team. It's like I don't belong in your realm. Guys only, you know. Forget all of us who have a vagina and like to watch people get rammed into plexiglass. Guess I need to get back to the kitchen. You belong, he says, and the edge of fierceness nudging its way into his tone makes me smile. Do you remember what I said in the team meeting we had? You're the best of the best at your job, and dudes who think otherwise suck. Instead of complaining about women liking things, they could open an anatomy book and figure out how to make you happy. Thanks for the enthusiastic support and for joining the feminist cause. We're happy to have you. I reach across the table and bump my knuckles with his. Tell me something else about you, Mitchie. His chuckle is deep, rich, and he tosses a straw wrapper at me. Is this a date, Armstrong? God, no. I wrinkle my nose. No offense, but I don't date. You don't? No, it takes up too much time. There's too much effort without any return. I fold, then unfold my napkin. Consider this a light interrogation. I've spent days memorizing the shape of the mole you have on your left calf. It looks like a spade, by the way. It's only fair you tell me something scandalous about yourself. There's a moment where his cheeks turn pink, where he opens his mouth and closes it, shaking his head once. I don't have anything scandalous to share. Darn, I was really hoping for bodies in your closet. Nope. No bodies, Riley says around a rush of air, and my interest is piqued. Whatever he's hiding, it's good. Some secret I'm not sure I'll ever get out of him, but desperately want to. I like to read on the couch. I've been getting into painting. I don't go out and party. I'm boring as heck, Lex. That's a shame. If you want someone cool, you'll have to hang out with Ethan. I think he has 8 different pieces of jewelry he swaps out. I choke on a sip of water. 8. That was back in May. He's probably reached double digits at this point. I bet he's keeping stores open with his business. Wow. Okay, weird piercings aside, we're not finished talking about you. Unless, I arch an eyebrow. Anything you want to share on that topic? Nope, sorry to disappoint. That's fine. I guess I'll settle on learning what superpower you wish you could have. Shoot, going for the jugular. He murmurs his thanks to the server when she delivers our food, reaches for a napkin and sets it in his lap. Being able to fly would be cool. Pausing time would also be handy. I could get so much stuff done without losing any sleep. What about you? Mind reading, but that could be a curse. I take a bite of my grilled cheese and moan around the crunch of bread. So much better than faking anything. I have this flaw where I want to make everyone happy. If I could read their minds, I'd figure out how to do that. On the flip side, I'd probably learn things about them I don't want to know. It's impossible to make everyone happy. I know, doesn't mean I can't try. Riley hums and pulls his sandwich apart. You have a good heart. What makes you say that? I ask, my skin warming from the compliment. I'm used to being told I have nice features. It's rare to hear a nice thing about something other than my body, and it's downright confusing. My heart is just like everyone else's. No, it's not. I see the way you interact with guys on the team and with fans. You're patient. Deep lines bracket his mouth when he frowns. You're patient with me, even when you shouldn't be. I'm patient with you because it's my job. I wince when I hear how that sounds. What I mean is you deserve to have someone who is patient with you. As for the fans, I love kids. It makes me happy to see these young boys and girls with their families at games and having a good time. My mom and I used to go to football games together when I was growing up, and those experiences with her made me who I am today. Do you want kids? Oh, the question surprises me. I guess it's only fair after asking him to tell me personal details about himself. No, I don't. I like other people's children, and I'll hang out with them all day. I love to babysit Maven's kids and spend time with Lucy. I know I'll feel the same when Maverick and Emmy have a baby, but I don't want any of my own, which goes against everything I've ever been told as a woman. I guess I'm just selfish. You don't strike me as someone who does what people tell her to do. That's a good thing, by the way. Riley pops a fry in his mouth. And the last thing you are is selfish. What do I strike you as? He downs a long sip of water before answering. I'm embarrassed to admit I'm on the edge of my seat waiting to hear what he has to say. Self-aware, unique, and interesting, he finally tells me. Interesting? I laugh. That's the most neutral adjective in the world. Fish are interesting. Weather is interesting. Restaurant decor is interesting. I'm not sure I want to be interesting. Okay, you're special. Is that better? You think I'm special? Of course I do, he says, and it feels like there's a fist wrapped around my lungs. It's squeezing tight, making it difficult to breathe. You're very special, Lex. Well, I pick up my sandwich, taking a big bite so I can avoid replying. One nice thing from him, and I'm giddy like I'm attention-starved. Maybe it's because it sounds more real coming from Riley. It's something authentic, something honest, and not because he wants something from me, which is what I'm so used to hearing. Thank you. We continue to talk while we eat, sharing stories about our parents and our childhoods. When he mentions the time he accidentally swallowed a marble, I laugh so hard the Oreo milkshake I ordered comes out of my nose. It's his turn to cackle when I tell him about my spring break trip to Panama City at 22 that ended with me drunkenly getting a seashell inked on my hip bone because I love the beach. It's fun and it's easy, and it's so different from the other times I've gone out with a guy recently. With them, there's always an end goal. Intimacy and bedroom compatibility are at the forefront of my mind, so it's nice to just laugh. It's nice to stuff my face with delicious food and not care when Riley points at the string of cheese hanging from the corner of my mouth. Hang on. He leans across the table and licks his thumb. He drags his finger down my cheek, then shakes his head, glee sparking behind his eyes. There was ketchup buried under it. You have layers to your mess. I'm saving it for later. My tongue sneaks out and I lick away the trace of food. It's not lost on me that Riley watches me the whole time. Thanks for being a part of the cleanup crew. Happy to help. This is the most fun I've had in a while, he admits, his leg knocking against mine again. I feel the jut of the metal from his prosthetic, the hard shell of the socket where his residual limb sits, but I don't make a move to pull away. It's been cathartic as good food and good company can be. Between this and hanging out with the boys, I needed it, if that makes sense. You've been spending a lot of time rehabbing your injury and not doing things you want to do. Balance is good. I'm still trying to figure out the things I want to do. Let's brainstorm. I dig in my bag and pull out a pen. I grab an unused napkin off the table and straighten the corners. We'll call it Riley's Life List. I doodle the title at the top, adding a heart after the last word. We can put anything on here. Anything. Yeah. Like Skinny dipping in the Potomac or having a picnic under the cherry blossoms. He's quiet for several seconds, and I'm afraid I've overstepped, that I've read this whole situation wrong, but then he puts his hands behind his head and offers me a tentative smile. I want to ride on the back of Ethan's motorcycle, he starts, and I hurry to jot it down. I want to go on a roller coaster and scream until my throat is sore. Skinny dipping in the Potomac sounds like a death sentence with the river current, but skinny dipping in general sounds like a blast. I want to eat food that's so spicy, it'll make me cry. I want to get another tattoo, and heck, I don't know what else. Don't make fun of me, but I'd like to have a kiss with someone that's so unforgettable I can't think straight. I always knew you were a romantic. Must be all those book club meetings you guys have. I write down everything he mentions and smile. Anything else? I want to overpay for one of those carnival games at a fair. The stupid ones where you have to toss a ring on a bottle, you know. I always thought they were so gimmicky, but now I want to give them a shot. Guess the second chance at life thing makes me want to drop money on rigged entertainment. Riley adjusts his glasses. And I want to skate again. Not just a lap around the rink. I want to skate until my leg gives out. I want to feel the burn I used to feel when I pushed my body to the brink of exhaustion in a game. These are great. I leave space at the bottom of the napkin for him to add more if another idea comes to him. There better be pictures of the skinny dipping when it happens. When you get a random picture of me, you'll know what it's for. I laugh and cap the pen. I can't wait. Are you going to tell me what would be on your list? Seems only fair since I just revealed some of my deepest, darkest secrets. Riding on a motorcycle is not a secret. I want to do it too, but fine, let's see. I tap my cheek, deep in thought about my dreams and wishes. I'd like to open my own Pilates studio. I like where I am now, but I'd love to have full creative control to design classes for athletes and people with disabilities. Skinny dipping sounds fun. I want to drive out to the middle of nowhere and watch a shooting star go by. Now who's the romantic? Riley smirks. I'm surprised, Ms. Independent. I didn't say I needed a man there with me. My best friends are better than any dude. I move my nearly empty plate away and put my elbow on the table. I don't know. Being kissed until I can't think straight sounds nice. I've never been kissed like that before. I feel like you need to add good experiences to your list. You're missing out on a world of fun, Lex. Thanks for rubbing it in my face, Mr. Satisfied. It's my turn to throw something, and he dodges out of the way from the rogue fry I lob at him. What's it like to have never been disappointed? Pretty great, actually. Riley laughs. Heck, my therapist is going to be proud of me. This is the most I've talked to someone in ages. It's because I'm so interesting, isn't it? There's a flash of something dark behind his gaze. His eyes turn a shade I haven't seen before, but he blinks it away before I have a chance to characterize it. You're a smartass is what you are, he says. Oh, I definitely am, a proud one at that. Thanks for the company tonight, Lexi. I wasn't in the best mood when I got to the arena, but I'm better now. I'm happy to help. It's a long road, Mitchie, but you're not on it alone. I know. Riley pulls out his wallet and drops 4 20s on the table. He bats my hand away when I try to put my credit card on top of the cash. You're a good friend. We're just getting started, pal. I grin at him, afraid to admit this might be the most fun I've ever had with a guy. I'm going to be the best friend you've ever had. 15 Lexi me hey, missed you at our session today. Riley got caught up with something. Me no worries, see you tomorrow. Me missed you at our session again. Riley got caught up with something again. Me now who's being the smartass, me okay really, 3 times in a row. Once I get, twice stuff happens, but 3 times this feels intentional. I hope you're okay. Girls just want to have fun, Damental rights, and good experiences. Piper, are we all free for dinner tonight? Emmy, I'm in. It'll let me gloat some more about my victory against the Stars. Me, it was the preseason, babe. Wins and losses don't mean anything. Piper, hasn't your team lost their first 5 regular season games? Maven, we all know the Stars are going to kick the Sea Crabs' butts at the next matchup in December. Emmy, wow. What happened to hoes before bros? Me, loyalty to our team goes much deeper, Em, but we still love you. Madeline, I know Hudson plays on the Stars, but other than that, I have no emotional attachment to hockey. I'm proud of your win, Emmy, and I hope you do it again. Emmy, that's what I'm talking about. Thank you, Mads. Madeline, as for dinner, I'm free tonight, but I can't stay out too late. Lucy has a field trip tomorrow, and I volunteered as a chaperone. Maven, count me in. Me, I'm free, but I'm coming from the arena. I also can't stay out too late. I'm grabbing a nightcap with a comedian whose show finishes around 11. Piper, a comedian, that's new. Me desperate times call for desperate measures. I'm lonely and I've hooked up with him before. I know he can deliver. Emmy, I support it. Everyone deserves the chance to be happy. Me, I knew you were my girl, Hartwell. Happy 6 weeks of injury rehabilitation, I say when Riley stalks into the athletic trainer's room for our afternoon session with hunched shoulders. I brought you something to celebrate the occasion. His eyes drop to the donut I'm offering him and he scowls. No thanks. Are you sure? You mentioned how much you love desserts and I thought it might be a nice pick-me-up. Positive. Wow, I hope you don't have a costume picked out for Halloween. You'd make a great Oscar the Grouch. I take a bite of the glazed donut. I didn't have time to grab a bite to eat after the lunchtime Pilates class I taught downtown, and I sigh around the pastry. That's fine, more for me. Can we skip the small talk? I got my butt handed to me in the weight room, and the last place I want to be is here. I pull back at his sharp words and try to tell myself they're not directed at me, but rather the situation. I plaster on a smile and pat the table, relieved when he sits on the edge of the leather and unties his shoes. He might have an attitude, but I'm glad to see him after he no-showed our last 3 sessions. I had to come up with excuses to explain his absence to coach, and I was afraid I wouldn't be able to pull another justification out of my butt if he skipped again. We're going to do static gluteals and side hip flexions today, I say. Then we'll finish with hip extensions on your stomach. You made good progress with that exercise the last time we were together, and I want to see if you've increased your range of motion. Riley grunts, and I'm not going to let that mean anything except reluctant acceptance. He pops off his prosthetic leg and passes it over to me, a routine starting to settle into place after weeks of working together. Are you experiencing any pain today? I ask, filling the silence in the room. Yes. Do you want me to massage your residual limb? No. I don't care. Clearly. Can you lie on your back, please? I get another grunt in response, and if he keeps this up, he'll have his own irritable asshole language soon. He positions himself flat on the table, arms folded across his chest with his eyes closed, and I consider it a small win. What do? He grumbles. You're going to keep both legs straight, squeeze your glutes as tightly as possible, then hold for 5 seconds. And why am I doing this? Because I said so, I answer flippantly. I'm not in the mood to be challenged today, and I refuse to buy into the bitterness he's throwing my way. We're going to do 10 reps. Riley uncurls his arms and rests them by his sides. His fingers dig into the leather, and a labored breath escapes him when he tightens his glutes. This fucking hurts, he grits out, and I move so I'm standing by his shoulders. Is it okay if I touch you? I ask, and he gives me a curt nod. I put a hand right below his collarbone, applying the slightest bit of pressure so he can't move his upper body. Keep your spine on the table. You're lifting your shoulders, and that's going to cause pain in your lower back. I don't fucking understand. Squeeze here. I slip my other hand under his leg, a palm flat on the hem of his gym shorts as I tap his glutes. And don't lift this, I add, drumming my fingers against his chest. I've worked around men throughout my career, and I'm used to athletes' bodies. I've become desensitized to the masculine parts of them when they step into the training room, noticing muscles and ligaments rather than a figure I could be attracted to. The last thing I need is someone assuming there are inappropriate undertones to my job. I don't want people to think I get pleasure out of touching a patient when he's under my care, and it's a very thin line women in my field have to toe at risk of allegations about ulterior motives running rampant. But when Riley opens his eyes and locks his gaze with mine, I realize how close this position is. It's not injury prevention stretching. I'm not diagnosing a knee or calf wound sustained on the ice that involves a quick, sterile check. I'm touching him. I'm guiding him, lifting his glutes off the table, holding him there, and easing him back into the recovery position while he lets out a soft groan. Feel the difference? I ask. The skin under his gym shorts is warm, and I clear my throat in hopes it also clears the fog in my head. There should be less pain. I guess. It doesn't feel like this exercise is doing anything. It might not be right now, but these movements are building blocks. They're necessary if you want to regain your stability and prevent any further injuries. Too late for that. Riley finishes his 10 reps and I pull my hands away. What now? We're going to take a minute to let your body recover in between sets. Don't want to do that. I want to get this over with. He's usually tense during our sessions, but his anxiousness is next level today. Something must be bothering him, and I take a deep breath. Okay, we'll move to hip flexions. Do you want to start with your right or left? Riley turns onto his left side and bends his left leg, a decision made. Now what? I want you to lift your right thigh slightly, then bring it as close to your chest as you can. After, you're going to push your leg backward as far as you can. Think of it as a pendulum. His eyes screw shut as his right thigh lifts an inch off his left leg. When he tries to swing his residual limb forward, he falls onto his back. Got him it. He yanks off his glasses and pushes the heel of his palm into his eye. I can't fucking do it. Riley, it was one time, we'll try again, and I don't want to try again. I'm not good at any of this. I'm tired. My entire fucking body hurts. My brain fucking hurts. Failing is part of the process, and I don't want to go through a process. He shoves his glasses back up his nose and rolls his hips until he's sitting up. I don't want to do anything. We could, no, he says, cutting me off. He reaches for his prosthetic and I sigh, passing it over to him. I'm done for today. Okay, do you want me to get you a water? I want you to give me my right leg back so I don't have to be humiliated day after fucking day. I wish I fucking could, because seeing you so mad at the world hurts. I almost shout. Anger simmers off of him when he rolls the gel liner into place and positions his limb in the socket. My heart breaks when he can't get the pieces lined up the first time, but I don't volunteer to help. What the hell kind of assistance can I offer someone who doesn't want my help, who doesn't want to be around me? I keep my mouth closed, disappointed when he stands and rocks his hips from side to side. He fixes his shorts and ties his shoes, heading for the door in a cloud of irritation. Starting my mornings with him have been the highlight of the last month, and that quiet joy slips away with every step he takes. Have a good rest of your day, I say, not wanting to leave things like this, and he hesitates for half a second. I wonder if he'll turn around and give me another shot, but he doesn't. He jerks down on the handle and storms out of the training room, and everything feels darker when he disappears. I drop into a chair at the table where my girlfriends are waiting for me and let out a groan after walking to the restaurant in the crisp October air. I need a drink. What happened to starting a conversation with hello? Emmy closes her menu and grabs the pitcher of beer in the center of the table so she can pour me a glass. Are you afraid your comedian won't be as funny the second time around? You poor thing. Please don't tell me he makes jokes about your personal life at his shows, Piper deadpans. That's slimy. I'll kick his ass, Maven adds. I haven't been to any shows, so I couldn't tell you if he did, and I'm confident in myself. I'm not worried about him having anything negative to say. I take a long sip of the alcohol and drop my head back. It's been a rough day, and I feel like a complete bitch for saying that. This is a safe space. Madeline Galloway, Hudson's girlfriend and recent addition to our group, squeezes my arm. You're allowed to vent and talk to us about what's going on in your life. Riley and I have been working together on his recovery for over a month now, and I bite my lip. Frustration threatens to break in my voice, but I swallow it down. It's more difficult than I thought it would be. Is it because you're working with an injury you're not familiar with? Piper asks. I'm sure that must be challenging. Kind of. This is the first time I've worked with an amputee, but I've done extensive research to make sure I'm handling his recovery gracefully and in the correct way. I just don't want to fail. Not because of how it'll reflect on me, but because of how much Riley wants everything to work out. I take another sip of beer and set the glass down. I'm used to working with people who want to be there so they can get stronger, and Riley would rather be anywhere else. He's still mad at the world, and rightfully so, but he's not giving me anything to work with. He started skipping our sessions, and an hour ago he stormed out of the training room because he failed one exercise one time. Poor guy, Emmy says. He must really be going through it. Have you talked to him? Piper asks. She's always so level-headed and pragmatic when I start to feel emotional or worked up. Maybe he doesn't know he's acting that way. He knows, and he's being a dick about it. He's allowed to have a chip on his shoulder, but I thought we were getting somewhere. When we went to dinner together after the preseason opener, it seemed like he was turning over a new leaf. I rub a hand over my chest, an ache that stings like a bruise settling beneath my shirt when I think about the frustration on his face a short while ago. Guess that's not the case. That must be hard, Piper says. And I see it from both sides. You're totally valid in your frustration. This is a job you were given, and it's hard to perform your job correctly when the other person doesn't meet you halfway. I can also understand why he's reluctant to show up. Grief isn't linear. Some days are good. Some days he has the energy to give his full effort, and other days he probably struggles to get out of bed. Sounds like he's been having a string of those struggle days lately. We help people because it's the right thing to do, Maven says. Even if they don't want to be helped, we have to keep showing up for them. He knows he's never getting back to the guy, let alone the player he was before his accident, so I bet he's hesitant to move forward. He's clinging to the past. If hockey was taken away from me, I don't know who the hell I'd be, Emmy says. It's my whole identity, and I'd be lost without it. Some days when we're together, he'll have a good session where I'll see improvements not only in his physical capabilities, but in his morale too. He'll laugh and joke and give every ounce of effort he has. The next day, though, he's scowling and acting like he hates everything in the world, I say. Give him time, Emmy explains. I've played with guys who have had their livelihood snatched out from under them because of a serious injury, and the aftermath is almost always more brutal than the original accident. Riley has to find himself again, and until he does, you're going to be in the line of fire. You're right. I pick up a menu and sigh. I shouldn't be talking about this with you all. I need to respect his privacy like I would with anyone else. It was nice to vent, but can we pretend like I didn't say anything? I want him to feel comfortable around me, and gossiping behind his back was shitty and unprofessional. That was in no way crossing a line, Piper assures me, then pats my hand. But it's forgotten. We order our dinner, and conversation shifts away from me. Piper fills us in on how her off-season promotion from rinkside reporter to color commentator is going. Emmy shows off the bruise from her game last night, a mark just below her collarbone. Maven hands over her phone so we can gush over photos of her son, and Madeline, award-winning chef she is, shyly mentions the website she's going to start that will feature her favorite recipes. The food is good. The alcohol tastes better than the glass of wine I had alone in my apartment last night, and I'm so glad to have the chance to catch up with them. We're all busy with life and work, and 100 other things with a higher priority like relationships and kids, and I never want to take the time I get with them for granted. I didn't have a lot of girlfriends growing up. When I started working with my Etchel team, there were a couple wives of the players I got along with, but it never felt like a permanent thing. It was surface-level friendship, a night out here and there, but not people I could spill my guts to. The same happened in the All, but when I ended up in D.C., lightning struck. I met Piper, and that was it. I've gone from one best friend to 4, finding the kind of support system I've always wanted. We're each other's cheerleaders. There's no competition, no jealousy. We celebrate our wins and mourn our losses together without any sort of resentment when things go right for someone else. Men come and go. Love is fleeting, and I don't believe in romantic soulmates. I believe in platonic ones though, and these girls are mine. Are you excited for your date? Madeline asks me. What's his name? It's not technically a date, just a casual thing. I smile and switch my beer out for water. I don't want to be tipsy when I leave. And his name is Dan. I think he lives in Boston. I can't remember. It's not important for what we're doing. Can I ask a personal question? I've been friends with you all for almost a year now, but I want to make sure I haven't missed something, she says. I'm an open book. You can ask me anything. You mentioned casual relationships, but nothing about long-term ones. Not that there's anything wrong with that, Madeline hurries to add. I didn't date anyone for years before Hudson and I got together, so I don't mean for it to sound like I'm accusing you of missing out on something great. I'm curious why you don't date. In my 20s, I was in a relationship that didn't work out, I answer with a shrug. It boils down to not wanting to be disappointed, and I've found that men constantly disappoint me. I've always been happier on my own, and I don't want to rely on someone else to make me happy. I like independence, though. I like being able to express myself freely, and I'm a firm believer that you don't need to be in love with someone to be physically attracted to them. Maybe one day I'll settle down, but for right now I'm having fun, and there's nothing wrong with that. Our girl is a free spirit. Piper loops her arm around my waist and puts her head on my shoulder. It's going to take a special guy to tie you down. Men have casual relationships all the time and they're considered kings of the world, Maven chimes in. When women have multiple partners, we're judged unfairly. Why? Why is there such a double standard? I could write a thesis on that question, I say. I'm convinced it comes down to the power dynamic. A lot of men have a problem with powerful women, and women who are confident are powerful. It's all bullshit if you ask me. I love that you do what you want, Madeline says. I respect your choices and I hope you're happy. That makes me giggle and soon we're all laughing. Emmy wipes under her eyes and we eventually stop when a nearby table glances over at us like we've lost our minds. I needed this, she says. The season is underway. Maverick and I are getting ready to spend 7.5 months apart while also trying to have a baby. Laughter is very necessary. Anything to report there? Maven asks gently and Emmy shakes her head. Not yet. I've never been patient a day in my life, so this is really testing me. I'm trusting everything will work out in the end, no matter what that looks like. We're here, I say, if you ever need anything. I know you are, and I love you all for it. We need a toast before everyone gets on with their night. Piper lifts her glass and we all follow suit. To incredible women, to friendships, to a special love no man will ever give us. Cheers, I say, knocking my drink against theirs, my heart full and eternally grateful for the path my life has taken. The guy I'm supposed to be working with doesn't want to see me, but my girls do, and that's all that matters. 16 Riley Puck Kings easy I can't believe we have a 4-game road trip next month. Doesn't the NHL know we're the reigning champs? Sully, we're not the same team we were when we won the cup. Me, that's my fault. Mavi, it's not your fault. The drunk asshole who hit you is at fault. G-Money, do you have to go to trial like on SVU and testify? Too bad Olivia Benson won't be there. She's hot as hell lol. Huddy boy, I think you might be a little out of her age range, kid. G-Money says who? I like older women. Maybe she likes younger guys. Sully, you're barely legal to drink. G-Money, okay. Grandpa, who is retiring in 2 years. Sully, can we not? I haven't announced that yet. I don't need my phone getting hacked and that news leaking to the media. Mavi, that's what you're worried about if your phone is hacked. The photos on mine would get me in so much trouble lol. And Emmy, Huddy boy, stop. You're going to make my ears bleed. Easy E, I'm with you, Cap. I have some nice photos of Tella on there. Sully, who the fuck is Tella? Easy E, don't Tella. Do you all not listen to me when I talk? Sully, never. Huddy boy, please don't tell me you have a file on your phone full of photos from women, Ethan. Easy E, no, and rude of you to assume so. Donatella is my motorcycle, fuck you very much. G-Money, you named your bike Donatella. WTF. Easy E one of them, yeah, it's a Kawasaki Ninja H2R. Ninja. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Leonardo, Donatello, Raphael, and Michelangelo. Except Tella is a lady Sully. I'm leaving this chat. G-Money, you can't leave yet. Mitchie hasn't told us if he's going to testify and meet Olivia Benson. Me, I'm meeting with my agent to talk about all of that. Mavi, keep us posted. G-Money, yeah. We'll totally show up to court like Elle Woods' friends do in Legally Blonde and cheer for you. Huddy boy, do you need anything from us, Rye? Me, a time machine would be nice so I can go back 6 months and not have any of this happen. Easy E, I'd build one for you if I could. Me, thanks, Ethan. Mavi, let us know if you need anything, Mitchie. We're here for you. Me, I appreciate you guys. G-Money, that's what friends do. Quick. Someone make the done sound lol. Sully has left the chat. Easy E has added Sully to the chat. Easy E leaving the chat while I'm talking about Tella. The nerve. I'm glad to see you back in action after your self-imposed isolation from social gatherings, Marcus says to me. Aren't you excited to deal with the bullshit that comes with having to communicate with people? Can't fucking wait, I draw out, sitting across from him in the conference room of his office building. Marcus lives in New York full-time, but he has offices in D.C., Orlando, and Los Angeles. He's the busiest man in sports right now, representing players from every professional sports league in America, as well as a handful of college kids, and he likes to be available when we need him. He also hasn't dropped my ass after dodging him for months, and when he asked for this meeting, I knew I'd be a goddamn idiot to skip it. I'm going to keep this quick because I know you're headed to see Coach next, but I wanted you to know the District of Columbia set a trial date for the driver that hit you in June. It's scheduled to start next summer, and the DO is asking if you'll testify. We have to wait that long to put that scumbag away. Yup. They're pursuing criminal charges because the fucker was driving without a license. It was also his third Dewey. Jesus fucking Christ. The taste of vomit climbs up my throat and I swallow it down. And he was still on the fucking road. He won't be after all of this is said and done, Marcus sighs. I'm sorry, Riley. I can't imagine this is easy to hear, but I wanted you to know. It makes me want to visit whatever jail cell he's sitting in and beat the shit out of him. He could have killed someone. It's a miracle he didn't. The universe isn't finished with you, Mitchie. I rub a hand over my chest. We'll see about that. Thanks for telling me. Do I have to testify? No, but it'll help the case if you do. I'll think about it. I shift in my chair, the idea of having attention on me making me uneasy. What's this surprise you have for me? You mentioned you'd end our meeting with something good, and I hope that wasn't what you consider good. Oh, Marcus grins and taps his phone. A second later, the door to the conference room opens. I spin, and I nearly fall out of my seat when I see who's in the entryway. It was important to me that you two reconnected, and I thought you'd feel the same. Lamar, I croak, standing on shaky legs. Holy shit. Riley. He smiles, and I beeline it for him, grabbing his shirt and pulling him into a hug before I can think twice. My cheeks are wet with tears, and a laugh shakes my shoulders. I'm so glad to see you. I've laid awake every night since the accident thinking about him. The police wouldn't give me his last name because of the ongoing investigation, and I didn't have a lot of information to go off of to track him down. The media reports didn't mention any casualties from the accident, and I've been holding out hope he's okay. I pull away and look him up and down, relieved to see him put together, healthy, and without a scar in sight. I wipe my eyes with the back of my hand and hug him again, really fucking overwhelmed by the swell of emotion rattling inside my head. The feeling is really fucking mutual. Come sit, I say, pointing to the open chairs at the table. You look great. So do you. I waited at the hospital that night to make sure you were okay. He sits next to me and I scoot closer to him. Your whole team was there. I've never been so scared in my life. Will you tell me what you remember? We were driving and you gave me money. The light turned green and I started accelerating. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw bright headlights and then we were airborne. We landed upside down and I started yelling for you. You didn't answer and Lamar closes his eyes and takes a deep breath. You looked dead. I got out of the car and tried to pull you out. A couple cars stopped and helped me. Then I called 911 while someone did CPR. How did the team know to go to the hospital? I asked. I was the only one in the car with you. I found your phone. The screen was cracked, but I hit the first name at the top of your call log. Maverick was the one who answered, and I guess he told everyone else. Lamar sighs. I would say it was the scariest night of my life, but that's selfish. It pales in comparison to what you experienced. I remember us flipping. I remember pain, but that's it. There's nothing there until I woke up after my surgery. Your surgery, he repeats, and he glances at my legs for the first time. The doctor mentioned an amputation. My right leg above the knee. I drum my fingers against my prosthetic. I guess there wasn't much of a choice. Are you healing okay? As well as I can. I wince when I remember the way I stormed out of the training room 2 weeks ago. I've been back since, knocking out the exercises Lexi gives me the best I can, but our small talk has been almost non-existent. I'm pissed at myself for taking my frustration out on her, and I know she's pissed at me too. I'm a work in progress. I really thought that was it for you, man. Lamar's voice cracks and Marcus slides a water bottle across the table to him. And it was all my fault. Number don't fucking do that. The only person at fault was the piece of shit who hit us. You saved me. I don't think I'd be here without your help. Are you healing up okay? I've been going to therapy, talking to a professional helps, Lamar says. I don't want you to carry any of the weight from that night. I don't blame you. I've never blamed you. I don't know if that helps with closure or anything, but I need you to hear it. That means a lot, Riley. Did your wife have the baby? I ask. You said she was expecting a girl. Lamar beams, and I'm not sure I've ever seen someone so happy. He pulls out his phone and opens his photo roll. We named her Destiny. Shit. I have to wipe under my eyes again when I see him holding a newborn close to his chest. She's beautiful. Looks just like her mama. I'd love to meet them one day, I say. Your family. They'd love that. Aaliyah kept telling me to reach out to you on social media, but I saw you hadn't posted anything since. He pauses. Didn't feel right to pester you when you didn't want to be bothered. It wouldn't be pestering. Never. I'm so fucking glad Marcus arranged this. I look at my agent, hoping he can feel the gratefulness I'm trying to convey. We'll have to do it again soon. Lamar shows me some more photos of his family, and I tell him about my teammates. He asks about my parents, and when I mention my dad and I have matching prosthetics, he laughs. Sorry, that's not funny, he says. What are the odds? I grin. I'd love to stay and chat more, but I need to get to the arena. Can I give you my number so we can plan to get together soon? I'd love that, Lamar says, and I plug my contact information into his phone. Take care of yourself, Riley. There's a reason you pulled through that night. Your purpose is so much bigger than you think it is. It's hard to remember that sometimes, but I'm trying. I stand and we exchange another hug. Don't be a stranger, man. After he leaves, Marcus puts a hand on my shoulder. You doing okay? Yeah, I nod, feeling like I'm on the verge of bursting into tears again. 3 times in an hour would be a new fucking record. I can't tell you how much it means to me that you did that. Happy to do it. You want a ride to the arena? He asks. You're going to be late if you wait for an Uber. That would be great. I don't need Coach chewing me out. I'm sure he's going to yell at me for something else. Marcus and I take the elevator downstairs, and I climb into his Range Rover. He turns down the radio and pulls out of the parking garage, heading for the arena. I want to apologize for being distant the past 4 months, I say. It's taken me a long time to process what happened to me. It's selfish and shitty, and I didn't mean for you to get stuck in the crosshairs of the aftermath, especially because of how much you do for me professionally and personally. I haven't been appreciative. I get it, Riley. I haven't taken anything to heart, and I know you've been quiet for a reason. He glances over at me. How are you doing? I stretch out my right leg, adjusting my prosthetic. Fine. Let's try this again. How are you really doing? And don't give me that bullshit answer you think I want to hear. Today, I'm fine. Yesterday, I ate a pint of ice cream and didn't leave the couch. Not every day can be sunshine and rainbows. A lot of days suck, but you got out of bed today. That's a win, he says. Time to throw a fucking party. You're doing your rehab and going to your therapy appointments. I stare out the window and shrug. Occasionally. You'll work on bumping that up to frequently, Marcus asks. I'll do my best. We spend the rest of the drive talking about the first month of the season. I share my thoughts on the teams that are surprising me and the ones who have been underwhelming. Marcus doesn't mention the Stars and the rough start they've had so far in October, and I'm glad. We're here. Marcus pulls up in front of the players' security entrance at the arena and unlocks the doors. Good luck, you're going to need it. Thanks. I laugh and lean over and shake his hand. And thanks for having my back. Always tell Brody he's an asshole. With pleasure. I climb out of the car and give Marcus a salute as he drives away. The guys had morning skate earlier today, and with no game this evening, the hallways are empty. I make a detour on my way to Coach's office, stopping at the edge of the tunnel leading out to the rink and taking a deep breath. I stare at the surface, hating how beautiful it looks. My favorite time to skate is when the barn's just been cleaned. The ice is smooth, glassy. There's not a single shaving to be found, and what I would fucking give to lace up and get out there. Pretty, isn't it? Coach says from behind me. I hear his heavy footsteps, and when I turn to my right, he's following my gaze. Want to know a secret? You're part robot. Close. Sometimes after a game, I wait until everyone leaves. Then I'll climb up into the stands and look at the ice for an hour. Why? I ask. Why not? He points to the path leading to the penalty box and walks that way. It calms me in a way nothing else does. I don't even need to be out there, and it offers me comfort years of therapy can't bring me. That's how I've felt lately, and it's why I follow him without asking another question. The plexiglass usually up during games is down, giving us an unobstructed view. I sit next to Coach on the bench and lean forward, inhaling deeply. Is it crazy to say it smells like home? I ask. If home had a smell. No, Coach snorts. That's what I think too. We're quiet for a while. Sitting here without cheering fans, a pa announcer, or thumping music is eerie but also soothing. I can feel my mind shutting off. My breathing evens out and I smile. What kind of trouble am I in? None. I've been skipping my rehab sessions. I know you have. It's hysterical hearing the excuses Lexi come up with to cover for your ass. She's been doing that? I ask. Yeah, my personal favorite is when she mentioned you were awaiting a very important package. I bark out a laugh. You aren't going to yell at me. Nah. Coach uses his thumb to peel off a piece of stick tape from the wall. I thought I'd try a different approach. I can't wait to hear what you have in mind. I've been where you are, Riley. I've been the guy on the bench who can't play. I've been the one to give everything I have to this sport only to be let down. And I'll tell you what, it fucking sucks. It's the worst feeling in the world to see your teammates achieve shit without you, but then you feel like a dick for wanting them to fail. I've gone through the jealousy, the anger, the self-loathing. It never turns out well. What do you suggest I do instead? The longer you let what happened consume you, the longer everything else in your life is going to suck. You have to mourn it, loathe it. But then you have to learn you're so much more than this injury. So you're not Riley Mitchell, hockey superstar anymore. Who gives a fuck? You're still Riley fucking Mitchell. You just happen to be injured, and that's okay. He pauses for a beat. What would you tell your younger self if you found out you got a second chance at life? I blink and focus on the Stars logo at center ice. I haven't thought of that. I've been so worried about what I can't do that I haven't bothered to consider what I can do, which is fucking live. Enjoying everything I was seconds away from losing. And holy fuck, I've been such a selfish bastard treating other people like shit. I tell myself to get the fuck over it. Respectfully, I finally mumble after a stretch of silence that feels like years. The only way I can go is forward, so I might as well enjoy what I have. There were so many days I almost threw in the towel, Coach says. I cut off my friends, my teammates, my family. I didn't talk to anyone for weeks. How did you climb out of the hole? I didn't have much choice. Fate intervened. The night I finally left my apartment, I went to a bar. I got drunk, met a woman who made me feel something other than sad, then became a dad. I didn't have time to stew on what I didn't have, because I was holding a tiny, perfect human who looked at me with blue eyes, and I realized it wasn't just about me anymore. I couldn't play, but I could coach. And coaching meant stability, a paycheck to support my family and still being around the sport I loved. Why would I go back to the moments everything was so shitty for me when I had a miracle waking me up at 3 in the morning to give my newborn a bottle? He smiles. If it weren't for Olivia, I'm not sure how my life would have turned out. It's not always easy. You can't magically become undepressed, but you have to find something that makes you feel good. Wow, I glance over at him. Are you saying I need to chug some liquor and find a pretty girl to spend time with? Coach snorts. I don't care what you do, but you need to do something. You can't live like this forever, Riley. I know. I blow out a ragged exhale. It's exhausting. And you can't let it define you. Not when you're so much more than what's under your clothes. He pinches the bridge of his nose. That sounded stupid as hell. Pretend like I never said it. Nah, I think I want to make it into a shirt. It's not what's under your clothes, but what's inside that counts. Watch it, he warns. Thanks for this, Coach. The guys all mean well, but they don't get it. Of course they don't. No one does unless they've had the most important thing in their life stripped from them. Guess that means it's time for you to find a new most important thing. I don't know what that could be, but I'll keep that in mind. Good, Coach clasps my shoulder. No one is rooting for you more than me, kid. I'm still going to make a shirt with your inspirational quote on it. I dare you, and the minute you're back to skating, I'm going to make you do laps until you hate me. Yeah, I grin, looking forward to it. 17 Lexi, I'm going to murder Riley Mitchell, and I won't have any remorse for my crime. He skipped our rehab session again, and he's not answering my texts. If this were the first time he no-showed, I'd be concerned. Since it's the 6th time in 2 weeks, I'm pissed. Instead of lingering in my office and trying to explain his absence to Coach, I grab my keys and phone, heading for my car in the employee lot. I pull up his address from the time I took him home and make the quick drive to his apartment, not thinking twice as I ride the elevator to the 16th floor and bang on his door. Open up, Riley. I rub my fist and stretch out my fingers after an aggressive 3 minutes of knocking. Don't make me cause a scene in front of your neighbors. There's a moment where I think he might not be home, but then I hear the click of a lock. The door slowly opens and Riley stands on the other side, shirtless. The gray sweatpants he's wearing sit low on his hips. His glasses slide down his nose, and he pushes them up with his index finger before crossing his arms over his chest. Jesus Christ, Riley Mitchell is attractive. Maybe it's because I haven't allowed myself to look at him as anything other than an injured hockey player I'm working with so I can keep my firm boundaries in place. But being here, seeing him outside the confines of the fluorescent lights in the training room, and away from the arena where we have very specific roles is like seeing him for the first time. And oh, hell, he's a man. I'm noticing physical features I've never picked up on when we've worked together. Details I shouldn't be categorizing and appreciating, like sculpted biceps and defined lines across his chest. Dark hair trailing down his stomach and disappearing inside his pants, and abdominal muscles that could be cut from glass. A faded scar or two near his hips and a certainty to his posture he didn't have a month ago. He's goddamn beautiful, so much so it feels like I've stopped breathing the longer I stare at him, and I can't believe the fucking audacity of him to hide a body like that under clothes. What do you want? he asks, and my eyes snap up to meet his. Glad to see you're alive, I say, doing my best to swallow down the flash of attraction I'm experiencing. It would have been nice of you to send a text, or answer the 16 I sent you this morning. Sorry. Overslept, he says, not appearing very sorry at all. Do you need something? Yeah, I do. I push my way into his apartment, determined. He doesn't put up a fight and closes the door behind me while letting out a heavy sigh that sounds like he's been carrying a weight on his shoulders for years. What the hell, dude? I try to be respectful of your time, but you've been nothing but inconsiderate of my schedule. I'm sorry, Riley mumbles again, and when I turn to look at him, he's hanging his head. His hands come up to land on his hips, and I watch his throat bob around a swallow. I was getting ready to head your way, but I got distracted. By ESPN. They did a whole segment on whether or not they think I'll be able to skate again. They brought in a doctor who broke down my injury and talked about the challenges I'm going to face if I ever want to get back on the ice. It felt like a huge invasion of my fucking privacy. He lifts his chin and runs a hand through his hair. Then my prosthetist called and confirmed the appointment for my final leg fitting next week, and I kind of spiraled. Fuck ESPN. The corner of his mouth twitches. That's what I said. Why did the call with your prosthetist send you spiraling? Isn't that a good thing? You're moving in the right direction. You won't have something temporary anymore. It'll be permanent. Yeah. Riley leads me to the living room and sits on the couch, motioning for me to join him. I drop on the cushions and relax. It also makes all of this a reality. I'm not delusional. I know what happened. I know my leg isn't going to grow back. I know I've been in a prosthetic for a while now, but the second I put that final leg on, that's it. It'll be my new life until the day I die, and that's hard to grapple with. Oh, I play with the ends of my hair. Heaviness fills the space between us, and I take a deep breath, trying to find the right words. I'm not sure there are any. I'm sorry sounds insensitive. I understand sounds disingenuous because I don't understand. I'll never understand. I never thought of it that way. Please don't throw me a pity party. I'm doing that enough on my own, and I really don't want you to start. Not when I'm used to you kicking my ass. It's a good thing I didn't bring up the streamers and balloons I keep in my car. I get a half smile, and it makes me feel like the luckiest girl in the world. I take the break in conversation to look around his living room, noticing the bright blue paint and a wall of windows. There's a bookshelf full of romance novels in the corner and some Lego designs on the middle shelves. I spot an easel with a half-finished canvas propped up on it, and it looks like he's trying to paint Starry Night. Snooping, Riley asks. Is it considered snooping if I do it without trying to be sneaky? This is my first time in your apartment. It's nothing special, but it's home. Riley grabs a decorative pillow and sets it in his lap. I'm sorry for ditching today and the other days. I met Lamar, the guy who was driving me the night of the accident last week, and then Coach and I had a really good heart-to-heart. My therapy sessions are going well. I was ready to change my shitty behavior and get back on track with my rehabilitation and with you. I got up this morning and got dressed. I was even looking forward to seeing. He stops abruptly. Trying new exercises and pushing my body, and that's the first time that's happened. But then I couldn't. Thank you for telling me, and I'm sorry I didn't consider things from your perspective. It won't happen again. I scoot closer to him, and his fingers graze my shoulder as he adjusts the cushions to make room for me. I shiver at the surprising contact. Maybe we can make an effort to be more honest with each other. If you need a day off, you'll tell me, and I'll listen. Yeah, he smiles. I'd like that. You said you meet up with Lamar. How did that go? I cried 3 times, he says, and my smile matches his. It was really fucking good to see him. I met him the night in the hospital. He stayed there with us. He was so distraught, and I know he wanted to make sure you were okay. Oh, Riley. I put my palm on his knee without hesitation, and he rests his hand on mine. It's such a sensitive situation to be happy about, but I'm so happy for you. Me too. He told me he stuck around with you all, and fuck. I needed to see him to know he was okay, to put an end to all of this resentment I've been carrying. Riley squeezes my hand, and I like it so much. Marcus told me they set a trial date for the guy who hit us. It feels like everything is finally moving in the right direction. It's about time, isn't it? I knock my knee against his, and I'm met with soft laughter. The universe needs to give you a break for a change. You're telling me. For a while there, it seemed like I had a streak of serious bad karma. I'd never wish for you to have to go through that kind of turmoil again, I say, and I swear he drags his thumb across my knuckles. But watching how you're prevailing even on the days where you think you aren't, it's so cool to see, Riley. I told Lamar I'm a work in progress. You are. We all are. You're not alone. I know I'm not. He gives my hand another squeeze and pulls away. Thank you for being patient with me. Patience is something I'm working on, I say, and showing up is something I'm working on. I'm really proud of you. I can tell he's ready to move on to something else, and I smile, pointing to one of his bookshelves. It's practically overflowing, and I spot some of my favorite titles organized by the color of their spines. What are you reading right now? The boys on the team have a book club, a monthly meeting where they talk about the stories they read. I've never been to one, but I hear they're passionate about their choices. There have been heated debates, arguments, and even a food fight. Grant didn't talk to anyone for a week because they made fun of his obsession with a fictional character. I'm glad they have a hobby away from the ice. Something that entertains them when they're not playing one of their 82 games, and that keeps them out of trouble. I'd rather not say, Riley answers. Why not? It's, kind of dark, I grin. Now you have to tell me. You can read it yourself. I finished it last night. He stands and walks to the bookshelf, grabbing a paperback with a black cover and handing it to me. Check the trigger warnings, they're there for a reason. I flip to the first page and my eyes widen. Oh shit, exhibitionism, gruesome murder, two of my favorite things. Can I really borrow it? Of course. Riley clears his throat. His cheeks are redder than they were before he gave me the book, and I wonder if he has to skip certain scenes when he reads. I wonder if the explicit descriptions embarrass him because, judging from his blush, he'd rather be talking about anything else. Do you want something to drink? I have a better idea. I tuck the book under my arm. I'm taking you to lunch. Lunch? Why? Because you need to eat, and even though you skipped our session this morning, you're not getting out of your weight training session this afternoon. You're going to need carbohydrates, and the only way to do that is to consume food. Fine, but I'm buying. It's my apology for being a dick. Good answer. I pop to my feet. Any suggestions on where to go? How do you feel about sandwiches? I've been known to be a fan. Then I have the perfect place. He looks down at his torso. Let me put on some different clothes. Really? But the view is so good, I tease, and his blush deepens. You're a goddamn flirt, Armstrong, he calls out over his shoulder as he makes his way down the hall. You like it, I call back, and I swear I hear him say yeah, I do before he disappears, and a strange sensation flutters in my chest. 30 minutes later, we're sitting at a table in the back of a sub shop. It's tucked away from the main streets of D.C., hidden around a corner and situated next to a thrift store, but it smells delicious. The serving sizes are bigger than my head, and when Riley asked if he could order for me, I trusted him to make a good choice. Holy shit. I take a bite of my steak and cheese. Tears almost spring to my eyes. Angels rejoice. I suddenly believe in heaven. This is the best sandwich I've ever had in my entire life. Bury me with this, please. How the hell did you find this place? I wasn't making a lot of money my rookie year on my elk. I couldn't afford to go with the veterans to the steakhouses they liked to visit, but I needed to eat. I made a wrong turn one afternoon when I was looking for the drugstore, wound up here, and I've come every week since. Riley wipes his mouth and points at the wall. That's me with the owner. Oh my God. I laugh at the photo of him behind the counter, an apron tied around his waist and a wide grin on his mouth. There are wrinkles around his eyes. His head is tipped back like the photo was captured mid-laugh, and he hasn't looked that happy in weeks, maybe ever. You look so young and cute. What happened? Watch your mouth, Lexi, he says, and the deep timbre sends a shiver down my spine. He's used that voice before, and it always elicits the same response, a swoop in my belly and my thighs squeezing together. I'm still plenty young and cute. Much younger than me. You're what, 27, 26, but thanks for the extra year. He takes a bite of his ham and cheese and smiles. There's a drop of mustard on the corner of his mouth, and he licks it away. And I'm not that much younger than you. I remember when I was 26. I was freezing my ass off in Ohio at a job where I was underappreciated. Was that your first athletic trainer gig? How many teams did you work for before you got to DC? Yeah, I got my bachelor's degree, then my master's. After I graduated, I found a job with an ECHL team where I spent a few years. Next was the All, and finally DC. It's funny. Before I landed in Ohio, I almost took a job with a G League basketball team. I wonder how different my life would be if I'd gone down that path instead. Basketball makes sense because you played in high school. You remember that? Of course I do. We talked about it a few weeks ago, and my memory isn't that shitty. It's an important part of your life, and it's worth remembering. Damn, I guess my bar for men and remembering details is that low. Understandable. We don't have a good track record. When I went to college, I made a list of careers that would allow me to work with my hands and help people rather than sit behind a desk and stare at a screen all day. It's been a journey, but I wouldn't change it for the world, I say. You're a much better trainer than the person we had before you. Really? Tell me more. I love talking shit. Riley laughs and pops a chip in his mouth. It was my rookie year. He was a dick. Never listened to any of the players' concerns or bothered to ask what we thought about an injury. I'm all for tough love, but his methods bordered on sadistic. I'm a woman. Are you? He tilts his head and stares at me through his glasses. The lens on the right has a smudge on it, and I have the inexplicable urge to pull them off his face, wipe them clean, and hand them back over. I had no idea. I mean, I don't have the luxury of acting like that. If I make one wrong move, I'm out of a job. That's why I rely on a player's input when asking about methods of treatment. I leave out the other parts. How I'm careful not to get too close to any of the players out of fear I'll lose my job over fraternization. Acknowledging I'm probably getting paid less than my colleagues, but not making a fuss about the pay discrepancies because I don't want to be labeled as a bitch. I know Emmy experienced some of that behavior when she came into the NHL. I didn't know it extended to other parts of the league too. It does, but we don't need to talk about it. I'm honored, I guess, that you believe in me enough to ask me to be the one to lead your rehabilitation. I didn't have to think twice. I feel safe in your care. Riley stares out the window to his right. I really am sorry about not showing up today, Lex. I have good days, but I also have a lot of bad days. I'm trying not to let the bad days overshadow the good ones. It's hell sometimes. I'm working on it, I promise. I remember what the girls said when we had dinner together, how I need to show up for him even when he doesn't want to show up for himself, and guilt wraps around me. I set my sandwich down. I wipe my hands and reach across the table, pressing my fingers into his forearm. My behavior earlier was uncalled for. Showing up to your apartment, demanding you get your act together. It's shitty, I say. I like that you're holding me accountable. Riley grins, and it's fucking beautiful. Carefree light, brilliantly bright. I'd love to make him smile like that again. Everyone else is tiptoeing around me like I'm going to break. And yeah, I guess I might, given the whole one-leg thing, but I also need a reality check from time to time. I pull my hand back and cover my mouth to stifle a laugh. Sorry, I'm not laughing at you. You can laugh. A dimple carved deep on his cheek shows up. My therapist thinks humor is my coping mechanism. We all have our things. Are you going to come with the guys to Pilates the week after next? I'll try. If I show up, how about we call that our clean slate? After you kick my ass on the reformer, I promise I won't skip another rehab session. Really? Hope springs in my chest. I'm game for a new way of life if you are. Oh, I'm game, Lexi. Riley pushes his plate out of the way and leans forward. He smells like soap and coffee beans, and I refuse to inhale his scent. I'm going to be the best damn patient you've ever had. Good luck, Mitchell. It takes a lot to impress me. Guess I have my work cut out for me. A cocky smirk is tossed my way. It's a good thing being the best has always come naturally. We'll see about that. Yeah. His foot nudges mine under the table. I don't pull away. We will. 18 Riley Puck King's G-Money. I need an excuse to get out of Pilates on Friday. Maybe I can say I have foot-mouth disease. That's contagious, right? Huddy boy, you're not skipping, Grant. Lexi and Coach added this to our training schedule for a reason. G-Money, I almost tore my hamstring last time, Huddy. Don't make me go. Easy better than tearing your shorts. Mavi, if you're not wearing underwear this time, Ethan, I'm going to make you skate laps for days. I don't want to see your junk. Easy some people do. Sully, I can assure you that no one on this earth wants to see that. Easy ouch, goalie daddy. That wasn't very nice. Huddy boy, Lexi said you're coming today, Rye. That's exciting, man. Me not sure how many moves I'll be able to do. I'll probably fall on my face, but I'll give it a try. G-Money, you're going to be better than me. Huddy boy, you don't have to be good at everything, Grant. G-Money, it's like you don't even know me. Mavi, dinner after Pilates. You can all come to my place and I'll order pizza. G-Money, pizza. During the season. Cap has lost his mind. Sully, no dinner. Easy will drag you there, Sully. Me, I guess I can do dinner. G-Money, we're getting the band back together, boys. Huddy boy, you're going to have to kidnap goalie daddy if you want him to show up. G-Money, don't underestimate my abilities, Huddy boy. Me, I have my last fitting for my permanent prosthetic today. Dad already. Wow, time flies, doesn't it? Me, the temporary one kind of sucks, doesn't it? Dad, it really sucks. And think of how far technology has come. My old ass had to use something that felt like it was made of plastic. Me, I'm going to notice a difference, right? Dad, without a doubt. You're going to be so impressed with how much more complex it is. It'll be functional and lightweight too. It's also tailored to you, so it should be more comfortable. Me, I can't wait. Now I understand why you were constantly moving your hips and trying to adjust your leg when you first got your prosthetic. I can't do anything if the limb feels even a little bit off where it's sitting in the socket. Dad, the adjustments will start to become more and more minor. I'm not even aware I'm doing it anymore. Send me a picture when you get yours. I want to compare it with mine. Me, you can ask for an upgrade. Maybe they have a BOGO deal. Dad, glad to hear you getting your humor back, son. The last fitting for my permanent prosthetic is easier than I thought it would be. My doctor lets me know he'll send the final product to my apartment in a few days, and that's it. One chapter closed, another opened. I feel light on my way to Pilates. The November weather is tolerable. There's a pep in my step that wasn't there 2 weeks ago, and I'm not experiencing any phantom limb pain. Turns out, following the exercises I'm supposed to do makes everything easier, and I'm finally figuring out my balance and gait. When I pull open the door to the studio downtown, I'm immediately hugged by Piper. Riley Mitchell, she says, face buried in my shirt. It's about time you showed up to a team event. Piper Mitchell, I saw you 2 nights ago at our home game. I know, but this is different. I missed you. I missed hanging out with you outside the barn. I missed you too, Piper, I say, giving her a hug. She steps back and holds my hands, surveying me. Her attention doesn't linger on my legs even though it's the first time I'm wearing shorts out in public with my prosthetic, and when her gaze moves back to my face, she lets out a heavy breath. How are you feeling? She asks. You look good. I'm getting there. I squeeze her palms. You look good too. Watch yourself, Mitchell, Liam says, appearing behind Piper and pulling her to him so her back is flush against his chest. Which Mitchell? Piper teases. That one. Liam lifts his chin my way. I don't like when people play with things that are mine. Wow, Piper elbows his ribs and a smile works its way onto his mouth. All this fresh air away from my apartment is making me hallucinate. Don't call me your thing. Sorry, sunshine, you know I didn't mean it like that. Liam glances my way. You do look good, Mitchie. I didn't know this was going to turn into a compliment train, I say. Flirt with me a little more, Sully. Don't expect anything else, he tosses back. I point over my shoulder to the reformer device in the corner that's calling my name. I'm going to grab the machine away from the front before someone can steal it. I'll see you all after. I stop to say hello to the other guys, doling out high fives and hugs before I make it to the back of the studio. It's darker over here. Quieter too, and I'm glad I have a space where I can try the exercises and inevitably fail privately. Hey, a sweet voice says, and I relax at the sound of it. I glance up and find Lexi in front of me, hands on her hips and a wide smile on her mouth. She looks incredible in tight leggings and a shirt that shows off her toned midsection. Her dark hair is up in a ponytail, but some pieces fall out and frame her face. Wow, I'm never going to get over this crush. Hi, I answer, hoping my voice doesn't crack. What's up? I'm sorry it's cramped in here. I had to rearrange the room so I could fit an extra reformer. I wanted you to have an area to try the exercises you feel comfortable with, and I thought it might be better than putting you front and center. Her posture straightens and she smiles again. There's no pressure to do any of the workout, and I'll be showing modified moves if you want to try those instead. Thanks, I say. I'm going to try my best. I did some research earlier. I read a couple articles that said Pilates helps to align the body, which is important for people who experience postural imbalances due to the loss of a limb. Lexi nods, eyes bright. I read that article too, and I immediately thought of you. I know it's part of her job, but the idea of Lexi spending her free time researching ways to help me sends a rush of exhilaration up my spine. It makes me imagine there's a world in which she's doing it because she wants to, not because she has to. Because she likes spending time with me, not because she's required to spend time with me. The thought makes me puff out my chest and stand taller. It gives me some of the confidence I haven't been able to find since the accident. She told me it takes a lot to impress her, and I'm going to do everything in my power to make sure I have her attention. Thinking about me in your free time, Lex? I ask, testing the waters. Lexi smirks and takes a step closer to me. Her finger touches the center of my chest, and the press of her nail into my thin shirt is enough to send my brain reeling. Sounds like you might be thinking about me, she says. Looking up the exercise I teach, keeping your word about showing up. I'm going to pretend it's because you missed me. I did miss her. I haven't skipped a single rehab session since the morning she barged into my apartment like a tornado and we had that good conversation. I'm at the arena every day, putting in the work like I'm supposed to. But with the season underway, she's had to adjust our schedule to accommodate the other guys who are starting to get aches and pains. I didn't travel with the team for their first extended set of away games of the season last week, sitting at home while they played back-to-back games in Oakland, Dallas, Denver, and Toronto, and I've been looking forward to spending time with her again. I'm only here to watch Grant cry, I say, and that makes her laugh. I made sure the class was going to be hard as hell just for him, she says. Lexi pulls her hand away from my shirt and spins on her heel, heading for the front of the room. I do my best not to drop my eyes, but I fail miserably. I only blink out of the trance I've fallen into when Hudson drops his towel on the machine next to mine and snaps his fingers in my face. You're staring, he tells me. No, I'm not. I pull off my hoodie and slide out of my shoes. And mind your business, Hayes. Deny it all you want, Mitchie, but I see everything and your subtlety is non-existent. Lexi wasn't kidding. Her class is intense. I know I'm weaker than I used to be and still trying to figure out how to move this new body of mine, but even Hudson, who's normally a rock star at Pilates, is struggling next to me. What the hell? He wipes his face with his damp towel and chugs half his water bottle. I don't remember her being this cruel last season. Last season you were busy flirting with your personal chef. I put my hands on top of my head and try to control my breathing. You didn't pay attention for half the class. And I'd do it again, Hudson says smugly. You're moving really well, dude. Looks like you're getting some of your flexibility back. Really? Because it feels like I can barely touch my toes. This prosthetic is heavy. I haven't really been participating today, but it's nice to get my heart rate back up and do some of the upper body moves. How's everyone feeling? Lexi asks through her microphone, and Grant wails. Like I'm going to die, he whines from 2 rows in front of me. His thighs shake and he digs his fingers into his muscles. This is torture, hell. The worst 30 minutes of my life. What did we do to deserve this? I talked to the Oakland athletic trainer when we were out in California, and he told me some of the cross-training his players do to prevent injuries, Lexi says. They had the worst record in the league last season, Connor calls out. Who cares what they're doing? They're a team on the rise and going to be one to watch over the next 5 years. The only way you all are going to be Stanley Cup champions for the 3rd time in a row is if you work harder than everyone else and do things they aren't doing. You have to be the best on and off the ice, and that includes training underused muscles. Got it. Ethan rips off his shirt and throws it on the floor. Now I want to run through a brick wall. Let's go. Lexi grins. A new song starts over the speakers. Everyone up, we're going into Warrior 2 lunges. My teammates and Piper get into position and I watch them. I don't trust myself enough to balance, so I take the opportunity to sip on my water and decide who I think is going to topple over first. Grant. It has to be Grant. Want a modification? Lexi asks, appearing in front of me and turning off her microphone. The guys might look like they're dying, but I can't find a drop of sweat on her body. She could probably go for another hour and a half at this intensity and not bat an eye. You can do it on the ground instead of on the platform. It'll give you more stability. I'm not sure I'll be good at it. Who said anything about being good? Okay, I stand and look at my legs. What do I do? The same thing you do on the machine. Do you remember this move? Vaguely. Can you give me a refresher? Sure. She smiles and moves to my side. Is it okay if I touch you? Nodding quickly, I try not to blush when she rests her palm on my hip, and I'm glad the lighting is dim back here. The last thing I need is for Hudson to glance over and point out how red my cheeks are, even if I would blame it on my lack of athleticism rather than the attention I'm getting from her. Tell me what to do, teach, I say. Put your right leg forward and your left one behind you. Lunge into your right leg, don't worry about getting too deep, and make sure your knee points the same direction as your toes. You're really going to feel this in your core, quads, and hamstrings. You should also notice your hip abductors being engaged. We've worked on those in our sessions, remember. How could I forget? They hurt like hell. Lexi flips her microphone back on. Let's go 2 more, then we'll switch sides, everyone, she says. I grit my teeth. Sweat rolls down my forehead, but I stay focused. I take a deep breath, trying to center myself, and Lexi gently pushes down on my shoulders. Relax. There you go, she murmurs, her touch warm and soft. Her thumb presses into the muscles around my neck, and I sigh. That's so good, Riley. Up to this point, my attraction to her hasn't been a physical thing. It's been something manageable. Something I can pretend only exists because we've been around each other for years, and she's one of the few women I interact with. Not because I think she's smart, talented, gorgeous, and incredible. But now it feels like her hand is lingering on my body longer than it needs to, and my mind can't help but wander. I squeeze my eyes shut and try to get rid of the distracting thoughts, but then she exhales a breath that tickles my skin. She gets me to stretch an inch lower, and I'm a helpless mess. Jock straps, sweaty jerseys, 2-year-old skates that smell like death. I try to think of anything but her because I refuse to get worked up in front of my teammates. Jesus, I mumble. Any pain I might be close to experiencing disappears when she moves her hands to my hips, her grip settling there. Are you okay? Lexi asks, and the question makes me want to laugh. No, I'm in hell. I'm distracted and I want to die. Do you have any other secret tattoos besides the one on your hip I want to see? What about piercings? Great, I say instead. I focus my attention on the guys in front of me, on Grant falling off his machine and Maverick shaking out his sweaty hair. I'm great. I've been working on a strength-building program for you. It's similar to what I give guys to work on to prevent injuries, and we're going to start that next week. Does it involve any other torture methods? Nope, just a mat in the ground. I can get behind that. 1-minute break, Lexi calls out, turning her microphone on. Then we only have 2 more exercises. Are you going to Mavericks after this? I ask when she clicks her microphone back off. Maybe. I don't want to intrude on a guy's afternoon out. It's important for you all to bond, and I'd be in the way. I've seen more of Hudson's ass over the last 5 years than I've seen women naked. I've probably seen it more than my own ass, if we're being honest. I think we're all set on bonding. You don't look at your ass in the mirror, she asks. No, do you? Regularly. I have a spectacular ass. Lexi fixes her microphone over her ear. I want you to try the last 2 sets of exercises. They're core exercises, and they're going to help with your altered center of gravity and the balance challenges you've been experiencing. I'm still caught on her spectacular ass comment, but I nod. Want to make a deal? You say you'll come to Mavs and I'll try the exercises. Riley Mitchell, she pops a hip out. I'm a champion for not looking at her curves. I didn't know you were the bartering type. What do I have to lose? Fine. She grins and flips her hair over her shoulder. You've got yourself a deal, but don't expect me to go easy on you. I'd never expect that. I lift the hem of my shirt to wipe my cheek, smirking when her eyes dip to my stomach. I'm going to pretend she likes what she sees. Stop staring at me, Armstrong. Just for that, I'm adding in a 3rd exercise. She flips me off and walks to the front of the room. You all can blame Riley for these next moves, she tells the guys and Piper. Everyone groans except me, and I don't care. I'm having way too much fun. 19 Lexi, there's nothing I love more than kicking men's asses and watching them cry. Especially when they think they're the superior species. None of the DC Stars guys have the toxic masculinity that sometimes finds its way to my classes when a group of dudes who have never tried Pilates think they can outlast the women who I've been working with for years. But it's still fun to make professional athletes hurt for an hour during a good workout. An invitation to Maverick and Emmy's place for pizza means they're not too mad at me, and I kick off my shoes in their foyer next to a ridiculous pair of bright yellow sneakers that have to belong to Ethan. I'm getting pepperoni and cheese, Maverick announces over the sound of video games being played on the big screen television in the living room. Anyone want something different? Sounds good, Cap, Grant yells. Put some food in me, Mavi, Connor adds. I wish the rest of the girls were here, Piper says after pulling me into the kitchen away from all the boys and handing me a bottle of water from the fridge. It's always more fun when we're together. Same, but Emmy is traveling. Maven and Madeline have kids. We'll always come second to them, I say. I'm okay with that because they're cute as hell and I love being an aunt. Piper stands on her toes and peeks over my shoulder. Speaking of cute as hell, I saw Riley eyeing you during our class. That wasn't a subtle segue at all. I snort and twist the cap off my water, kicking myself for leaving my reusable bottle at the studio. And I'm sure he was eyeing me. It's part of the routine when I give directions on the moves we're doing. He was watching you intently. Stop. I laugh and throw the cap at her. He was not. Guess I must have imagined him looking at you then. He was in the back of the room. How the hell would you have even seen that? I see everything, she says slyly. Even Liam picked up on it, and that's saying something. You know he never wants to get involved in people's personal business. He'd rather gouge his eyes out than talk about someone's relationship. Such a charmer, that goalie. As much as I want to deny Piper's claim, I'm not oblivious. I could feel a tension on me this afternoon. It went beyond the usual awareness I experience while teaching a class. It was intentional, like I was being watched for a reason, and I'm not surprised it was Riley. It seems like he's always watching me these days. I'll glance across the tunnel where we're standing during the game and see his gaze flick away from me and back to the ice. In our rehab sessions, he looks my way between stretches. There's a small smile, the dip of his chin to his chest, as if he's embarrassed he got caught, but then he does it again. I don't mind. It's nice to be looked at, especially by him, and it's not because I can't get the image of him shirtless with those damn sweatpants out of my head. His attitude shift is encouraging. Minus the 4-game trip we just wrapped up that took us away from DC for a week, Riley and I have been spending time together. We've been texting here, and they're mostly progress reports about his exercises while I was out of town, and it's fun to know I finally have his attention after trying for weeks to get it. Riley and I are friends. I move to the cabinets and grab a stack of plates to use for the pizza, and working together. That's all that's happening between us. That was a very neutral answer. Piper hands me a mountain of napkins. Did his crush magically disappear? Crush. That word makes me want to blush, because when was the last time someone had a crush on me? And when did it start to make me feel giddy? I bite on my bottom lip to stop a smile from forming, feigning nonchalance. I have no clue what you're talking about. Are you two gossiping in here? I love a good gab session with the girls. Grant strolls into the kitchen and grins. I want to know what you're talking about, unless it's who has the biggest dick on the team. I can tell you the answer is unprofessional and not in front of ladies. I flick his ear. I'll tell you what we're gossiping about if you tell us what's in that notebook you carry around. You've been holding onto it for a year. It's not important, Grant rushes to say. Only women's numbers. I got contacts in every area code, you know. He can't lie to save his life. I haven't seen Grant with a woman in months. He's not sneaking anyone back to his room at away games. I'm not sure he's thrown a puck to a female fan since the season started, and he's so protective of the black leather notepad he pulls out now and then. I'm starting to wonder if he's keeping nuclear codes in there. Whatever he's hiding, it must be important. He doesn't let it out of his sight. Not a good enough answer to hear our gossip. I stick out my tongue and head back to the living room with the plates. The guys are spread out throughout Maverick and Emmy's house. Some are playing video games. Others are sitting on the couch and talking. Ethan is shirtless again and asking Connor to count his abs, and I shake my head. When I spot Riley outside on the terrace, I slip away from everyone and the conversations they're having. Some fresh air sounds nice. So does his company. I pull open the large glass door that leads to the paved patio and shut it behind me. He turns at the noise, his chin on his shoulder as he looks at me. Hey, he says. Hi. I shiver at the early evening breeze, wishing now I brought my jacket with me. The sweat from class has dried, and I'm suddenly missing the warm fall weather. What are you doing out here alone? Just needed a minute. You know how the guys get. My social tolerance is less than what it used to be, and I don't want to snap at someone for being loud because I'm pissed off at everything these days. Do you want to be alone? I walk over and stand next to him. I understand wanting some space. No, you don't piss me off. What a relief. I smile up at him. You did great in class today. How are you feeling? Any pain I should be aware of? Better than I thought I'd feel. I know we've been meeting every day, but it was nice to push my body in a different way. It almost made me feel like I was part of the team again, and I haven't experienced that since our cup win. Nothing like some torture exercises to bring people closer together. And me getting my head out of my ass. I've been pushing the guys away, but today was a reminder that they're my brothers. Riley leans back from his hips and reaches for his leg, seemingly adjusting something with his prosthetic. I can push them all I want. They're not going anywhere. They really aren't, Riley. I put my hand on the sleeve of his sweatshirt. None of us are. It's taken me a while to understand that, but I finally do. I'm glad. I shiver and pull my hand away so I can wrap my arms around my body. Hell, I didn't know the nice afternoon was going to turn into a frigid night. The temperature must have dropped like 20 degrees. Hang on. Riley takes off his glasses and tugs his sweatshirt over his head. His shirt gets caught in the process, the thin cotton material crawling up his stomach. I'm not cold. Oh, that's okay. I don't want to. I wasn't asking, Lexi. Arms up, please, he says, and the hint of authority behind his voice has me nodding. It has my slowly lifting my arms above my head and exhaling in relief as he guides the fleece over my shoulders and down my torso. His fingers graze across my stomach when he fixes the pocket in the front, and I'm instantly warmer. I don't know if it's from the added layer or his touch. There we go. Thank you, I murmur, laughing when he tugs on the drawstrings near my neck to tighten the hood. The move makes me step closer to him, but I don't mind. Not when he moves his touch to my elbow to keep me upright. I'm only accepting this because I like hoodies, the ones that don't belong to me in particular. You're stubborn, aren't you? No, I bury my nose in the fabric. The scent of coffee and soap tickles my nose, and I do my best to hide my inhale. I like to do things for myself. Accepting help is hard for me. And watching you freeze to death is hard for me. We both can't be winners tonight, and I don't like to lose. Keep it for as long as you'd like, Riley tells me. I'll get you back one of these days. I huff, my words all bark, no bite. Are you excited to join the team at our away game next week? Riley pivots his body so he's facing me, and I mirror his pose. Our eyes lock, and there's hesitation behind his gaze. What's wrong, Mitchie? Can I tell you something that might make me an absolute jerk? You could never be a jerk. Your secrets are safe with me. There's still resentment when I watch the guys play, he says. It's not the same anger I had at the beginning of the season, but I'm not fully happy for them. I think that's a normal psychological reaction. They're doing something you can't do yet, and it dredges up jealousy that they're out there and you're not. That's exactly what my therapist told me. He says traveling will be good for me. I've moved on to the testing stage of grief, apparently. Go me. Yeah, what does the testing stage include? I ask. Experimenting with new ways to cope and adjusting to what happened to me. Finding a new normal. A bunch of other Zen stuff I don't buy into. Riley shrugs. He reaches my way, and for half a second I think he's about to touch my cheek. Oh God, is he going to kiss me? Do I want him to? That's not something I've ever considered before, but now I am. What is happening? Why is he changes direction at the last minute, dusting something off my shoulder instead, and the twinge of disappointment that flashes through me almost makes me pause. But forget it, Riley continues. He's getting paid. I'm getting a checkmark in the box next to the things I'm supposed to do. Everyone wins. There are going to be lots of exciting things on the trip. You have the Florida sunshine, the guys on Elks complaining about having a roommate even though they're 21. Oh, you can't forget the food on the charter plane. You have to be joking. I'm serious. I swat at him. I expect him to pull away, but he doesn't. Those cookies the flight attendants hand out are heavenly. I mentioned how much I liked them, and the new girl working our flights this season gave me a box to take home with me. I've been eating them for days. I'll give you the Florida sunshine, but it's going to be awkward as hell to watch a game in an arena that's not ours. At home, I know everyone. I can stand in the tunnel and not feel like some creep who's lurking and staring at the athletes. In Miami, people aren't going to know who the hell I am. You could put on gear and sit on the bench, I suggest. As long as you're fully dressed, you're allowed to be there. A skate that fits my prosthetic foot, I'm not sure that exists, he says. We'll figure something out. I look him up and down, trying to see if I can spot any goosebumps after his chivalrous act of undressing benefited me, but probably didn't benefit him. My eyes home in on his pocket, an odd shape pressing against the fabric of his gym shorts. What the hell is that? What's what? Riley glances down. He snorts and reaches into his left pocket. A lime. Do you regularly carry fruit around with you? No. He tosses it in the air, catches it, and switches it to his other hand. I wasn't sure Maverick had any. I stopped at the store on the way over. I blink. It feels like I'm missing the punchline of a joke. I'm confused. You mentioned you liked limes in your drink. Didn't know if that only applied to cocktails or all forms of fluid. When did I mention that? June, he says simply, and he leaves it at that. I stare at him. For a second it feels like the world tilts on its axis, because what the fuck do you mean he brought me a lime because he remembered an offhanded comment I made months ago? And God, come to think of it, it was the night we were all out celebrating the cup. The night he lost his leg. The night his entire life changed. What is he doing remembering my drink preferences? Oh, I swallow, not sure what else to say. My heart is somewhere near my throat because it's trying to escape my body. My skin is prickly with awareness. What is this unknown feeling coursing through me? Right. Gratitude, I think. Awareness of a man doing something nice for me because he wants to, not because he wants something from me. Friendship that differs from what I have with the girls. Riley wraps his fingers around my wrist and slowly turns my hand face up. His thumb brushes along the vein on the inside of my wrist before he lets go and sets the lime in the center of my palm. Which is it? He asks. Which is what? The lime preference. Is it in all drinks, cocktails only? You really want to know? Riley leans in, invading my space, and I don't do anything to make him leave. I really do. Won't be able to sleep tonight until you tell me, actually. We wouldn't want that. I grip the lime and bring it to my chest, my eyes on his. I like it in all my drinks. I have a bottle of lime juice I keep in my fridge, but it's not as good as the real thing. Always slips my mind when I'm at the store. I can be your lime guy. He tosses me a coy smile. If you want. I like the sound of that. I smile and slip the lime in my pocket. Thank you, Mitchie. You're welcome. Riley tugs on the drawstrings again and I inhale sharply. Are you warm enough? I'm way past warm. My body is a furnace. Yeah, I say. Piper waves at me through the doors and I hold up a hand to tell her I'll be right there. I'm great, fine, dandy. You told me you were hard to impress. How am I doing? He asks and a laugh rattles out of me. I'm on my way to being impressed. Good. He looks up at the moon. His dimple pops and gosh is he handsome. Patience is a virtue. I'll get there one day. I can't wait to see you try, I say, and I sure as hell mean it. 20 Lexi, I like road games more than I like home games. Piper sits next to me on the charter plane and drops her purse on the floor. It's so exciting to play in enemy territory and see new cities. Hearing away crowds boo me is one of my favorite things in the world, Maverick says as he shuffles past us, a duffel bag slung over his shoulder. I love chirping with guys who think they're better than us. He talks a big game, but the Florida Ospreys have a good chance at beating us tonight. We're nowhere near the team we were at this point last season. Our record is sitting around .500 as we head into the middle of November, while a year ago, we were on top of the league standings and riding a 6-game win streak. The good news is the boys have started to adjust to Riley being out of the lineup. Coach changes his first line every game, and I can tell he's close to figuring out the missing piece that will turn things around. I'm a loyal gal, a proud Stars employee who hopes to finish out her career with the same club because she loves DC and everyone on the team. But there's a secret part of me that is so damn happy the boys have been blown out 3 out of their last 5 matchups. It's for Riley's sake. I know how much he wishes he was out there with them, and every loss shows him he's not just a number. He's someone the boys have chemistry with, someone they trust, and you can't replicate that kind of compatibility easily in this sport. They're probably booing you because you're a show-off. Liam drops a kiss on Piper's head and makes his way to the back to sit with the guys. And a pain in my ass. Love you too, goalie daddy, Maverick sings. Do you all want to get dinner tonight? Maven files into the row behind us and yawns. I could use a glass of wine or 5. Everything okay? Piper asks, turning around to look at her. Do I need to talk to Dallas? He might kick footballs for a living, but I'll kick his ass. No, my husband is wonderful, though I love how feisty you are for being all of 5 feet tall, Maven says. Coordinating kids' schedules with school and extracurricular activities and careers in 2 professional sports leagues is exhausting, and I have help. My dad jumps in when he can, and everyone else in my family is willing to drop what they're doing and lend a hand if need be. I don't know how the single mothers do it. Remind me to buy Madeline a really nice Christmas present. She's a damn superhero for solo parenting for as long as she did. Mothers are incredible. I could never do what you all do, I say, digging through my bag and pulling out my iPad so I can do some work on the flight. I'm in for dinner, by the way. How about we buy a bottle of wine, order room service, and have a movie night in one of our rooms? Music to my ears. What about you, Piper? Want to join, or do you and your husband have plans? Maven asks. Please, Piper snorts. Liam is too superstitious for me to get more than 5 minutes with him before a game. He has a very strict pre-game ritual. Tell us more, I grin at her. Does he bite his shirt in the bedroom too? I am not answering that. She grabs her eye mask and tugs it down her forehead. But I'll say I haven't been unsatisfied in years. Well-deserved after years with a shitty ex-husband. I wave to the rest of the boys making their way on the plane. Ethan and Grant bring up the rear stragglers like always, and I crane my neck. I haven't seen Riley yet, and when I can't find him, I frown. Where's Mitchie? Did you miss me, Armstrong? His deep voice says, and I jerk my chin to look up at him. Eavesdropping, Mitchell. I toss back and he grins. Hard not to when you're practically shouting my name to the whole airplane. Oh, I like this version of him. It's the cocky, sarcastic side he doesn't show too often, but when he does, it's a sight. Fun and definitely flirty. Light and carefree. I'm seeing more and more glimpses of this Riley, the guy he was before that night in June, shining through his personality recently, and it makes me match his grin. You'd know if I was shouting your name, Riley, I say, and I'm glad when he drops his head back and laughs. It's fun to meet him toe-to-toe and give it back to him. Watching the blush crawl up his cheeks is an added bonus, and lately I'm noticing more and more how goddamn cute he is. You know I shout yours when you give me those horrible exercises, he says, and I love every minute of it. Glad it makes you happy. His eyes cut over to Piper and Maven, and he smiles. Have a good flight, ladies. Don't let Lex get you in too much trouble. Don't even say it, I tell the girls when Riley takes the seat next to Ryan Seymour 8 rows back. I knew about Riley's crush, but yours is a new development, Piper says. I do not have a crush on him. We tease each other, that's what friends do. Ah, I remember when Dallas and I were just friends, Maven chimes in. And all those times I thought about climbing him like a tree while claiming it was platonic. Same with me and Liam, Piper adds. Those are famous last words. Unlike you two, I can control myself. I pop in a wireless headphone so I can block out whatever else they want to say. And now you're drinking alone. The guys play an unbelievable game the next night. They win by 3 goals, Liam has a shutout, and we celebrate by taking over the hotel bar and restaurant. Everyone is rowdy and hungry, and I'm delegated to be on nacho duty. I finally get to the front of the line to order at the bar, and I'm cut off by a guy who towers over me. Excuse me. I was next, I say. Shit, I'm sorry. He scoots to the side and motions me forward. I'm thrown off by the British accent, but I take the spot next to him and rest my elbows on the bar counter. I was so determined to get a basket of chips, I didn't notice you, and I apologize for jumping ahead in the queue. See, in America we call them fries and lines. Which is backward, I laugh. Apology accepted, but I'm sorry too. I'm starving and I can get snappy if I'm not fed every few hours. We're coming up on 6 now, so the danger zone is near. Oh shit, sounds like a matter of national security for you to order your food first. He wipes his hand on his jeans and thrusts it my way. I'm James. Lexi, I tell him, smiling at the warmth of his palm against mine. "What brings you to the Miami Marriott on a Wednesday night?" "The French fries, obviously." James pauses and gives me a shy smile. "And the beautiful women. At least you have your priorities right." I put in 3 orders of nachos and spin so I can lean against the bar ledge. "But really, why Miami? I'm a pilot. I'm on a layover and the company thinks 30 hours near a Buffalo Wild Wings is exactly what we want to do with our free time." "It's not." "Nah, I prefer the Cheesecake Factory." I laugh. Who doesn't love a 30-page menu? "You get me, Lexi. Where are you based?" "London. Heathrow Airport is my second home," James says. "I'm jealous. You have the good Cadbury chocolate in the UK. I spot Riley approaching us and I wave. He lights up and waves back, the grin he's wearing falling slightly when he sees the man next to me. "The best you can find in our airports is overpriced Skittles." Works for me. I love tasting the rainbow. His attention bounces to Riley, then back to me. "Why does this guy look like he wants to punch me?" "He's probably also very hungry, and I'm spending too much time talking to you and not enough time delivering nachos to needy athletes." "I can help," James offers. "I can also help," Riley interjects, glancing down at me. "You good, Lex?" Wow, 2 men willing to help me. There's a joke somewhere in there. I appreciate both of you offering, but I have the nachos covered. Single, independent woman reporting for duty. I smile at Riley. "You didn't have to come over here. The guys have been so excited to hang out with you and they are way more interesting than me." "I wouldn't say that." He puts his hands in his pockets and shrugs. "You're more fun." I'm flattered. I touch the curve of his elbow and he looks down at where my fingers sit on his bare skin. "But I'm fine, really. Go have fun and I'll see you on the bus in the morning." "Right." Riley gives me a single nod. I think I'm going to head upstairs. I'm not in a socializing mood and I'm not very hungry. "Are you sure? I can bring up some food for when I'm okay." "Have a good night, Lex," he says. Riley pushes his way through the group of players congregated around tables. I watch him leave and I don't know if I should chase after him. The last thing I want to be is a bother when he wants some peace and quiet, and when he disappears around the corner toward the elevators I sigh. "Wow," James says, and I jump. I forgot he was there. "Poor guy, I didn't mean to interfere." "What are you talking about?" I ask. "Nacho man, he was clearly hoping you'd send me away so he could have some time with you. Offering to carry the nachos was a bold move." "You offered to carry the nachos," I say. "Yeah, but he offered to carry the nachos," James smirks. "If you know what I mean." "No way. Riley is my friend," I say, and I feel like a broken record. I need to tattoo it across my forehead so people stop assuming the two of us are together because we spend 5 seconds interacting. He would have come up if any of the other guys were talking to me at the bar. "They aren't though, are they? They're keeping their distance." "We're friends," I repeat, and James shrugs. "Friends or not, that guy wanted you all for himself." The bartender puts 3 large trays down on the bar and I balance them on my arms. "I should go," I say. "I have an important job." I'll say. "Nice to meet you, Lexi." James pretends to tip a hat in my direction. "Be good to your friend. He seems like a good one." I drop off one of the trays of nachos to the girls and the other to Grant's table, keeping one for myself. I'm suddenly not in the mood to socialize either, and before anyone has a chance to ask where I'm going, I hightail it for the elevators. I check my phone with the list of room numbers for the guys and find Riley's, riding up to the 4th floor and knocking softly on his door. He doesn't answer at first, and I'm afraid I've made a mistake by coming here. Then the lock clicks. The handle turns and Riley is there, shirtless with messy hair and glasses sliding down his nose, a pair of crutches in his hand. "Hi," I whisper, and he blinks at me. "What are you doing here?" he asks. "Can I come in?" He hesitates, fingers wrapping around the door jamb before he nods once and steps back. I nudge my way into his room and he closes the door behind me. "Did you need something? Are you in pain?" I point to the crutches. "You haven't used those in a while." "I have to use them at night when I take my prosthetic off, which is what I was about to do." "Oh," I clear my throat and hold out the tray of food to him. He looks down at it but doesn't take it. I brought you nachos. No thanks, he mumbles. What the hell was that, Riley? What was what? Downstairs. You said you weren't hungry when I know you haven't eaten anything since the team lunch earlier today, and then you just left. It's nothing, he mumbles again. I'm a good listener, I offer. You wouldn't understand. Then tell me so I can try. Why do you care? Riley sets down his crutches and closes the distance between us. I take a step back, caught off guard by his close proximity. My shoulders press into the door behind me, and I inhale sharply when he puts his palm flat on the door next to my head. Why did you bother coming up here? Because I care about you. I lift my chin, defiant. I would check on any of the guys if they left abruptly, but it's you. I've spent enough time with you over the last 2.5 months to know something is bothering you, and I want to help. Riley stares at me, his chest heaving. I wait for him to yell at me. I wait for him to kick me out or tell me I'm overstepping, but he doesn't. He brings his left hand close to my face, just like he did that night on Maverick and Emmy's terrace, and this time he rests his palm against my cheek. His touch is shaky, gentle, and I inhale a sharp breath. That guy you were talking to downstairs was a waste of your time, he rasps. I hate him. Understanding dawns and my spine straightens. I wet my lips and his eyes follow the path of my tongue. You were jealous, I whisper. Of course I was jealous. He had your attention and I'm desperate for it. I'm not down there with him, I'm up here with you. What are you going to do about it? What do you want me to do about it? Riley challenges and my mouth parts. His question hangs in the air, the ball in my court, and it's like time stands still. I can think of a dozen things I want him to do about it, all of which I've never considered before. This is a dangerous line I'm towing. I've never stepped this close to the boundary with a player before. I've never even considered it, but it's like I'm being physically pulled to him. I'm working against a force outside of my control, and when he moves his hand from my cheek to the back of my head, I realize I want him. Maybe I've wanted him for a while now. I want you to kiss me, I say, growing more confident in my decision with every word. Riley's eyes widen, and I shove the tray of nachos onto the small table to my right. And then I'd like you to stay close. I don't have time to justify my ask. 1 minute we're staring each other down. The next his mouth is on mine. His tongue is swiping across my bottom lip and I'm letting out a gasp as my arms wrap around his neck. Riley moves closer so his chest presses against mine. He's warm and his lips are soft, but his kisses are intense. They're hot and heavy and bordering on the point of aggressive, like he's been waiting for this moment for years. Wow, he murmurs. Word is intense, both steady and unhinged. His mouth moves to my neck, kissing below my ear, and my back arches off the wall. I'm fully aware of what I'm asking. I put my hand on his chest. His heart is racing, his pulse is jumping. I did that, and it's not a mistake. Tell me to stop, he practically begs. You have to tell me to stop, Lex, because otherwise I don't want you to stop. It rushes out of me, a tangle in my chest. I want you to keep going, kissing. Being close, both at the same time. Preferably sooner rather than later, or I'll go ask James if he can help instead. Don't you dare, Riley growls. He surprises me when he wraps my hair around his wrist and gives it a gentle tug. I gasp when my chin tilts up, our eyes meeting. You're so bossy. Is this how I get you to quiet down? By giving your mouth something to do? This is unexpected. I figured I'd eat some food with the team. I'd have a drink or two with the girls, then head upstairs to relax after a long shower, but this is so much better. Because Riley is looking at me like he's a man starved, like he needs to kiss me again right this very second, and I've never been good at denying someone what they want. Come on. I run my fingers through his hair. Doesn't it sound exciting? It's only one night, I say. One night, he repeats, weighing the words. And then we pretend like it never happened. Would that make things awkward between us? I won't be awkward if you won't be awkward. We're both adults, right? He stares at me again, and his attention is unnerving. It makes my pulse race. I wait with bated breath for his answer, and it comes in the form of a smile, with his thumb tracing down the curve of my jaw and his mouth against my ear. "Forget it," he whispers, kissing me again. "One night. Let's see where this goes, Lexi." 21 Riley. I didn't mean to start kissing Lexi when she got to my room, but now that I can't bring myself to stop. She's too distracting. Too incredible when I guide her over to the couch and she moves across the cushions to face me, her knees on either side of my thighs. She grins when she runs her fingers through my hair, and I'm more affected than I've been in months, years, probably. I'm in so much trouble. She's barely touching me, and I'm thoroughly overwhelmed. God help me when things escalate. "Should we talk about this some more?" I ask. "We could." She drags her nails down my chest and leaves a trail of tingling skin in her wake. "Or we could keep going and not talk. What else is there to say?" "Okay, yes, yes. I want to keep going, Lex, obviously." But I curl my fingers around her chin, then tilt her head down to look at me. Her lipstick is smudged. Her eyes are wide, and she is so goddamn beautiful. Do we? I trail off, not knowing what the hell I want to ask. "Wow. That should definitely be on the list. Kissing and being close, remember." I laugh and rub my hand up her arm. She shivers and leans forward, and I reach out to touch her shoulder. She drops her head back and sighs, and I'm seconds away from losing all control. "Moment of honesty," I ask, my brain finally catching up to my heart after having the woman of my dreams this close to me. "Please," she says. "I haven't been with anyone since." I gesture at my lower body. "I haven't been intimate either. This is embarrassing, but it needs to be said. I don't know if things will work how they're supposed to work. I should look this stuff up online. Do I leave my leg on? Do I take it off?" I feel vulnerable sharing this with her, but I need her to know what's going on in my head. I don't want to set her up for disappointment, and considering the logistics of how intimacy would work for me now hasn't been on my radar. It hasn't been in the realm of possibilities of things that might happen to me, but Lexi is looking at me with understanding eyes. She's touching my face and stroking her thumb along my cheek, and maybe, we can figure this out together. Trial and error and all that. The heat between us cools. I'm afraid she's going to politely rescind her offer. I'll have to ask for a trade, because it's going to be embarrassing as hell to walk out of here with my tail between my legs after her rejection and see her tomorrow. "Riley," she says, voice pitched low, "I want you to do whatever you're comfortable with. If that means starting in one position and stopping halfway through to adjust, we'll do that." "Are you sure?" I ask. "Positive. I'm not turned off by your body. I don't care about scars or prosthetics. I'd like to see you, and I want you to see me." Lexi's fingers curl around the hem of her shirt. She pulls it over her head, revealing a thin black bra strap, and I sigh. "If you want." Christ. My hands rest on her sides. She's smooth and warm under my palms, and my thumbs trace along her ribs. I want this so much. I know I was the one who initiated this, but I need to tell you something. Anything. I've never been with any of the guys on the team, ever," she adds. "I've never been attracted to any of them. I've never used relationships to get ahead. I don't want you to think I run around. I'd never think that," I say fiercely. "You work so hard, and you're damn good at your job." Besides, I adjust my position near her. I don't have a lot of pull on the team. I'm bottom of the barrel right now. I'm not even technically on the roster, for goodness sake. "Okay, good, you're the only one I've ever," she laughs. "Wow, the only one I've ever been this close with in a hotel room. Any regrets?" "None so far." "What are your other rules, Lex? You're in charge here. Tell me what you want and how you want it, and I'll make this so good for you." I'm not going to argue about the one-night stipulation. If it's that or nothing, my choice is going to be her. Always. Because she's moving her body and adjusting her position until I feel her presence. Because she's groaning softly. Rocking forward, her mouth inches from mine, and I'm not in the mood to argue. I reach for her hair again. I wrap the strands around my fist and kiss the corner of her mouth. "I asked you a question, Lexi. Stop hesitating and answer me." Her inhale is sharp. She pulls back and I study her, searching for any sign I've gone too far, that I've pushed too hard too soon, but when our eyes meet, I find a flush on her cheeks and on the top of her chest. Both her bra straps fall down her arms and I wait for her to make the next move. Lexi slowly takes her hands off me. She reaches behind her and I blink, watching as her bra falls away. Her figure is perfect, full and graceful, and I'd give just about anything to be close to her, to leave my mark so the lucky person who gets to have her after me knows who was there first. I'm going to be honest with you, she says, and I blink again, everything around me blurry. About what? I rasp. It's a wonder I haven't lost control yet, and I'm terrified what it's going to be like when we're closer, because this alone could undo me. A few moments and I'd be overwhelmed, like I have no self-control, and I wouldn't give a damn. Men rarely make me feel fulfilled. I fake a lot of my reactions, almost all of them, after I go home and I find my own satisfaction. She wraps her fingers around my wrist. She guides my hand to her neck and rests my palm there. It's okay if you can't make me feel that way. I'll let you watch me find my own pleasure with the item I keep in my suitcase. I'm going to lose myself here. I don't stand a chance at holding back, and that's fine by me. I squeeze her neck, applying the faintest bit of pressure until her smile grows. Get on the bed, Lex, and leave your leggings on. I bet I can find what you need without even getting you undressed. She grins and jumps off me, heading for the bed on the far side of the room. She sits on the end of the mattress and I run my hand through my hair, needing a second. Needing 100 seconds because I have to do this right. I stand and slowly walk toward her. Lexi tracks my movements. Her eyes roam down my bare chest and to the front of my sweatpants. She reaches for me when I get close and I cup her cheek. I don't have any other rules and no hard limits. One night. We keep this to ourselves after we have fun, that's it. I trust you, she says, turning her head to kiss the center of my palm. I meant what I said earlier, Riley. If something doesn't feel right or you're uncomfortable and you need a second, we'll stop. I want you, so badly, and that means wanting all of you. I'm going to be obsessed with her after tonight, I just know it. Completely lost, but that's a problem for later. I'm too worked up right now. I'm too overwhelmed from looking down at her swollen lips and her hair scattered everywhere. I want you too. I climb on the mattress and hold myself above her. Can I touch you? Anywhere, everywhere. She arches her back and wraps her ankles around my waist. Her heels press into my spine and I rest a hand on her hip. Please. That's all I need. I tease her, running my hand up her thigh, then down her other leg. Her eyes close. She grips the sheets, twisting the comforter until it's a tangled mess. When her mouth parts and I can tell she's close to begging me, I press my thumb against her and rub a slow, lazy circle. Did I find it? I nudge her thighs wider with my hips, crowding her space. I want to see her. I want to hear her and be near her. I want to be completely consumed by her. Or should I keep trying? She stutters out a breath and squeezes her eyes shut in a way that tells me she's so damn stubborn. You're close. Lying isn't cute, Lex. I repeat the movement, shocked by how easy it feels to move my body around hers. Did I find it? I ask again, thumb pressing harder. She's responsive. I can feel it through her leggings and I'm tempted to remove them. I'm close to asking her to move against my hand. Yes, her voice cracks. Her hold on the sheet wavers and she lifts her hips. Riley, please. Those other guys you were with don't know the first thing about taking care of a woman but me. I drag my knuckles across her entrance. She cries out and I smile. But not me. I know exactly what you need. I don't know where the hell my confidence is coming from, but I'm going to keep rolling with it. I circle her again and reach up, pinching a nipple between my thumb and forefinger. Her legs tip open wider and I lean over her, my teeth sinking into her bottom lip. She's whispering something I'm going to pretend is my name, and I kiss her just because I can. You are Lexi. Stops. She swallows and opens her eyes. Her gaze is hazy, lustful. An asshole. An asshole. I slow the circles I'm making and grin. How? You know you're good at this. You seem to be benefiting from it. So are you. Her palm settles on the front of my sweatpants and she gives me a gentle stroke. "You like this, don't you, so much? I'm in heaven. I could stay here forever. The only thing that would be better is being closer to her, and I'm done drawing this out." I take a second to scoot down the mattress, eyes level with her leggings, and she tugs on my hair. "I think I'm going to like everything with you," I say, licking a hot swipe over the black nylon. Lexi moans, a raspy sound that splits in half when I use my fingers too, finding the rhythm. She likes faster circles. Slower when I yank her leggings down and leave her underwear on, teasing her over the lace. I'm going to savor her when I taste her for real, without anything between us. She pulls on my hair again, and that makes me want to tie her hands up. If this was something longer than just tonight, I'd take my time. I'd restrain her wrists to keep her in place and see how much I could push her. Maybe I'd attach her ankles to the end of the bed so she was spread open wide for me to enjoy whenever I wanted. "Damn. I'm close," she whispers, and she sounds mad about it. It makes me smile. "Can you a little more shit?" "Yeah, right there." I press down on her stomach with my free hand. I want to watch her climax. I want to watch while I unravel her piece by piece, and when I tease my fingers against where I'm going to be later, pressing against the lace of her underwear so I'm almost inside her, she detonates. And I've never seen a more beautiful sight. There's a sheen of sweat on her brow. Her chest is heaving and my name is falling from her mouth. It's a chant of Riley and please, and it's overwhelming. "That's it," I murmur, her entire body reacting to the sensation. "That's so good, Lex, look at you." It takes a minute for her to come down from the high. When she does, her limbs relax and she settles against the mattress. I kiss the spot above her knee, her thigh, her hip bone, and the tattoo she told me about, a small seashell no bigger than my thumb that's sexy as hell. I work my way up to her mouth, bumping my nose against hers and kissing her softly until her eyes flutter open and she touches my cheek with a smile. "Wow." She draws out the syllable like she wants to keep it to herself. "That was intense. How'd I do?" I didn't have to fake too much. "Brat." I kiss her neck and run my tongue along her throat. "You didn't fake a second of that. I can be very convincing." Lexi drapes her arms around my neck and massages her thumb into my nape. I close my eyes and sigh. That also wasn't what I was expecting. "What were you expecting?" "Something sweeter, softer." She brings her mouth to mine and kisses me, her tongue running along my bottom lip. "Not so mind-blowing." I'm happy I could deliver. I splay my palm across her ribs and touch along her side. Everything about her is perfect. "Are you doing okay?" I'm on top of the world. Lexi kisses me again and I can feel the truth behind the words. "Can I touch you now?" "You don't have to." It's going to be quick, I admit. Like embarrassingly short. If I can finish at all, we'll see. "I don't care about that." She drops her hands to her chest and pushes them together. I wonder if that's what she does when she's alone, when she's using her toy and thinking about something or someone specific while she gets off. "It means you're enjoying being here with me." "Okay, yeah, you can touch me. Here." Lexi sits up and scoots out from under me, patting the spot on the mattress she just occupied. "Lie down. Your legs must be killing you. I'm sure these are new positions you haven't put your body in a while." My quads are screaming at me, but I wasn't going to ask her to hold off on her climax so I could stretch out my hip flexors. I'm not a selfish asshole. "I'm okay," I grit out, hoping she can't see me wince as I get on my back. Like I mentioned earlier, I haven't been with anyone since my last test. Everything would come back negative. For me too. She watches me while I maneuver my hips and get comfortable, propping my head up on the pillows. I've been too busy working with the stubborn hockey player who's apparently an expert in female anatomy. Science was always a favorite subject. When I'm settled, Lexi rubs her hands across my bare chest. She tugs on my sweatpants with a deliberate yank, pulling them halfway down my legs so she can take me out. Her fingers curl around my shaft and I groan, my left foot flexing and my right hand forming a fist when she strokes me up and down. "Wow," she whispers. You're so big, I smirk. Think you can take all of me? Easily, and everywhere you want to try. Care to test that theory? Lexi brushes her hair out of her face. She bends from her hips and keeps her eyes locked on me as she lowers her head and takes me into her mouth without blinking. 22. Lexi, I've been with men who couldn't satisfy me even after I walked them through the process step by step. And here comes Riley Mitchell, the quiet NHL player who wears glasses and reads romance novels, who just gave me the best experience of my life. That has to be why he knows what he's doing. I bet he's the type of guy who uses the books as reference tools. He probably studies them with a highlighter in his mouth so he can pick out the parts he wants to try, the parts he thinks he'd be good at. Unbelievable. Other men should take notes. I didn't know what was happening. One minute he was kissing me, and the next he was making me climax while I was still wearing my underwear and had my leggings halfway down my thighs. 1,000 gold stars for the blushing boy. He's heavy and salty on my tongue, and I angle my head so I can take him deeper. He's big, easily the biggest I've ever had, and I hollow out my cheeks while I get used to his length. Riley massages my scalp, and when I add my palm to the base of his shaft and twist, his hips lift off the bed. His hand tightens in my hair, tugging on the strands just to the edge of painful before easing off and rubbing the base of my neck. Damn, he slurs, and I think that might be his favorite word. You're a goddess. I can't believe. He stops mid-sentence and I blink up at him, a tear caught in my eye. He's watching me with an expression I can't read. It looks like he's stuck somewhere between lust and absurd happiness, and he wipes my cheek with his thumb. I'm so glad I get to have you like this, Lex. I pull off him with a pop, drool hanging from my mouth and my jaw tight. I swap out my mouth with my hand, spitting on my palm before stroking him up and down. Could you finish like this? I ask, and his nod is vigorous. I don't know how he doesn't give himself whiplash. I want to see it. If I only get you for one night, shit, I want to be with you. You can be with me. Finish first, then we'll go again. Seems like you're changing the rules on me, Lex. What happened to just once? Riley reaches out, his palm landing on my breast. He pinches my nipple, then turns the pebbled peak between his fingers hard and moisture pools in my underwear. I'm not used to being turned on while doing this, but watching Riley unravel is doing something to me. His restraint is slipping, his movements get jerkier. His words are more slurred, inaudible. He's lifting his hips to thrust into my hand, and while I'm glad he's going to get off, I'm also glad to see how much mobility he has in his lower half. A web of emotions burrows its way into my chest, taking root, but I shove them away when I swirl my tongue over the head of his cock and swallow down the precum I find there. Just one night. We can do a lot of things in the same night, I clarify, and his laugh is soft. It turns into a groan when I put my mouth on him again and his shaft hits the back of my throat. If you want. I've told you. His hand squeezes my shoulder so hard I'm going to have fingerprints all over my body tomorrow. I can't wait to look at them in the mirror. I do want that. I smile around him and don't say anything else, learning exactly what he likes and exactly what it takes to get him close to the edge. My hands working up and down, then cupping his balls and my tongue lapping over his slit, then licking him from base to tip. I enjoy every second. Riley was right. It doesn't take long for the muscles in his left leg to strain, for his grunts to turn louder and fill the room, and his hand to tug my hair in warning. Lex, I love to swallow, I say, a quick rush of air, and his groan is the last thing I hear before he fills my mouth with warmth. God damn, you are. Each word is punctuated with a stroke of his thumb, a gentle touch and a soothing graze while the rest of his body spasms. Wonderful. I smile at the compliment and take my time to swallow his release and work my mouth off him. When he's finished, I sit back on my heels. I lick my lips and glance down at him. He's staring up at me, wonder in his eye, and he opens his arms, an invitation there. I make quick work of shoving my leggings off but leaving my underwear on, and I curl up next to him with my head on his chest. "How are you doing?" I ask. That's an unfair question. He's winded, practically gasping for air. "Because you rocked my world, so I can't tell if things feel great or if I'm losing my mind." I laugh. "Maybe both if I had to guess." "Yeah." He brushes the hair away from the back of my neck and drops a kiss to my forehead. It's the most romantic thing a guy has ever done for me, and that's alarmingly sad. "Definitely both." "How does everything feel?" His sweatpants are halfway down his body, and I reach out a hesitant hand, resting it on the socket of his prosthetic leg. "Your leg? Different. It doesn't hurt, but the sensation is new." Riley shrugs and buries his face in my hair. "Something I'll have to get used to after engaging in clandestine affairs." "Whoa, big words there, Mitchie. Watch it, Armstrong. I might be close to sedated, but I can still make you pay for those smart-ass comments." He presses a finger into my ribs and I squeal. "And I read books. I know plenty of big words." "What are you reading right now?" "A cowboy romance. Grant bought us all hats to wear at our next book club meeting." He's trying to talk the social media team into doing a Western night at an upcoming game, but he's not having a lot of success. "Yeehaw, please send me a photo after. Who needs a horse when you can ride a cowboy?" I say around a yawn. "It's been a long day, hasn't it? Morning skate for the guys, a game, hanging out at a bar, watching some other guy flirt with you only to be the one to make you climax." Riley matches my yawn and pulls me tighter to his chest. "I could sleep for hours." "Want me to leave? We have an early flight tomorrow." "Nope. I'm not letting you out of my sight until I get this underwear off." He snaps the elastic band against my skin, smoothing over the sting with his thumb. "It's pretty. Do you always wear stuff like this?" "I like to spoil myself," I admit. "I'm in an industry with barely any women, and I don't want to appear too girly out of fear the men in power won't take me seriously." I roll my eyes. "Even though what I wear and how I do my hair has no impact on how well I do my job." "You know what we say to that? Screw 'em." "There you go with that feminism of yours. It's very attractive." "Shucks, Lex, you're going to make me blush." I tilt my chin and gaze up at him. His eyes are closed, glasses sliding down his nose. He looks relaxed, blissed out with the hint of a smile on his mouth and stubble on his jaw. I reach up and put my hand on his cheek, stroking over the rough hair. "I can't believe he made me feel like that. The girls and I have joked before about who we thought would be the best in bed, but I've never given the debate a lot of serious thought. After tonight, though, I know the answer to that question. None of them could compare to Riley." A shred of regret races through me after remembering the conditions of our time together. It would be so easy to see him again, and that's the problem. Easy never stays easy for long, and I value Riley's friendship. I like our time together on the treatment table, and all the moments in between. Anything more than a few hours together could ruin that, and I don't want to push him away. "You're thinking hard." He runs his fingers through my hair, careful when he gets to a knotted section. "Everything okay?" "Yeah, yes." I kiss his pectoral muscles and drop my chin to his chest. His eyes open and I bite back a smile. "I'm fine." "Anything you want to share with the class?" "No, only that you look tired." "And you're half asleep," I say. "You gave me the best experience I've ever had." "Ever? Careful, Mitchie, you're going to give me a complex." "You know you're good at that, you know you're sexy." His hand skims up my leg and stops on my hip. My breath catches when he teases his fingers along the lace of my underwear. "Right," he rasps. "Or do I need to show you?" "You can show me," I whisper. "I've always been a good learner." "I need another minute." Athlete, recovery, out of practice, all of that. "I want to make you climax again." He yanks on my underwear, pulling them down just far enough so he can almost see me. "Can I take these off?" When he's teasing me like this, whispering in that low tone with heavy-lidded eyes that look like he's about to pounce, I'm helpless. A proud woman supporting herself, because who am I to deny him what he wants, especially when what he wants is me? "Please," I tell him, not embarrassed by the way it comes out like a beg. "I'm going to be with you after." Riley pulls away and pushes his palm into my shoulder to get me to lie flat on my back. I'm not sure anyone's ever been so gentle with me while also having fire behind their eyes, and the juxtaposition makes me shiver. Sound good to you? I'm so glad I didn't stay downstairs. He laughs and switches positions, finding his way back between my legs. I see the wince flash across his face when he gets settled on his stomach, the way he reaches down and does something with his prosthetic, and I want to tell him he can take it off if it'll make him more comfortable because I don't like to see him in pain. Me too, he agrees. Riley drags my underwear down in a torturous pull. When he gets them off, he keeps his eyes on me when he shoves the pair in his pocket with a sheepish grin. Saving those for later, I ask. I need something to prove I slept with the hottest woman in the world. No one would believe me. You don't seem like the bragging type. I'm not. You said this stays between us, and it will. His cheeks turn pink. I don't know how this is the same man who just took charge. He's not shy when his attention roams down my body, taking in my breasts and my stomach, then stopping between my legs. He groans, and it might be the hottest sound I've ever heard. There's fierceness behind the noise, and I can't find it in me to be embarrassed by how thoroughly he's looking at me. See something you like? I ask, the words splintering when he blows a puff of air against me. Gonna worship you, he grunts, thrusting his hips into the bed, and I know he will. He's purposeful when he pushes a finger inside me, another groan firing from his throat when I open my thighs wider to give him more space. Riley moves slowly, carefully, watching my every move to figure out what I like without having to tell him. When he adds a second finger, I shut my eyes. I try to steady myself, the overwhelming wave of satisfaction starting to roll through me because he curls his fingers. He presses on my clit with his thumb, then his tongue, and there's no way in hell I should already be so close so soon. God, he whispers. If this is what you look like taking my fingers, how are you going to look when you take me? Like I'm being overwhelmed, probably. I gasp, squirming when he drapes his arm firmly across my stomach so I can't move. I'm desperate for more of him, the sensation too much but also not nearly enough. On account of how big you are, Riley laughs. He licks a long swipe over me and the mattress dips when he thrusts his hips again. There's too much happening around me. His hands are everywhere, moving from the inside of my thighs to my ankles so I rest my feet on his shoulders. Back up and sliding under me so he can grab a handful of my ass in a tight squeeze. It's exquisite. I feel boneless when he goes from 2 fingers inside me to 3, the stretch a delicious ache as my entire body starts to respond to him. Say something, I blurt, mortified by the outburst. What? He kisses my knee, then sucks on the skin, a spot I didn't know I liked being touched but absolutely love. What do you want me to say? I like being talked to, being praised. You like being told you're good, don't you, Lexi? His touch turns rougher, possessive. You might be strong and independent, but at the end of the day, you want to know you're taking me so well. 23 Lexi, I whine. Heat washes over me, and the high I'm chasing is within reach. I scramble for it, sinking into the awareness of being with someone who pays attention, who watches me, reads me, and when Riley shoves his glasses up his nose and puts his tongue on me one more time, I lose it. It's the hottest, nerdiest thing I've ever seen, and a million stars explode in my vision. I cry out, reaching for the back of his head and pressing his face against me because it's so good, I want it to last as long as possible. I want you to let go, Lexi, he mumbles against me, his stubble scratching against my skin. Drench my hand, let that be another souvenir. I'll never wash it again. A second climax sneaks up on me, less intense but just as wonderful, and my toes scrunch. I whimper, caught off guard by his ask. A sob escapes my mouth and I feel Riley moving. His fingers slow, his touch relents back to soft and easy. Fresh tears spring in my eyes and I'm exhausted, so weary that more tears fall and I try to cover my face with my hands. Hey, hey! Riley sits next to me and pulls me into his lap. He strokes my back and kisses my wet cheek. What's wrong? Talk to me, Lex. That was my body shakes, the lingering pleasure undeniable. Maybe it's going to stay with me forever. So, you did so well, he murmurs, and he's hard under me. The tip of his cock presses into my ass, and gosh, I want that too. So good, twice, I've never me either. I kiss his neck and the space below his ear, smiling when he hums. You're magic, you're magic. His mouth is on my shoulder, and I'd love to find a way to tattoo his touch on my body. We can stop there for the night. I don't need the first time was beyond my wildest dreams. I want you. I lift myself off him. How should you? I'm going to, keep my leg on. Riley swallows. Tonight, I've seen you without your prosthetic before. I rest my hand on his right thigh, the metal of his leg hard against my palm. And you're beautiful. I want you to know that. Damn. He shakes his head, disbelieving. We're going to have to get creative here. I didn't have a chance to look up the best positions for people who are missing limbs. I stifle a giggle, but he laughs too. This all feels so normal, something we've done 100 times, and the realization makes my stomach swoop low. Do you think there's a website for that? I ask. There's definitely a Reddit thread somewhere. People on the internet are very knowledgeable. I'm thinking. He stops to lick his lips and look at my body again. He takes my nipple between his fingers, twisting it and smiling when I hiss. You on top, riding me. That doesn't involve the muscles in my lower body. I like that idea. Do you want help taking your pants all the way off, or I can do it? Riley squeezes my waist, and we adjust our positions so he can swing his legs over the side of the bed. He grunts when he shimmies his sweatpants off, and I crawl over so I can kiss his shoulders. So I can wrap my arms around him and skate my hands down his body, my fingers aching to feel him. I've never been one for physical touch or cuddling after sex, but it's different with Riley. It's like I can't get enough of him, and when he's finally naked and looks back at me, I want him in every way I can have him. Get on the bed, I say, and his smile hitches wide. I like when you're bossy. It takes him a beat to stretch out on the mattress, but when he does, his hand slips into mine. He strokes his thumb over my knuckles and tugs me toward him. See, Mir. I want to look first. You've seen my body. I haven't seen you like this. It's different when we're not at the arena. Can I? Yeah, he nods. You can. I look at his tattoo and the hair on his stomach, at the faint scars and muscles that are weaker on the right side of his body. I travel lower to his cock standing tall, then to his legs. I study the prosthetic I've seen before and his foot, mesmerized by every inch of him. He's perfect. You said you wanted me on top, I ask, and he nods again, quicker this time. I would have picked that position even if I could move around however I wanted. I know I finished the first time, but I don't know what my body is capable of during round 2. I might not. That's okay. We'll try together and figure it out. There's, a condom in my wallet on the dresser under the television. Were you planning to get lucky tonight, Mitchie? God, no. This is a fever dream. Ethan brought a box to the arena a week ago and threw them around the locker room. I didn't want the custodians to have to clean them up, so I found one the guys forgot to grab and shoved it in my wallet. I forgot about it until now. Look at that divine intervention. I hop off the bed and hurry to the dresser, opening his wallet. A small photo falls out and I pick it up. What's this? The team picture from last year. I like to remember the good days. Is today not a good day? I ask over my shoulder. Today is the best day I've had in months, he says. By a long shot. We should make a point to say which days are good. I tuck the photo back in its place and pluck the foil packet from behind a $20 bill, so you don't forget. I like that idea, he says, and when I turn to walk back to him, he holds up a hand. Stop there for a second. I freeze in my tracks. Is everything okay? Just wanted to watch you. You're so beautiful. I smile and slow my steps toward him. I climb on the bed and crawl between his legs, bringing my mouth close to his. Do you like watching, Riley? I whisper. Yes, he says, voice thick. I do. It's a shame you got me off earlier. I would have let you watch me play with myself. He moans and snatches the condom out of my hand, tearing it open with one rip. You aren't fair. Sorry, Riley baby. I straddle him, hovering myself over his length. Before I have a chance to spit on the latex for lubrication, I'm actually afraid he might hurt me. He's sliding 3 fingers back in me, making me writhe above him and roll my hips, and everything in me pulls tight. Now who's not playing fair? Sorry, Lexi baby, he murmurs, mimicking me, and I hate how much I love it. Looks like I don't need to do too much work to get you ready. You're still wet. I groan when he pulls out of me, left aching and needy. He guides me down, lowering me until the head of his cock pushes against my entrance and my groan turns into a gasp. That's it. Riley wraps his pinky and thumb around my throat, his middle 3 fingers at my mouth. Open up and suck. My lips pop open and I groan again when he puts his fingers on my tongue. I taste myself on him, and I lick away the moisture I left behind. I don't have a chance to ask what happens next because he's lifting his hips. He's sinking deeper inside me and everything gets hazy. Damn. It's my turn to curse and the world spins around me. You are only halfway in, he grunts, and I don't know if I want to laugh or cry. I will kill you if you don't move right this second, Riley. He listens, guiding me down and muttering his encouragement along the way. Cautious until he's fully buried, then he stops moving. Holy shit. Look how well we fit together, he says, and I glance down at where we're joined. Fucking perfect. It is perfect, and when our gazes lock, something snaps in both of us. I lean forward and crash my mouth into his at the same time his hands find their way back on me. At my throat, the small of my back kneading my ass. I lift off him then slam back down, our groans in sync when I ride him like my life depends on it. Good, I ask, checking to make sure he's doing okay. No, a head shake and I almost freeze before he touches my clit. Better than good. So goddamn incredible. Our movements match, both of us wanting to help the other finish. He's thick inside me, and every time I roll my hips, he answers me with a thrust of his own. The rhythm is easy, effortless. He touches my neck again, a squeeze that tightens around my throat when I nod to show my consent. I watch him, mouth parted, eyes closed, while I rock forward, then up, then down his shaft until there's no space between us, not wanting to miss out on a single inch. Riley. I think I'm going to climax from "Thank God, I'm waiting for you to go first." Why am I not surprised you're so chivalrous in the bedroom? I drop my head back, hair swishing against my back. Why am I not surprised you're going to be the first guy to get me to finish from sex? It's a thrust, another thrust that makes me cry out. His fingers are back on my clit, circling and teasing honor. I give in, not questioning the reasons why he's capable of doing things no one else has ever done. It doesn't matter because everything is a mess of limbs and sweat and a mumbled "Can I finish inside you?" and an emphatic "God. Yes, please," before we're both tumbling. Falling headfirst into nirvana that takes over my entire being, but Riley holds me steady. I feel him pulse inside me, finishing, and a vague thought races through my head. What would it feel like with nothing between us? No protection, just him. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I know it would be ecstasy. Well, Riley finally says after our breathing returns to normal, after my skin starts to cool and the sweat on my chest starts to dry. I think my therapist will be happy to know I'm out of the depression stage of my grief. A condom full of cum has to mean I'm on the upside of things. I burst out laughing and fall forward, my chest pressing against his. He holds me there, secure and safe, while he pulls out of me. We both hiss at the break in our contact, and a void settles over me as my shoulders shake and he laughs too. You could also be donating to a sperm bank, I suggest, smiling when he arranges me next to him on the bed. True. He carefully slides the condom off his length and ties it off, tossing it toward the trash can in the bathroom. He misses, then huffs out a chuckle. Oof, ugly shot there. There's a reason I play hockey. A swing and a miss. I kiss his cheek. Thanks for the great time, Mitchie. You're not leaving yet, are you? That was the point of this. We get off, then I go. My body is still responding. You'll hurt my ego if you leave now, and you should shower, health ed, and all of that. You make a convincing argument. I sigh and grab the sheets, draping them around us. 15 minutes and one shower, then I'm hitting the road. 45, I'll order us room service, then I'll do recon in the hall to make sure none of the guys are getting back at the same time. What kind of room service? What's your favorite food? Grilled cheese, I say, with a big-ass pickle. Ah yes, you and your love of heart attack-inducing sandwiches. Riley grabs the hotel phone, adjusts his crooked and smudged glasses, and looks down at me. Fries. Yeah, I swallow. And a shit ton of ketchup, please. Oh, and a milkshake. Oreo, right? Yeah, I repeat, the word stuck. That's right. Get comfortable, Armstrong. You're not free from me yet. 45 minutes turns into a shower where Riley sits on the lid of the toilet and talks to me while I wash my hair. A heaping pile of food and an old Western movie we barely watch because we're too busy making out, chatting about his teammates and my friends. And when I finally slip out of his room 2 hours before we need to be downstairs to catch the team bus to the airport, I'm so exhausted, but I can't locate a smidge of regret. My phone chimes when I press my keycard against my door, and I wait until I'm safely in my room before I open it. Riley, dude, I just hooked up with the hottest woman, and I stole her underwear. Attachment. One image, it's a picture of him with my thong between his teeth, the flash of the camera reflecting in his glasses. His hair is a mess. There are marks all over his chest and neck from my mouth and fingernails, and something unexplainable stirs in my soul when a fourth message comes through. Riley, today was a good day. Me it was, wasn't it? Riley, see you soon, Lexi baby. 24 Lexi girls just want to have fun, mental rights, and good sex. Piper, where did you disappear to the other night, Lex? Me when? Maven, after our game in Miami. You dropped off food for us, then we didn't see you again. Me, oh, I was tired and wanted to head back to my room early. Piper, did you take the cute guy you were talking to at the bar with you? Me, the pilot, he was British and nice, but nope. Emmy, don't ever get involved with a pilot, they're all slimy. Madeline, is this from first-hand experience, Em? Emmy, I will not confirm or deny my experience with shitty men. Maven, that's a yes. Piper, are you feeling better now, Lex? Me, like a new woman. Emmy, amazing what some rest can do. Me, rest. Yeah. A week later, and I'm still thinking about the filthy things Riley and I did. I'm thinking about his mouth and his hands, and when I wonder about how many people he must have been with before me if he's that good at knowing exactly what to do, a flicker of jealousy creeps up my spine. I'd probably burst into flames if I stepped inside a church, but I can't bring myself to care. Not when I'm seeing him for the first time today since he got me off and stole my underwear. We've sent a few text messages back and forth, but it hasn't been anything substantial. Neither one of us have brought up that night, and something like nerves have been sitting in my stomach since I woke up this morning. I almost canceled our session, but I don't want him to think I'm hiding from him. Or worse, developing feelings for him and wanting to do it again. I snort and toss the towels some of the guys used after an earlier ice bath into the hamper. The door to the training room clicks open behind me and my heart jumps to my throat. I slow my breathing and turn around with a grin, only to be disappointed when I find Coach in the doorway. Oh, hey, I say, and the scowl he's wearing deepens. Something wrong, he asks. Nope, I thought you were someone else. I'm adding you to the list of people disappointed to see me. Not sure what you're talking about. You're at the top of the list of my favorites. Sarcasm isn't a good look on you, Armstrong, Coach draws out. What's up? You never come in here, I say. Because I hate when people come into my workspace without an invitation. I like to extend that same courtesy to other people when I can. Wow, you're such a good Samaritan. Doing my civic duty. Is Mitchell here yet? Nope, should be any minute. I grab a spray bottle and wipe down the treatment table Liam was on 30 minutes ago while I tended to his sore ankle. Why? Just wanted to check in and see how things were going. Stick around. I think you'll be impressed when you see his progress. I know I'm not an occupational therapist, but I hope I've done a good job." "She's done a great job," Riley says, stepping into the room. "Don't let her sell herself short." "Hi, hey, what's up?" I ask. Our eyes meet and the air is tense. There's a pause, a throat clearing, my gaze bouncing to the front of his shorts and knowing what's hiding underneath. A cocky smirk he tosses my way before he adjusts his glasses and strolls over to the table, and I hope Coach can't pick up on the awkwardness between us. "Your gait looks great, Mitchell." Coach unfolds his arms from across his chest. "And I'm glad to hear Lexi hasn't had to make any excuses for you lately. Not a single absence listed in her progress report since October." "I'm a good student," Riley says, and I swear I hear the undertones behind his statement. "He's doing well, isn't he?" I beam and grab a rolled-up towel. "We're increasing the intensity of the physiotherapy exercises today. Do you want to stick around?" "No, I don't want to overstep," Coach says. "And my daughter has figure skating lessons this afternoon." "No hockey for her?" Riley asks, sitting on the edge of the table and swinging his legs to the front. "She could be the next Emmy. I'm sure she has some of your skills in her blood. Trust me, I've tried. She wants to wear figure skating dresses, not pads." He glances at me. "You good? Why wouldn't I be?" I grab the clipboard I use to track Riley's progress and sit on a rolling stool. "All is well here." He turns his attention to Riley. "I'm proud of you." "Thanks, Coach." Riley smiles and gets to work on his prosthetic. "And thanks for believing in me." With a grunt, Coach disappears out the door and the room gets quiet. "So," I say brightly after flipping through my stack of notes, "we're going to try some new things today." "New things? Like what?" Riley asks. "Bridges and similar things. Your core is getting stronger and I want to see how you fare with some different movements. My hope is in the new year we'll start working on the exercises you're used to doing as a hockey player, like single leg squats and RDLs." Sounds good to me. I was at my prosthetist's office yesterday. I've had some trouble walking the last couple of days, and he had to adjust my socket. It's nice to have a break from lugging this thing around. Riley pops off his leg and I take it from him, leaning it against the wall like I always do. We have a routine in here, but that routine hasn't included wondering if he still has a hickey on his neck from our night together. A quick glance while he scoots back on the table shows the mark below his ear has faded, and I'm a little sad about it. Did his adjustments help? Yeah. It's amazing how things can be out of whack by half a millimeter and throw everything else off. He fixes his shorts and stretches out his left leg. "I've been very good at doing my solo exercises this week. I wanted to make you proud." "Yeah." I stand and set my clipboard on the stool, moving so I'm next to him. "I'm sure you will. What are we doing first?" "Bridges. I need you on your back, please." No laughing at me. Riley maneuvers his body and I wait patiently until he's flat on the table with his arms folded behind his head. God, I can't believe people sleep like this. Back sleepers have something seriously wrong with them. "How do you sleep?" "On my side. What about you?" "Side sleepers unite." He turns his chin so he's looking my way. There's something else on the tip of his tongue, but he closes his mouth. He takes a deep breath, bringing his legs together. "What do you want me to do?" "Make me climax again. Put your hand around my throat. Tell me how good I am." A million other things that should not still be lingering in my brain. "With your left foot on the table, you're going to lift your hips in the air," I say, worried it sounds too breathy, like his presence is affecting me when it absolutely shouldn't be. "Then you'll bring your hips back down and we'll repeat." Whenever I think the exercises are going to be easy, they end up kicking my ass. He grimaces when he moves his body, and his fingers dig into the leather of the table. "How do you come up with these things?" "I spend a lot of time researching. I study documents from hospitals and outpatient facilities. I consult with people knowledgeable in limb loss. I'm learning a lot, but I'm used to treating hockey injuries. I want to make sure I'm giving you the right exercises to work on the right parts of your body." I'd say it's working. Moving is easier than it was in September. I hope it's because I'm actually getting stronger, not the weather getting cooler. November is great, isn't it? Really great. I put my hand on his shoulders to keep his chest from lifting off the table. I can't believe we're talking about the weather. It's like we're both actively avoiding mentioning the elephant in the room, and I hate it. I'm never sleeping with someone I work with ever again. How was your week? I find myself asking, desperate to break the silence between us. It's not like us, and every second that passes where he doesn't say anything, I'm transported back to his hotel room and the slick glide of his fingers, the sounds of his heavy breathing and the feel of his hands everywhere on my body. My poor vibrator has been working overtime, and I only thought about him once when I got off last night. Okay, twice, but only because I can't get those words I know exactly what you need out of my head. Screw him and his dirty mouth to high heaven. Fine. Riley grunts when I touch his residual limb to test his range of motion. I FaceTimed my parents so they could see I'm surviving, went to a therapy appointment, hung out with Hudson, Madeline, and Lucy at the library. Sounds like a busy week. Yeah, it's nice to be busy, better than sitting on my couch and moping. What about you? Nothing special. I started a new book, taught 4 Pilates classes, went on a run down by the Potomac. What book did you start? A romance book. Vague, which one? I forget Riley isn't going to mock me for my literary choices. He and the other guys on the team are enthusiastic supporters of romance novels and the women who read them. I don't have to brace myself for the teasing. Romance books have no substance, so they don't count as a real book that normally follows. God forbid someone likes to pretend they're in a fictional world where women are treated right and orgasms are plentiful, because no way in hell does that happen in the reality where I'm currently living, except for Riley. Lex, sorry, I say, is everything okay? Everything is fine. I got distracted there for a minute. I knew it. Riley sighs and pushes up on his elbows. He positions his legs over the table and stares at me. You regret last week? What? No, I don't. At all. You don't have to lie to protect my feelings, Lex. And if I'm making you uncomfortable, I can take my rehab back to an outpatient facility so you don't have to deal with me. Riley. I step closer to him. That's not what's going on here. I'm confused how we're supposed to act around each other because I've never seen the person I've hooked up with out in the real world after the fact, and I'm going to be seeing a lot of you. You're the one who said it was only one time. His smile hitches. He leans back on his palms and watches me. If I had it my way, we would be going back to your place after this and having round 2. That wouldn't be very friendly of us, would it? I don't know. I've never slept with a friend before. The offer is tempting, and for half a second, I consider it. But then I remember there are at least 5 more months left in the season, and I don't want to spend them awkwardly dancing around him while our friends watch and wonder why we can't be in the same room. It was sex, great sex, that's it, and I need to get my head out of my ass and stop thinking about him. I'm sorry I'm being weird. Can we start the day over? I ask. Too late. I'm already sweating my ass off from your training plan. There's no going back now. He kicks his left leg out, foot nudging my knee. Tell me what book you're reading or I'm going to be pissed. I relax, laughing when he blinks at me with big, wide eyes. There are motorcycles involved. Ethan would be so proud. It's good. I'll bring it for you to read when I'm finished. It's like our own library system. Yeah, and you're distracting me from getting your exercises done. Get on your stomach, Mitchell. I'm onto your games. Guess I need to find a new distraction tactic. He lifts his shirt to wipe his forehead, then his glasses, and I know he's testing me. I pointedly stare at the floor. I'll figure you out, Armstrong. We're doing hip extensions next. Same position you would get in for hamstring curls. Love when you're bossy. Riley swings his lower half around and lays on his stomach. What am I doing for this one? You're going to lift your residual limb off the table. Ah, okay, how many times? 12. Damn, you're mean. He starts the movement with his right leg. I place both of my hands gently on his lower back, right on the start of his backside to make sure he's working the correct muscles. Keep your stomach on the table, I explain, getting a grunt in response. There you go. That was a great adjustment, Riley. Feel the difference. Unfortunately, he grits out, and his next rep is slower. Like this? Perfect. I keep my hands on him, my grip slackening with each rep he completes. I want him to do it on his own, and when he finishes number 12, he groans. That was hard as hell. You did great. I grab a towel and a water, bringing them over to him while he sits up. Does anything hurt? There's some throbbing and tingling on the right side of my body. My leg hurts even though it's not there. It's weird. It doesn't happen all the time. Sometimes it's like static. He runs a hand over his right thigh, thumbs pressing into his muscles. He works lower, massaging his residual limb, and I watch him so I can try to learn what helps. I read about phantom pain when I started researching limb loss and what happens after an amputation. It's a physiological experience with a few root causes like nerve damage and central sensitization, and besides medication and some therapies that may or may not be effective, there's only so much you can do. Is there anything I can do to help? I ask. Nah, I don't want to take any pain meds. I started to rely on them too much after my surgery, and I don't want to go down that road again. I've also looked into things like mirror therapy, but I think I need to get a year of healing under my belt before I try anything new. I know I'm not qualified for anything beyond athletic training and some physical therapy, but if there's something I can do to make the pain less, I'm happy to try. Weirdly enough, these exercises are helping. I'm feeling less of the phantom sensations than I was in September and October. You're strengthening the muscles and nerves in your right leg. That helps with the pain, according to my research. Riley gives me a long look, and I don't know what he's trying to convey. His eyebrows are pulled together, but there's a softness in his gaze. Gratitude almost in the tilt of his head and his heavy exhale. It means so much to me that you've spent your free time looking things up on my behalf. I've never worked with an amputee before, and I want to make sure we're doing this right, and in a way that could get you back on the ice one day. Do you still think that's possible? Riley asks, and I nod. I do. You're making a lot of improvements, and as we start to shift to the exercises your body remembers from years of playing hockey, we can talk about approaching the ice again. He swallows and glances at me. I can't thank you enough for all you're doing, Lex. I wouldn't be this far along in my recovery if it weren't for you. Yes, you would. I hand over his water bottle, and when he takes it from me, his fingers brush against mine. An electric current runs through me with the contact, and I have to control my breathing. You'd be just fine. There's a pause, but it's not as awkward as before. Riley sips the water and stares at the wall. I set the towel next to him and sit back on my stool. It was good, wasn't it, our night together, he says. No, I can't help but smile, remembering his words. It was goddamn incredible. That's a good answer. I won't bring it up again. Moment of honesty, please, he says. I'm glad you did. It was one time. I had a lot of fun. We've acknowledged it happened, and now we can go on with our lives. Friends. Riley holds out his hand, and I wrap my fingers around his. Friends, I repeat. Now get on your back, Mitchell, so I can torture you some more. There she is, he laughs light and loud. Glad to see you again, Armstrong. This friend thing is going to be so goddamn easy. 25 Riley Puck Kings easy. What do you think, baby? Do you like it? Attachment. One image. Sully, why the fuck are you sending us pictures of you shirtless in a motorcycle helmet? And who the fuck are you calling baby? Is that a washcloth on your fucking Christ? I hate this chat. G-Money, he's calling me baby, obviously. Mavi, it would definitely be me. Easy Elmau, whoops. Wrong chat. Huddy boy, you send photos of yourself like that in a motorcycle helmet to other chats. Easy yeah. I'm not out here getting NBA money, so I need to do something to make some extra cash. Kidding. I have a social media account where I post videos of me wearing my motorcycle helmet. The ladies love it, and I've been texting one. Mavi, Jesus. This sounds like a recipe for disaster. When your photos are leaked, I can't help you. Me be careful, easy, aw, you guys love me. The world would be lucky if they got to see my photos. And this girl doesn't know who I am. No faces, no names. She's cool, me you like her. Easy I mean, I like the photos she sends me. Huddy boy, I can't wait for the day you grow up. G-Money okay, but who would you call baby out of all of us? Me right? Me oh boy, here we go. Sully has left the chat. Easy E has added Sully to the chat. Easy E, I'd call Sully baby, obviously. And I'd follow it up with a daddy too. Wait, does Piper call you that in bed? Sully, if you say her name one more time, I'm going to fucking murder you. G-Money has left the chat. Mavi has added G-Money to the chat. G-Money, I can see I'm not wanted here. Me, I'd pick you, Grant. G-Money, shucks. Thanks, Mitchie. I love you too. Mavi, what about me? Huddy boy, we should really talk to someone about our codependence. Easy E attachment, one image, whoops, did it again. Mavi, at this point, I think you're trying to show us something. Huddy boy, Ethan. Your jersey is behind you in that picture. And so is the team photo from the Stanley Cup last year. Easy E, I'll say I'm a dedicated fanboy. She'll never know. Sully, it's a shame I didn't get drafted by Utah. Life would be much better. Mavi, you don't mean that, goalie daddy. Sully, no, he doesn't, and this is Piper responding and letting you all know he secretly smiles when he reads the group chat, but now I have to hide because he's throwing me over his shoulder for telling you that. And HFS Few 798, ITFU 89, Jai 14 G-Money goalie daddy really loves us. This is the best day of my life. November turns to December, and the boys have put together a 15-17 record during the first 2 months of the season. I'm feeling better both mentally and physically, and I've successfully gone 4 weeks without getting on my hands and knees and begging Lexi to let me be close to her again. Boy, am I proud of myself. After the initial awkwardness wore off, things got back to normal. She keeps kicking my ass in the training room, I keep showing up, and we talk like the intimacy didn't happen. It's for the best. The longer I think about the night we were together, the more tempted I am to pull her memory out of my drawer and think about it. Last I checked, that's not very friendly behavior, and I like how things are going. I don't want to mess anything up by acting like a goddamn creep. Mitchell, coach calls out, and I glance his way from where I'm sitting on the bench watching morning skate. What's up? I ask. Come by my office when we're finished here. I want to talk to you about something. Ooh, Mitchie is in trouble. Ethan sings out from the stick-handling station he and a few other guys are in, and coach glares at him from center ice. We were going to wrap up today with some easy skating and a light half-ice game, but since Richardson wants to run his mouth, we're going to run a corner to half-wall 2v1 drill where he's the single player. Again and again and again without a break. The first pair who connects on 4 consecutive passes in a row without Ethan stealing the puck gets to sit out of morning skate tomorrow, coach says, and everyone groans. My quads are fucking smoked, Grant whines, skating toward the bench to grab a sip of body armor from his bottle. Ethan never shuts the fuck up. Be the first to not let him steal the puck. I stand and lean over the board so I can have a good viewpoint of the drill. They're going to be confined to a small area on the ice, and I don't want to miss everyone trying to kick Ethan's ass. You can do it. My passes have been shit this year. I have 2 assists that's almost last in the league. And I'm notorious for turnovers after missing a pass. Any pointers? Grant asks. You know I'm a defense guy, but you need to expand the area where you can receive the puck. You're not going to get a tape-to-tape pass every time, so you can't be afraid to adjust your grip to try to keep your blade on the ice. Here, let me see your stick. All yours, Mitchie. Grant tosses me his CCM stick, and I flip it in my hands. I inhale sharply as I run my palms down the length of the carbon. It's the first time I've held one since the night of the accident, and I squeeze my eyes shut to hold back a sob. After so much time away, it's like coming home. My thumb rubs over the tape on the handle and I grip it tight. Okay, my voice shakes. Let me get on the ice. Right this way, sir. Grant skates backward to the bench gate and opens it for me. He holds out his arm so I can steady myself, and I grip his practice jersey. Show me your mastery, Mitchie. Don't let me fall on my ass, I warn him, and Maverick skates up behind us. I'm here for reinforcements, he says, and I swallow down the ball of emotion sitting in the center of my chest, ready to catch if necessary. I weigh 185 pounds, I say, and Maverick scoffs. Please. I squat double that, Mitchie, and lifting people is one of my favorite hobbies. Just ask Emmy, he says, and I laugh. I'd prefer not to. I turn to Grant. Watch my hands. If I keep the same grip on the stick when I reach out for a far pass as I would for a tape-to-tape pass, I'm only going to be able to catch it with the heel of the stick, which could cause a turnover. If I keep my bottom hand loose, I can slide the stick through my bottom hand in whatever direction I need to go, either closer to the blade when the puck is coming to your feet, or up to the handle if the puck is far out. The blade will stay on the ice, and you can control the pass more efficiently. That makes so much sense. Can I try? He asks, and I nod, handing him the stick. He taps the blade on the ice, and Maverick skates to the blue line, firing off a pass that's headed to Grant's left. He follows my instructions, sliding his hand down toward the blade, and stops the puck from soaring straight past him. There you go, I say, and Grant leaps in the air. Holy shit. You're a genius, Riley. Pass me another one, Cap, he yells to Maverick, and a second one is shot his way. This time he brings his hand up the stick, whooping when he stops the puck again. Oh, this is a fucking game changer. That's a great drill, Mitchie. Maverick skates up next to me, spraying ice on my sneakers. Where'd you learn it? My college coach. It goes against our instincts as players to keep our gloves glued to the stick, but it works, I say. I'm gonna be the league leader in assists, baby, Grant yells, taking off for the pairs of players lining up for the drill. Don't forget, Mitchell. My office after this, Coach says, and I nod. It's good to have you back out here, Mitchie, Maverick says, tapping my calf with his stick. We've missed you. I smile, taking in the feel of the ice under my foot, the bright lights and the smell of sweat clinging to his jersey. It's good to be back. I slide into the chair across from Coach 30 minutes later and look at him. What's up? How do you feel about coaching? He asks, cutting right to the point. In general. How do you feel about being a coach? It's not something I ever considered because I don't think it's for me. Why not? I'm not sure. I don't know if I'm patient enough. Coach lifts an eyebrow. And I am. You know what I mean. I pull on the sleeves of my hoodie and shrug. I don't think I have enough hockey smarts to guide other players on what they're doing wrong. I've been working with Grant for months to get his passes under control, and you fixed it in 5 minutes. I don't know if I would call it fixed. I gave him a suggestion and it worked one time. It was a good suggestion. Coach leans back in his chair and stares at me. I want you to have more of a role at practice and during games. I know you can't be on the ice in your skates, but I want you out there running drills with the guys, giving them a different perspective than what I can provide and offering fixes for problems I'm not seeing. Really? I sit up straight. What's the catch? No catch. I'm waiting on approval from the league to add you as a non-uniformed player allowed on the bench in a coaching capacity. Are you serious? Dead serious, Mitchell. You took this team to back-to-back Stanley Cups. You should be out there with us chasing a three-peat, but life isn't fucking fair. I'm doing what I can to balance the scales. Wow, okay, yeah, that would be awesome. I'd be honored. When I get the go-ahead from headquarters, you'll have to follow the rules we do, suit and tie. Conducting yourself in a professional manner, which means no chirping, that kind of thing. Yes, sir, I say, and he nods. Good, I'll let you know what they say. Thanks for thinking of me. If given the chance, I won't let you down. I stand and smile. See you at the game tonight. He doesn't say anything else, and I slip out of his office, surprised when I find Maverick waiting in the hall. What are you still doing here, Cap? You should be resting up for tonight, I say. Wanted to make sure everything was okay. Getting pulled into Coach's office is fucking terrifying. It usually is. He invited me to be on the bench during games as a non-uniformed team official. I think I'm going to take him up on it. What? Maverick launches himself into my arms and I laugh when we almost tumble over. That's fucking cool, man. Congratulations. Beat standing in the tunnel with my hands in my pockets, I say. Not sure I'm worthy enough to stand behind you all, but we'll see. Nah, you're worthy as hell. He pulls away and clasps my shoulder. It's going to be a privilege to play with you again, Riley. The rest of the guys will feel the same. It's been a rough half a year. The worst days of my fucking life, honestly, but you all have been there with me every step of the way. Thanks for sticking around even when I didn't want anything to do with you. We're brothers, family. He slings his arm around me and we head for the locker room. He's careful to slow his steps so I can keep up, and it makes me smile. We're always going to show up. I could get used to things going well, used to feeling genuinely happy. I can only hope it lasts a long fucking time. 26 Lexi girls just want to have fun, Damental rights, and good company. Piper, I wish they made outfits for specific occasions. Example, my dress is very tight and I don't want to have any visible lines. Me, it's called going without. Piper. Maven, you walk around without underwear on a regular basis. Madeline, my post-baby body could never. Maven, same. Emmy, I'm with Lex. I do it all the time, makes it fun to tease Maverick with photos when I'm on the road. Me, he's unbearable when you're not around. That man is obsessed with you. Emmy, as every man should be. I love it. Piper, any suggestions on the outfit dilemma? Me, try going without any. Trust me, you're going to feel so free. Piper, until my outfit ends up on the internet because I didn't know my dress was see-through thanks to a camera flash. Me, I bet you have a nice figure. Piper, that's so sweet. I think I do. Me, commando or bust. Piper, fine, but I'm bringing a spare pair and putting it in my bag. Maven, a purse panty. You might be onto something, Piper. Madeline, I hate that word. Emmy, same. I just gagged. Me, make Liam keep them in his pocket. That could be a fun game. Piper, oh. Now you are onto something. Lex, me just want to make sure my friends are getting the attention they deserve. Maven, such a girl's girl. Always held in a swanky hotel with a hired band, delicious food, and top-shelf alcohol. The team's annual holiday gala is one of my favorite events of the year. The guys are all proud hockey players who won't hesitate to get in a fight on the ice, but at their core, they're philanthropists, good men with soft hearts, members of the community who show up for those who have less than them. And it's always so inspiring to see how much money they raise for charity at the end of the night. I shiver as I walk up the steps to the Four Seasons Hotel, grateful when the warm air of the lobby wraps around me. I hand over my shawl to a young guy at coat check and accept a flute of champagne from a passing server, smiling when I see Piper bounding toward me in a form-fitting pink dress. Holy shit, Lex. She grabs my hands, making me do a slow spin on the marble floor. You're a knockout. Do you like it? I run my palm down the gold gown. With the spaghetti straps, a plunging V-neckline that dips below my breasts, and a floor-length skirt with a train, I was worried it was too over the top, but Piper's whistling makes me confident in my choice. Your figure is amazing. You look like a Greek goddess. That dress was made for you. Thank you. I tuck a piece of hair behind my ear. The messy high ponytail I pulled it into an hour ago is starting to come loose, but I don't trust myself to take it down and try to replicate it a second time. And look at you, pink is so your color. I'd wear it every day of my life if I could. She loops her arm through mine and leads me to the ballroom. Music rings down the hall and half a dozen people stop to say hello to us. I went with your no underwear suggestion, by the way. And what do you think? I could get used to this. It's freeing. Plus, I feel confident. No one knows I'm not wearing underwear besides you, of course, but I do, and that's kind of exciting. It's so exciting. I'm proud of you, Piper. I kiss the top of her head and grin when I spot the rest of my friends circled around a high-top table draped in a white linen. Everyone looks so good. There you two are. Emmy pops out a hip and looks us up and down. Damn, everyone cleans up well, don't they? You win that award, Emmy. Madeline smiles and takes a sip of her champagne. Your ability to go from sporty to hyperfeminine should be studied. When I was younger, I had a coach tell me no one was going to want me to be a part of their team if I wore ribbons in my hair. It took away from my toughness, he said, so I decided to wear more ribbons and more makeup and more heels when I wasn't on the ice. He's choking on his words now, she says. Who says women can't do hard things just because of how we dress? Amen, sister. I lift my glass her way. It's so good to see all of you. I hate that we're all so busy during the season, but I'm glad we get to spend tonight together. You probably only get me for 2 hours. Liam won't last much longer than that. She waves across the room to the goalie sitting at a table, looking miserable while Grant chats his ear off about something. I hold back a laugh when he picks up a knife and spins it between his fingers. Maybe an hour and a half if we're lucky. I'm going to grab a drink from the open bar. If the organization is paying for it, I'm going to order the nicest alcohol they have. Does anyone want anything? I ask. I'll take a red wine, Piper says, and Madeline nods. Make that 2, please. I'll take a Chardonnay if you can carry it, Maven adds, and I glance at Emmy. Nothing for me, I'm fine. A secret smile curls on her mouth when she taps her water glass, but I don't ask any questions. She and Maverick have been trying to get pregnant for months now, and she doesn't owe anyone an explanation or story of what might be happening behind the scenes. I give her hand a squeeze and tuck my clutch under my arm, making my way over to the open bar. The line moves quick, and when I place my order for the 4 drinks, I turn and survey the ballroom to see how the night is going. Are you here with someone? Pardon. I glance to the right and spy a man in a tuxedo. I didn't know if you were one of the players' girlfriends or wives, he slurs, and I eye the 2 drinks he's holding. This is a classy event, and from the smell of alcohol rolling off of him, he should probably be cut off. Or a sister. I like sisters. I work for the stars. You do, he perks up and sways on his feet. It's going to be bad news if he topples into the champagne flute display. Are you in marketing? Head athletic trainer, actually, I say. What's that like? I spend my days focusing on injury prevention. I'm the first responder for any medical emergency that occurs on the ice, and I can identify musculoskeletal injuries the way other people can identify cars, I say, giving the rehearsed answer I'm used to tossing out. He's too drunk to remember anything else. I like it. Sounds boring. I get to be around a sport I love and make money from it. I shrug. Not sure we can call it boring. You're feisty, I've always liked that in a woman, and easily annoyed. I spin and thank the bartender for the drinks by dropping a 10 in the tip jar with the wads of 20s and 50s. If you'll excuse me. Do you need some help? The man asks. I have a hand. Do you? It looks like your hands are full. Shit, I'll hold one with my teeth. I don't mind. I can. She said she was fine. A new voice interrupts, and I smile on instinct. Riley. I look his way, breath catching when I see his thick-framed glasses and stubble on his jaw. His tuxedo fits him like a glove, showing off curves of the muscles he's been hard at work rebuilding. A pair of silver cufflinks flash under the chandelier lights, and his shoes are so shiny I can see his reflection in them. I'd happily take 2 of him. He's so damn handsome. Hi, I say. Hi, Riley answers, eyes sliding over to the guy beside me. I can take it from here. I really don't want to have to get security involved, but I will if you don't leave her alone. He flexes his hand at his side and yup, just as impressive as the movies. Am I clear? Sorry, the man apologizes, clutching both drinks to his chest. Enjoy your night. When he disappears, Riley's focus snaps back to me. I'm impressed. With what? Constantly having to ward off men. Having to explain no to someone multiple times. Life must be exhausting for you, but you make it look so easy. It's a plight, I'll tell ya. I laugh and toss my ponytail over my shoulder. It's nice to see you in something other than your sweaty gym clothes, Mitchie. You clean up well. His eyes wander down my body, clearly in no hurry as he takes in my dress and the black heels I paired it with. He whimpers and brings his fist to his mouth, biting his knuckles. Hell, you look gorgeous, Lexi. Thank you. The compliment nestles its way into my chest, right next to my heart, and I don't know when I became such a fucking sap. It's nice to be out of my leggings. I'll say, are you having a good night? I was until Drunky McDrunkerson told me my job was boring. Do you think it's boring? Riley asks. No, I love my job. Then fuck what he has to say. Wise words, Mitchie. I smile. What about you? There are a lot of people around. How's your social battery? Liam and I have an escape plan ready to go the second the auction ends. The drinks should be flowing by then, and I think I'll be able to sneak out of here before people start trying to ask me about my leg. An escape plan, huh? What does that involve? Walking out the door and leaving. I'd like to see someone try and stop us, he says confidently. I laugh again. You've clearly thought this out. Oh yeah, it's not my first time ditching a social gathering I don't want to be at. In the two of you, I think you'll be actively avoided. I pop a shoulder in a shrug. It's a bummer you were planning to leave early, though. Yeah, why's that? I was hoping you'd save me a dance, I say, grabbing the bar tray of drinks off the counter and starting back to the girls. If you want. His hand rests on my elbow and I stop. Do you want me to save you a dance, Lexi baby? I'm immediately thrown back to that night, the heat of his mouth, his shuddered sounds, and the way words rolled off his tongue. My skin warms instantly, a response to the nickname used in the privacy of our secret rendezvous. It sounds wicked out in the open, a sinful, intense plea that makes my body react. I look at him, not surprised to find his cheeks pink and his chest rising and falling like he's been sprinting for miles, and every logical reason I ever had for staying away dares to fly out the window. It's not him. It can't be him. It's the connection he gave me. The mind-blowing, earth-shattering pleasure brought on by his presence and his words, and that's why I whisper, yes. My voice is thick before tacking on a softer, please. You have to know I love when you respond like that. I swallow. He's not even trying to conceal what he wants, but I guess I'm not either. Not when I take a step toward him and tip my chin, mouth inches away from his ear, and say, I'm not wearing any underwear. You are so unfair, he murmurs. Maybe you should do something about it, I say, pulling away. You know where I'll be. The walk back to the girls is a blur, and I know I'm a badass bitch when I don't try to look over my shoulder to see if Riley is watching me. I slide the tray of drinks onto the table, grab my gin and tonic, and take a long sip. Are you okay? Piper frowns and touches my cheek. You're burning up. Please tell me you put that asshole in his place. And please tell us what he said, Emmy says. I could see the steam coming out of your ears. Something about my job, the usual. I swirl my straw around and swallow down another gulp. I should be asked for straight gin, no tonic. The whole fucking handle, really. What the fuck is wrong with me? And yes, I put him in his place. I knew you would. Maven smiles and reaches for her glass, lifting it in the air. Fuck the patriarchy. Here, here. Madeline clinks her drink against Maven's. And was that Riley you were talking to? Don't tell Hudson, but I always thought he was cute. Yup, that's Riley. Are your sessions going well? Piper asks. He seems so much happier after being behind the bench for a game or two. It looks like he's living again, Emmy adds. Coach offering that role to him probably changed his life. They're much better. I let my attention drift across the room again and find Riley talking to a blonde woman in a black gown. He nods along with whatever she says and smiles at some parts. There's a twist in my chest when he throws his head back and laughs, and I down the rest of my drink. I'm so proud of him. If he keeps progressing like this over the next 2 months, we're going to be able to try skating with his prosthetic. I hope the guys will come out and help him around the rink when it's time. Oh my God, they'd be there in a second, Piper says. They wouldn't miss it, Emmy adds. I'm going to put a plan together. I set my empty drink down and smile at the women around me. All of you are dating or married to very rich athletes, most of whom will be in this auction starting soon. Should we go spend some of their money? I'm bidding on Grant, Emmy says with a wicked grin. Maverick is always more fun when he gets jealous. Funny, I was going to bid on Ethan, Piper giggles. Liam will absolutely storm out. I can't bring myself to bid on anyone but Hudson, Madeline admits, because he's too sweet and no one wants to see him sad. I motion to the center of the ballroom where people are lining up for the auction. Each winning bid on the DC Stars players goes to the charity of their choosing, and in return, the bidder gets an afternoon with them. Let's have some fun. 27 Riley, it's a good thing I didn't die the night of the accident. If I did, I wouldn't have gotten the chance to see the real heaven that is Lexi in her gold dress. My tongue's been hanging out of my mouth for the better part of 2 hours, and every time she sways her hips, I'm close to bolting out of the hotel ballroom for some fresh air. I knew I was attracted to her, but after tonight, I'm fucking ruined. A stronger man would try to put some distance between themselves and her. They do everything they could to get her out of their head because they know nothing will ever happen between them, she said so herself. But I'm the weakest, most pathetic motherfucker in existence. I'm not going anywhere. I can't believe Emmy bid on fucking Grant, Maverick grumbles, pulling me from my daydreams of dark hair wrapped around my fist and the soft sound she lets out right before she comes. He glares at our second line right winger and scowls. I'm her husband, who is clearly not jealous at all, I say. This is totally normal behavior. This is nothing. Cap leveled that guy who plays for Toronto last season after he found out he liked one of Emmy's Instagram photos. Hudson laughs. Obsessed is an understatement. Maybe she's asking Grant to put on a mask and chase her through the woods, I offer, and Maverick gasps. You know he likes dark romances, and that's a pretty common scene. She wouldn't. He wasn't included on her list. I'm missing something, Hudson says. You and I are on Emmy's list. There was something about a dream, I tell him. I didn't get any details. Don't ever tell me them if you do. Em is like my sister. I don't need to be thinking about her like that. Hudson grimaces. No offense, Mav. Same, I add. I also don't need Mavi kicking my ass. I'm not as fast as I used to be, and there's no way in hell I can outrun him. The only one who needs to run is Grant fucking Everett. Maverick stands and shoves his chair back. I'm going to kill him if he touches her. Hudson and I watch him storm away, and my former defense partner laughs. How has he not figured out Emmy does this on purpose? He asks. It's so funny to watch. He'll learn one day. I scan the room and my eyes immediately fall on Lexi. She's like a goddamn magnet for my attention. She's standing in the middle of the dance floor, arms above her head, while she moves to the rhythm of an upbeat song playing from the DJ's speakers. I might go grab a drink. You want anything? I'm good. Hudson's eyes follow mine and he hums. Maybe you'll find your way to the dance floor. Rumor has it the DJ is easily persuaded to put on a slow song if you slip him some money. At least that's what Liam and Maverick told me. Why would I want to do that? I don't know, Mitchie. Why would you? I watch Lexi spin that goddamn dress, a flurry of tempting gold and sparkles and weakening self-restraint, and I leap out of my chair as fast as my leg will let me. I'll be back, I say. No, you won't, he answers with a smirk. Have fun. I dodge a group of our top-tier season ticket holders who look like they want to ask me a dozen questions. I autograph a team photo for someone who tells me they're going to auction it off to raise money for the Boston Marathon, and bump my knuckles against Ethan's. I only stop to slip the DJ a wad of cash. It could be $100 or $1,000. I'm not paying a lick of fucking attention, and make my way onto the dance floor just as the beat slows and the lights dim. Hey, I say, and Lexi spins to face me, a smile pulling on her lips. Hi, she says. I thought you might have left. Not yet. I figured I needed to cash in on that dance. You wanted me to save you. Perfect timing. You didn't have anything to do with the song choice, did you? Me. I touch my glasses frames and shrug. No, I've been with Hudson and Maverick this whole time. Interesting, guess it's fate then. Guess so. I offer her my hand. My leg is killing me from standing all night, so I can't promise any good moves, but I'm going to do my best. We can just stand here. Lexi's fingers fold around mine. Her other palm rests on my shoulder and I drop my left hand to her waist, my fingers bunching in the soft material of her gown. I'm not picky when it comes to ballroom dancing. Good to know. Shooting pain races up my right thigh, but it's easy to ignore when she closes the distance between us and smiles from ear to ear. Have any other drunk finance bros bothered you? Why is it always finance bros? She laughs, her head dropping back and her shoulders shaking. Why can't it be a scientist or a meteorologist, someone interesting? Do you know a lot of meteorologists? I follow this woman down in Florida who has a weather show. She's been in tornadoes and hailstorms and she's a total badass. I didn't know you had an affinity for weather, Lex. I don't. Just women who are breaking glass ceilings. I stroke my thumb over the curve of her hip and her breathing stutters. I meant what I said earlier. You look fucking gorgeous. Thank you, she says softly. I've always liked dressing up. I try to find ways to make what I'm wearing cute even if it's team-issued gear, and I love that more and more clothing companies are designing sports jackets and game day outfits for women that go beyond a simple t-shirt. You pull off team-issued gear well. Meanwhile, I'm over here in a long-sleeved Stars shirt looking silly. You do not look silly. I kind of do. I smile. I didn't mind dressing up for games, but now it's a pain. Pants are difficult to wear these days because my prosthetic makes my right leg a different size from my left, and don't get me started on shoes. What do you mean? It's a whole thing with my feet. I like feet, she says. I didn't know that was a hobby of yours, I tease, and she smacks my shoulder. Kidding. My right foot is smaller than my left. It is. Yup. And it doesn't bend and flex like my left foot does. I've had to rebuy the shoes I love in a half size down so my foot doesn't slip out. What do you do with the shoe you don't wear? Lexi asks. Nothing. I can't bring myself to throw them away, and donation centers won't take a single shoe. It would be cool if there was a foundation for amputees that let you find the sizes you need without wasting the other half of the pair. Maybe you can start one, she suggests. I don't have a ton of free time. I laugh. My plate is kind of full right now. True. Lexi's hand moves from my shoulder to my back and she rubs her palm down my spine. You just grimaced. Are you hurting right now? A little. I don't want to lose out on my dance, though. We could have danced in the chairs. She pauses and giggles. Okay, that makes it sound like we're at a strip club. Wouldn't know, I've never been. Really? Yup, not my thing. What is your thing? You close to me. Somewhere that's not so public. I clear my throat. The tips of my ears are on fire and I shrug again. I'm selfish, I guess. I want things that are just for me. I want to know I'm special. Such a romantic. You are special, Riley. I hope you know that. So are you, I say. Comfortable silence nudges its way between us. We keep dancing, and at some point she rests her head on my chest. I wrap my arm around her when she shivers, trying to warm her up, and her sigh is content and on the cusp of happy. I'm glad you didn't leave, she whispers. So am I. You would have had to dance with Ethan, and that'd be a travesty. I press my thumb into her nape, rubbing the tension I find there, and Lexi sighs again. Are you staying in D.C. for Christmas? Yeah. My mom has a cruise booked with some of her girlfriends, so I'll be ordering Chinese and watching It's a Wonderful Life all day. What about you? I'll be in town. I'm nervous to fly commercial for the first time during the holidays to Chicago to visit my parents. I'm going to set off all sorts of alarms, but my dad says that's the best part. The look in people's eyes when he tells them he has to be pat down because of a metal leg is always priceless. Wait, your dad has a prosthetic leg too. What happened? What are the odds, right? He used to be a firefighter, and he was severely burned after rescuing a family from their home. That was hell 15 years ago, maybe 12. Being an amputee is second nature to him now, but I'm still learning. And you're doing a damn good job. Lexi pulls away and puts both hands on the center of my chest. He's going to be so proud of you when you see him next. How could he not be? Compliments from her mean more than they do from anyone else. It might be because she doesn't give them out freely. She's not Piper, who is a constant array of sunshine and loves to be nice to everyone. Lexi is tougher to crack. She's a little jaded, sharper around the edges, and it's becoming more and more clear she has walls up to protect herself because of a situation that's happened in the past. There's something holding her back, and I doubt I'll ever figure out what it is. Thanks, I murmur. I thought about not coming tonight. Lots of people, lots of physical activity, but I'm glad I did. Why's that? She asks. Because I got to see you, I say, and her eyes meet mine. I'm always glad when I get to see you. Has today been a good day? Yes, I say without thinking. The word comes naturally when she's around. It has. I'm glad. You deserve all the good days, Riley. We dance together for another song, only pulling away when the pain in my leg becomes distracting. After, we sit at a table and laugh at my teammates, trying to gauge who's had the most to drink and who will be the one to shut the party down. When Piper invites her over for a sleepover, Lexi squeezes my shoulder and tells me she'll see me on Monday for another one of our sessions. I watch her go, a single thought echoing in my brain. Funny how all my good days include her. 28 Riley Lexi Merry Christmas Eve Eve. I have a gift for you. Me you do. Lexi yeah, it's nothing big so don't get your hopes up. But I wanted to get you something. Me I have a gift for you too. Lexi you do. Me yup. I'll bring it with me to our session today. Lexi speaking of our session, do you mind if we push our time back by 30 minutes? Hudson is having soreness in his ankle so I'm going to tape up his foot to see if that helps. The rest of the staff is off for the holiday, so I'm working overtime on everyone's aches and pain. Me, of course. If you're too busy, we can push our session to after the holiday. Lexi, nice try, Mitchie. I'll see you at 10:30. I groan when I finish my last set of bridges on the treatment table. An hour of Lexi's rigorous exercises, and my whole body is screaming at me. She didn't show me any mercy. And when I sit up to stretch my back, the leather is covered in sweat. How is it these movements kick my ass more than the drills coach used to make us do? I take off my glasses and wipe my face with a towel, grateful when she hands me a bottle of water. I never thought I'd take an hour of edge work drills over lifting my ass off a table 10 times. You're building back the strength you lost, and I'm working parts of your body you didn't work before. I'm not rehabbing you to just be a hockey player. I want you to be able to walk and move and jump and crawl and stand on one leg. She tosses a towel in the hamper. How is your lower half feeling today? Fine. That quad set was hell on earth, but nothing is causing me pain. That's great to hear. Like I mentioned in one of our other sessions, as we head into the new year, I really want to focus on the exercises you're familiar with and relate our activities to the hockey movements you would do on the ice. That's going to give us a good baseline for your capabilities, she says, and excitement runs through me. I trust Lexi completely. I know the timeline she's giving me is what's best for me long term, but I'm fucking stoked to hopefully get back on the ice soon. I'm not sure how it's going to go, and I bet I'll take a spill or two, but knowing all the time and energy I've put in won't be for nothing makes me giddy. I can't wait for that, I say, and she smiles. We're almost there. I'm proud of you for sticking with our routine, and I promise it's going to pay off in the long run. I trust you. I swing my legs to the edge of the table and slide my glasses back on. Are we finished for today? Yup. You're officially free from me until after the 3-day break. How are you going to spend your time? By giving you a present. I point at my backpack shoved against the wall next to my prosthetic. It's in my bag. You really didn't have to get me anything, she says, standing from her stool and walking to my bag. It's wildly unnecessary. The same can be said for you. Besides, we're friends. I like to get my friends gifts. Lexi digs through my backpack and pulls out a wrapped gift with a red bow on it. I spent too many hours wondering how I should sign the card, finally settling on a lame as fuck salutation of best, Riley. We are